I crossed over to a high martial world. I became a middle-aged cripple with no cultivation. The only thing I could be proud of was my son, hailed as a prodigy, seen once in 10,000 years. I planned to just accept my fate in this life, pinning all my hopes on him becoming a dragon. But then, the poverty alleviation sun control system suddenly activated. My strength would always be higher than my son's by 4 major realms, so I began to play the role of a poor father, hunchbacked while hauling bricks at the construction site by day, and at home at night, cutting myself and playing up my misery, just to drive my son to work like crazy. Meanwhile, I could reap the rewards without lifting a finger. At that moment, having just activated the system, I thought I was still dreaming. Suddenly, a stream of information unfolded before me like a waterfall of text. Ding! Poverty alleviation sun control system activated successfully. Current, bound sun. So you. Current, taboo fleshly body. Perfected. According to the poverty alleviation sun control rules, the host's realm will always be 4 major realms above the sun's. Host's realm elevated to grandmaster perfection. Sun is currently practicing the mighty bull fist. Minor achievement. Hostess mighty bull fist automatically perfected. Full comprehension gained. Ding. Sun is currently circulating the basic Kai breaking art. Just entered the threshold. Hostess Kai breaking art automatically perfected. Evolved into the primordial chaos unity skill. Then, an unprecedented torrent of scorching energy, without any warnings, erupted from my long-dried and shattered danshan. An explosion, if my original body was a bitter river that had been dry for 20 years. Then at this moment, it was the heavenly river pouring in reverse. A gale of wind swept past. I clenched my teeth tightly. A suppressed, guttural roar of pain escaped my throat. But this pain was accompanied by an extreme, exhilarating pleasure. I could clearly sense that the danshan, shattered for 20 years, was visibly healing at a rapid pace, expanding, and in an instant, transforming into a golden sea of Kai. Next came the meridians originally atrophied and blocked. Under the scouring of the golden energy, they were like withered trees meeting spring, instantly becoming wide and resilient, emitting a series of asterisk pop 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 asterisk sounds. Like a bowstring pulled taut to its limit, the skin on my body began to flush red, black. Foul impurities were expelled from my pores. My bones were crackling. My muscles were restructuring. That feeling of being filled with devastating power made even me, a former grandmaster, feel. After standing for a minute, that violent energy gradually subsided, turning into a gentle stream flowing through my limbs and bones. I sat in the darkness, naked from the waist up. As my eyes opened and closed, a flash of lightning-like electric light shot through, illuminating the dim bedroom brightly. It really wasn't a dream. I raised my hand and looked at my palm. Once rough, covered in calluses and scars. Now, that layer of old skin had peeled off, replaced by skin as delicate as a baby's, yet brimming with explosive power. I tried to gently clench my fist. Asterisk crack exclamation asterisk. The air was instantly crushed in my palm, emitting a crisp sound. Raising my finger, my golden finger, I laughed softly, laughing and laughing. My eyes turned red. 40 years. 40 years of crossing over. 20 years of being crippled. On the city wall, ordered around like a dog's, bowing and scraping for a few thousand credits to buy my son a pair of headphones. I thought my life would just rot away in the mud like this, but I never expected the heavens would finally open their eyes. Staring at the 3 words Grandmaster on the system panel before me, I couldn't help but breathe rapidly. In this high martial world, the martial realm hierarchy is strict. The fleshly body realm tempers skin, flesh, tendons, and bones, with strength reaching 1,000 jin. It is the foundation of martial arts. The blood and Kai realm generates internal energy within the body, nourishing life with Kai. Lifespan is extended. The innate realm opens the bridge between heaven and earth, allowing true Kai to be released externally. One can be considered a regional expert. The Grandmaster realm uses will to interfere with matter, controlling objects in flight. Picking up a leaf or a flower can kill. They are the true privileged class. My peak back then was the Grandmaster realm's middle stage, and the Great Grandmaster stands above the Grandmaster. The body can withstand missiles. True Kai transforms into a protective shield. One person can guard a small base city throughout the entire Kanglan base city. The publicly known strongest, that Lord Chen, is said to have only just touched the threshold of the Great Grandmaster. And now, just by sitting still on my bed, I am one of the strongest combat forces in this city. Besides, this system's judgment is too domineering. I calmed my excited heart. A golden light flickered in my eyes. My son is at the fleshly body realm, and it directly turned the driver into a great grandmaster. So if my son breaks through to the blood absorption realm, wouldn't I be able to break through to the martial king realms? That's a martial powerhouse who can tread the air. As long as my son puts in just a little bit of effort, I'll ascend directly on the spot. I swallowed my saliva. Suddenly, the phrase hoping one's son becomes a dragon became vividly real in this moment. This wasn't just raising a son, this was raising an absolutely stunning treasure. Just as I was immersed in the joy of gaining power, a muffled, Suppressed sound suddenly came from the next room. The sound of fists pounding a cheap punching bag. My expression shifted. Now that I was a grandmaster, my senses had sharpened to an extreme. Even through the walls, I could clearly see the scene next door. In the cramped room, Su Yu wore only a pair of shorts, his entire body drenched in sweat. His young face was full of stubbornness, as he tirelessly repeated, over and over, the most basic boxing moves. Each punch pulled at his injuries, making him wince in pain. But he didn't stop. The boy's eyes were filled with unwillingness and defiance. For Dad, for the registration fee, I have to get stronger. I don't believe I can't beat you. As long as I break through to the Kai and Blood Realm, I can enter the underground arena and earn money, Su Yu muttered to himself as he threw punches. Hearing these words from the next room, my heart suddenly trembled. So this foolish kid wasn't sleeping in the dead of night. He was desperately trying to find a way to make money, even thinking of fighting in the underground ring. A place where 9 out of 10 die. Silly child, the wild joy in my eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented tenderness and a bone-chilling killing intent. I slowly stood up from the bed, cracked the cheap floor tiles beneath my feet, because I couldn't withstand the faint pressure of a single wisp of grand brownstone energy I inadvertently released. It instantly shattered into powder. I looked down at the mess scattered across the ground, took a deep breath, and instantly withdrew all my aura. That grand brownstone, whose mere pressure had dominated the world, vanished. In its place, I seemed once again like that ordinary middle-aged man. But only I knew that everything had changed. I walked to the window, gently pushed it open. The night breeze was cool, stirring my slightly disheveled hair. My gaze pierced through layer after layer of the night, looking toward the city center, that brightly lit wealthy district. Wang Tai, 18th Deputy Commander of the City Defense Army. I fished out of my pocket a cheap cigarette, only half left. I rubbed my fingers together lightly, no lighter needed, and a wisp of golden flame directly appeared, instantly lighting the cigarette tip. I took a deep drag. Amid the swirling smoke, those once murky eyes now gleamed as deep as the starry sky, and as terrifying as an abyss. Before, I cowered and hesitated, because I truly had nothing but a worthless life, and I still had to raise my son. Since someone wants to break my son's leg, then I'll crush their bones first. I casually flicked the cigarette butt out the window. That tiny spark traced a red line through the air. The moment it fell, it erupted with a terrifying surge of energy. The hard concrete ground beneath, silently and soundlessly, melted through a bottomless small hole. I turned over and lay back on the bed to sleep. An unprecedented calm. Tomorrow morning when I get up, I'll first go handle that damn Deputy Barrel's trouble for my son, and settle it on the way. That night, the Kanglan base was still bustling with song and dance. No one was in the corner of a civilian warehouse. At 5:30 in the morning, the Kanglan base SF district, the civilian quarters were shrouded in the haze of dawn. I sat at the worn wooden table. In front of me were a bowl of thin porridge and a dish of pickled vegetables, along with a few eggs. Su Yu lowered his head, mechanically stuffing food into his mouth. The swollen cheek from last night had subsided a bit, but now, under the morning light, it looked even more shocking. Don't worry about the 5 registration slots. Focus on martial arts training at school. Leave the rest to me. My voice was calm, yet carried an unyielding weight. Su Yu stopped his chopsticks, looked up at me. He felt something different about me today. Those eyes, usually bloodshot from staying up late, were now as deep as an ancient well. Impossible to read, but he just thought I was comforting him. A trace of helpless determination flickered in his eyes. I got up and left, casually grabbing that faded gray work jacket. The moment I stepped over the threshold, my posture was no longer hunched like usual, though I tried hard to suppress the aura of a grandmaster. Every muscle, every bone, every single bone, all exude a steady rhythm like a mountain under moonlight. Now I have 2 goals. First, to hold up the sky for my son, so he can walk the path of the 5 ways. Second, to use this newfound strength to reclaim the 7 women. The 600 commuter train lets out a dull, rumbling roar, weaving through the gaps of the steel forest. As I stepped through the door of the city housing office, my sharp senses immediately caught the tension in the air. The atmosphere was strange, thick with anxiety and unease. Normally, at this hour, everyone would be busy with shift handovers or complaining about the food in the cafeteria. But today, many people were gathered in small groups, huddled in the shadows, whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with fear. Old Su, you're finally here. Come quick, something's happened. A figure darted out from the crowd. It was old Zhang, my longtime partner in the team. His face, weathered by years of wind and frost, was now etched with urgency. He pulled me into a secluded corner, lowering his voice. Hey Song, something big has happened. Have you heard what happened last night? Near the section of the wall where the beheading took place, there was a projection. A cat burglar slipped in. That bastard got into the wealthy district and attacked the only child of a noble family. I heard that kid is a relative of some big shot in the city. Now the higher-ups are furious. They're going to turn the entire city defense force upside down. You and I were on duty last night. Not a single brick fell from that wall. It shouldn't have anything to do with us. I calmly returned to my good brother's side. Don't you get it yet? Old Zhang's entire squad was trembling with fear. Last night, they had you cover the shift. On paper, it was still his team on duty. Now that the noble is severely injured, Liang Kai's uncle, Liang Jianmin, will definitely protect his nephew. If they try to shift the blame onto those of us without connections, claiming we neglected our duty, and falsified reports, that's a serious crime. Before old Zhang could finish, punishment, the whole broadcast rang out with an icy voice. All personnel of the 3rd Squad on duty, report immediately to the interrogation room for investigation. Violators will be dealt with under military law. Old Zhang was scared out of his wits, grabbing me to leave. Old Sung, we need to come up with a story. I gently brushed aside old Zhang's hand, my gaze fixed on the upper floors of the office building. You go ahead. I have my own matters to attend to. Old Sung, where are you going? That's the captain's office over there! Exclamation. Old Zhang called out in a hushed voice behind me, but I didn't even turn my head. Since the world had changed, I wasn't going to play the scapegoat anymore. At that moment, inside the captain's office, though the door was shut tight, my ears could still clearly pick up the conversation within. I didn't knock. I pushed the door open directly. The 2 men inside spun around abruptly. The middle-aged man, Liang Jianmin, was flipping through the duty roster with a grim expression, while Liang Kai was curled up in his chair, his face pale. He hasn't even taken off that expensive nano-combat suit yet. The collar still bears traces from last night's feast at the Bliss Heaven Private Soul Club. Seeing me suddenly barge in, Liang Jianmin's face instantly darkened to the extreme. He slammed the table and shouted, Su Wu, who let you in? Get out and report for duty. I'm here to resign. Resign? Oh, champions. Su Wu, do you think this place is a marketplace? Come as you please. Leave as you please. Last night, such a huge incident happened in the Wall District. The murderer infiltrated the noble's Jade Creek. And you were the one on duty last night. Beside him, Liang Kai only showed 2 words on his face. Panic, then, as if grasping at a lifeline. He asked. He jumped up, pointed at my nose, and cursed. Right, Su? Last night, I did ask old Su to cover for me for a while, but that was because I trusted him. It must be him. He deliberately let the beast in, to frame me, to get back at me for my strict demands on him. You have such a vicious heart, just to screw me over. You disregard the safety of the entire city's people. Damn it. You lowly commoner, you want to make my life miserable. Don't you? Liang Kai grew more excited as he spoke, even convincing himself in the process, a twisted pleasure spreading across his face. He rushed up to me, raising his hand to slap me down. I stood still, not even lifting an eyelid. In the world of grandmasters, Liang Kai's blood-soaked, bizarre movements were as slow as a crawling snail. The moment Liang Kai's palm was about to touch me, a faint, barely perceptible surge of energy rippled outward from my body. Bang! Before Liang Kai could grasp what happened, he felt as if he had slammed into an invisible wall of reinforced concrete. His entire body flew backward, crashing heavily into the office's filing cabinets, papers scattered to the floor with a rustle. You dare fight back? Liang Kai clutched his chest, staring at me in terror. Liang Jianming also stood up, a hint of respect flickering in his eyes. He was a master of the innate realm, yet he hadn't even seen how I made my move. So, are you planning to resist the investigation? Liang Jianming's voice was low, carrying the oppressive weight of a superior. Until last night's robbery case is resolved, you're not going anywhere. If you confess now, admitting it was your negligence that let the killer sneak in, maybe I can still keep you safe. Otherwise, oh champions. Otherwise, your son, so you, who's studying at the medical school, Liang Jianming said slowly and deliberately, his words dripping with menace. After all, a suspect's son's background. Check 1T past scrutiny. My eyes turned ice cold in that instant. I could overlook these ants' provocations, but I couldn't tolerate anyone using my son's future as leverage. Captain Liang's, I suggest you take back those words just now. I took a step forward. The once calm office suddenly erupted with a fierce gale. In that instant, the window glass let out a strained, creaking groans. Liang Jianming felt as if an ancient beast had set its sights on his heart. All the true Kai in his body came to a halt in that moment. Who exactly are you? Liang Jianming broke out in a cold sweat. He tried to steady himself, only to find his legs trembling uncontrollably. Just then, the office's internal phone suddenly rang. Shattering the deadlock, Liang Jianming picked up the phone with trembling hands. A hurried voice came through. Captain Liang's, something's wrong. The inner-city inspection team is already at the door. They said they're here to take the person directly responsible for patrolling Sector F, especially the team leader. Liang Kai. Liang Jianming's hand shook, and the phone fell onto the desk. He glanced at his nephew, who looked like a mess, then at me, standing before him, unfathomable and inscrutable. Right now, I am still a member of Chen Fangjun's team. As long as I confess, or take full responsibility before that, his nephew can be cleared of any involvement. Since you want to resign, I can sign off on it. But before that, you have to do one last thing for me. Liang Jianming gritted his teeth, a desperate, reckless glint flashing in his eyes. Go to the inspection team and take the blame for this. I'll give you money you couldn't earn in a lifetime. Enough to send your son to the outer base and report to the 5 grades. How about that? I looked at him like he was an idiot. It seems 20 years at the bottom really gave you a false sense of reality. I slowly turned around and walked toward the door. This rotten Chen Fang bureau was no longer worth staying in. As for your so-called inspection, your so-called scapegoating, whoever blocks me, I'll kill. As for you, I tilted my head slightly to glance at Liang Jianming. Daring to do this, I hope your superior can protect that dog head of yours. As I walked out the door, the 2 heavy alloy doors of the duty room couldn't withstand the residual force and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Liang Jianming slumped in his chair, drenched in sweat. Only after my presence completely faded did he catch his breath, his eyes filled with resentment. So what if you re a hidden expert? This Kanglin belongs to the Wang family, not the Su family. You want to resign? Fine. I'll let you go, but I'll make sure you utterly finished. Hello, Commander. A few minutes later, I walked along the empty street, not aimlessly wandering. Of course, my goal was clear. The district city defense checkpoint at Fudong Ridge. Since they wanted to cut off my son's future, I'd personally reconnect it. To me now, the once unattainable nobles of Kanglin were just ants with louder voices. Even the deputy commander, at most, was only a beginner grandmaster. His blood and Kai hadn't been fully purified. Before a grandmaster, he was nothing but an ant. My heart was as calm as still water. I am not a bloodthirsty killer. 20 years of decline had worn away my impatience, leaving only the deepest restraint. As long as the other side didn't force my hand, I had no desire to slaughter within this base power structure. However, just as I stepped into a commercial street, on the edge of the district, several auras behind me caught my attention. Captain, this Suwu is off. A few men and women in tight-fitting combat suits were communicating rapidly through earpieces. According to the files, his Danshan is shattered, so he should only have residual physical strength. He doesn't look like someone injured or weakened at all. The cold-faced young man, their captain, his pupils contracted to pinpricks as he stared intently at my retreating figure. He carried an indescribable aura. It was like staring into an abyss. Orders came down from above. Liang Jianmin reported him as suspicious. He must not be allowed to escape. I urgently needed to find a secluded spot to make my move. I walked with a seemingly casual air. I even paused to glance at a street-side holographic screen, the Wuxiao advertisement on it. These people's tracking skills, in my eyes, they were as childish as playing hide-and-seek. I deliberately slowed my pace, leading these tales through the bustling neon lights. Finally, I stopped in front of an abandoned military attack shoe factory. Here, before the building, everywhere were collapsed cranes and rusted steel beams. The wind howled with a mournful, grating sound. I halted and slowly turned around. The setting sun stretched my shadow long, followed me for 3 blocks. Aren't you tired? Come out and bask in the sun. As my words fell from the previously silent, dead corners around, figures slowly emerged in a 5-pointed star formation, sealing off all my escape routes. The leading cold-faced youth was named Hanfang. The dark alloy long blade in his hand reflected a chilling, unsettling gleam. He stared at me intently, his eyes filled with deepening suspicion. A grandmaster from 20 years ago, now reduced to such a state. But I am curious. Since your Danshan is crippled, how did you suppress 2 of us at the City Defense Bureau? Aside from cultivation, the new demon sect's life-burning sacrificial technique, I can think of another possibility. I let out a faint, knowing smile. It was the tolerance of an elder looking upon ignorant juniors. The new demon sect, that circus act of selling your soul for power, isn't even worthy of my notice. As for you, whatever Liang Jianming says, you just believe it. Is that brain just there to make you taller? How dare you underestimate us? One of the girls arched her brows sharply. She was his personal attendant, proud and arrogant by nature. Now, with a furious shout, her form shot forward like a streak of cyan lightning. The twin daggers in her hands, thin as cicada wings, sliced through the air, producing a shrill, piercing sound, aiming for my eyes and throat. This strike was a full-force burst from a Xianxia-level expert. I stood still, not even raising my hands. Just as the dagger tips were within a hair's breadth of my body, I eerily shifted back by 1 position. In that instant, in the girl's perception, I seemed to become a weightless afterimage. No matter how sharp her Kai was, she couldn't touch me at all. Without evidence, you take a life. Your style of conduct is as rotten as ever. I sighed. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. All together now. Take him down. Don T let him catch his breath. Han Feng sensed something was wrong. This is an extreme level movement technique. He roared, drawing his long blade. It brought forth a several-meter-long Kai blade, swinging down from the air. At the same time, the other team members attacked some with fists like cannon blasts. Others fired darts coated with paralytic poison. The combined assault of 5 Xianxian experts would make even a grandmaster feel pressed. Yet I moved like a phantom, weaving through the dense web of attacks. Whenever a strike was about to land, I either shifted slightly or flicked a finger. Those heavy, mountain-like forces were effortlessly deflected aside. Bang! 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 Several team members' attacks struck each other, crashing into the abandoned machinery, sending sparks flying. And throughout it all, one of my hands remained in my pocket. My calm expression was unnerving. "Stop!" Han Feng suddenly shouted, sweating profusely. He halted the others. His chest heaved violently. The look in their eyes was no longer suspicion, but sheer terror. He finally realized I hadn't used any riding technique at all. It was purely a crushing blow from martial advancement. If I were truly a heretic of the new demon sect, given the speed I just displayed, their necks would have been snapped long ago. Han Feng's voice began to tremble. I stood with my head bowed, my gaze sweeping over these young men. He looked toward the distant regions, closing off ties with them. My cultivation level doesn't matter. What matters is the evidence. This kind of thing isn't proven by words alone. Liang Jianmin wanted to use me as a scapegoat. Do you want to be his blade too? Or has the one behind you grown so arrogant that he can casually erase artists within the base S territory? These words struck like thunderclaps, sending cold sweat down Han Feng and the others' backs. I turned around, leaving them with an inscrutable silhouette. Don T, follow me. Go back and tell your boss. I'll pay a visit when I have time. With that, my figure flickered slightly on the spot and vanished into the complex shadows of the factory, leaving the inspection team members exchanging bewildered glances. Kanglin First High School, on the campus thick with spiritual energy. Su Yu sat alone in a corner of the classroom. The noisy break between classes felt to him like it was separated by a thick, transparent wall. He lowered his head, his hands gripping tightly the worn-out basic cultivation manual, its pages reflecting his inner turmoil. In his heart, only one thought remained. As long as one could pass the exam, as long as he could escape the slums, all the humiliation would blow away with the wind. What happened to your face? A crisp voice like an Oriole's song sounded in his ear. Su Yu's breath hitched. He didn't need to look up to know who it was. Zu Leil, the school's flower. She wore a light blue school skirt, her high ponytail swaying slightly, exuding a vibrant, youthful spirit. I tripped while walking, Su Yu said in a low voice, deliberately keeping his distance. Zu Leil frowned tightly, her pretty face turning cold. Tripped? Who trips and gets finger marks like that? Did Wang Taidai's gang corner you again? So you didn't speak, just turned his back. You bastard! Exclamation. Just because his family has connections with the city guard, he thinks he can do whatever he wants. Zu Leil's chest heaved with anger. I am going to confront him. I don't believe this school has no rules! Exclamation. Don T go. Leil? Don T go, he'll get my dad fired. My dad's worked there for 20 years. That job is his lifeline. Looking at Su Yu's swollen, red face, still marked with dried blood, Zu Leil felt a pang in her heart. She bit her lip, her eyes reddening. So what if he loses his job? Are you just going to let him keep bullying you? Fine. I'll go beg my dad just stay away from me from now on. Su Yu slowly released his grip, his voice cold as ice. Someone like me doesn't deserve to stand with you. Su Yu, you stubborn blockhead! Exclamation. Zu Leil stomped her foot in frustration, tears welling up in her eyes, then turned and ran back to her seat. This whole scene was captured by a boy with dyed yellow hair in the front row. He let out a sinister chuckle, his fingers flying across his phone screen, sending a message. Brother Tai, that Su Yu kid is hitting on Leil again. He even held her hand. Before the second theory class was even over, Su Yu was called out of the classroom. The location was remote, with only a few blind spots for the cameras. When Su Yu stepped inside, the heavy alloy door slammed shut. 5 burly students had already surrounded him, closing in. In the distance, a supervising teacher sat drinking tea. He lifted his eyelids slightly, and upon seeing the leader was Wang Taidai, he looked away. He expressionlessly put on the headphones and turned around. You motherless bastard. You really never learned, do you? Wang Tai, dressed in a branded fighting suit, cracked his knuckles, sending out a series of crisp pops. He was also at the great perfection of the flesh strength stage, but having soaked in various expensive medicinal baths since childhood, his blood and Kai were far denser than an ordinary student's. I told you, if you dare approach Zu Leil again, I'll break your legs. You took my words as wind in your ears. With a sharp sound, Wang Tai, without warnings, delivered a slap that viciously struck Su Yu's face. Su Yu's head was knocked to the side, and a coppery taste instantly filled his mouth. He clenched his teeth and didn't move, his dead fish eyes looking utterly irritating. "When I get back, I'll have my uncle fire your useless father and even slap him with a dereliction of duty charge, so he rots in prison for the rest of his life." The words fire and prison stabbed like poisoned needles deep into Su Yu's taut nerves. That was his father, the man who had groveled beneath the city wall for 20 years, just to raise him. "Don't you dare touch my dad." "So what if I do? Trash like you thinks you can fight me." Wang Tai sneered with disdain and swung another punch straight at Su Yu's face. In that instant, Su Yu felt a sudden surge from his long-dormant dantian. A violent, unprecedented heat. That heat, like a flood pent up for over a decade, finally burst forth completely. Boom! The surrounding air seemed to freeze slightly. Deep in Su Yu's pupils, a glint of gold flashed. His body, once frail from malnutrition, now rippled with intense muscle movement, and a faint layer of red true kai emerged on his skin. Slab! A calloused hand firmly caught Wang Tai's heavy punch. How Wang Tai froze. He realized his fist felt like it was stuck in 10,000-year-old ice. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't budge it an inch. Blood Kai Wang Tai noticed in terror that Su Yu's aura was climbing at a terrifying speed, directly breaking through the barrier of the flesh strength stage. The overwhelming pressure made it hard for him to breathe. Blood Kai realms. "This can't be," I said. "Don't touch my dad." Su Yu's voice turned extremely hoarse, as if carrying the rhythm of some ancient beast. He took half a step, drew his bow fully, unified his stance and breath, and with the most basic fierce bull fist, he struck. The air rumbled with a faint dragon's roar. Bang! Wang Tai flew like a cannonball, crashing into the reinforced wall in the distance. He didn't even let out a scream before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed like a pile of mud. Unconscious. Alive or dead unknowns. Brother? Bro, this? How is this possible? The remaining lackeys fled in terror, their souls scattered by fear. Seeing the tangible aura around Su Yu, they had no courage left to fight. They scrambled out the door. In the distance, the supervising teacher was so startled that his teacup shattered on the floor. He frantically tore off his headphones, pointed at Su Yu, and screamed, "What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? Harming young Master Wang, 10 of your lives couldn't pay for it." Su Yu stood in the center of the dance studio, staring blankly at his own hands. At that moment, he felt his body brimming with endless power. But as reason returned, a deep sense of dread surged within him. He had broken through, but he had also crippled the nephew of the vice principal. "I'm doomed," Su Yu muttered to himself. Far away in the district, my footsteps paused slightly. At the same time, ding, detected that your son, Su Yu, has broken through in battle, advancing to the early stage of the Blood Kai realm. System evaluation. Your son's realm has increased. According to the Zigui system's judgment, the Zixi's realm has been elevated. The host S current subtemple realm has been synchronized. The host S realm, at the Kai acupoint stage 2nd layer, has been elevated to the Martial King stage 6th layer. What is going on? The Master S face looked like he'd seen a ghost. Look, Su Yu's seat is empty. He was just called away by Wang Tiana and her group. Zula sat in his seat, his nails dug deep into his palms. Anxiety nearly drowned him. He knew Wang Tai too well, that arrogant brat, relying on his uncle Fu Tonglin, bullying everyone without restraint. He didn't do anything. He suddenly stood up, and even ran toward the second training ground. When he pushed open that heavy alloy door, the sight before him nearly made him freeze. Wang Tai lay unconscious on the ground like a dead dog. Brother? Bro? The few henchmen who had been swaggering around now trembled like leaves in the wind, cowering in the corners, not daring to breathe loudly. And Su Yu, that always silent, always hunched over youth, now stood dazed in the center of the training ground. Su Yu! Zula screamed and rushed over. How dare you commit assault on school grounds? The Dean of Discipline arrived shortly after. Seeing Wang Tai on the ground, he was scared out of his wits. His finger, pointing at Su Yu, trembled uncontrollably. Do you have any idea who Wang Tai is? You're in huge trouble. Su Yu, what exactly is going on here? The homeroom teacher was also full of shock and worry. Su Yu slowly turned his head, his eyes hollow yet carrying a heartbreaking stubbornness. His voice was terrifyingly hoarse. He said he'd put my dad in prison. He wanted to mess with my dad. I can't let him hurt my dad. Don't be foolish. The Dean of Discipline stomped his foot in anger. His words were full of contempt. So what if he said it? You hit him, your useless father will only die faster. Deputy Commander Wang, crushing you two is like crushing 2 ants. As his words fell, a screeching brake sound came from outside the door. Along with hurried footsteps, a middle-aged man and woman burst in with overwhelming killing intent. Tai the middle-aged woman let out a piercing wail and threw herself beside Wang Tai. Meanwhile, the man in a black gold chain combat suit, with eyes as venomous as a snake's, Wang Tai's father, Wang Heng, the moment he saw his only son's miserable state, the air around Wang Heng seemed to freeze. Who did this? Wang Heng's voice, deep and grating, as if ground out from his throat. Each word carried a chilling surge of blood energy. The Dean of Discipline scurried over like a lapdog, bowing and scraping as he pointed at Su Yu. Mr. Wang? It's this mongrel from the slums. He must have taken some stimulant just now. Suddenly went mad and attacked young Master Wang Tai. We couldn't stop him. Good? Wang Heng laughed in fury. A powerful aura of mid-stage blood energy exploded instantly, pressing down on the students gathered around, almost suffocating them. In this Kanglan city, no one has dared to beat my son Wang Heng like this. Little bastard. Today I'll break every bone in your body. Don't you dare touch him. Zu Leil spread her arms, fiercely shielding Su Yu. Her eyes red as she shouted. Wang Tai ambushed him first. They started it. You can be unreasonable. Reasonable? Wang Heng sneered disdainfully, his gaze toward Zu Leil, filled with a cold indifference to human life. In this Kanglan city, my Wang family is the law. Get lost. He casually waved his hand. A powerful hidden force formed a visible air current and sent the fragile Zu Leil flying. Leil? Su Yu cried out, moving like lightnings, catching Zu Leil steadily midair. He felt his body brimming with endless power. The golden light in Su Yu's eyes completely exploded. The blood energy, already mostly spent from the breakthrough, at this moment surged wildly like a withered tree blooming anew. A faint, subtle pressure emanated from his thin frame. He gently set down Zu Leil, slowly turned around, and faced the mid-stage blood Kai expert head-on. You want to make a move on me, and him too? Su Yu's voice grew eerily calm, so calm it sent chills down the spine. You reckless fool. Kneel. Wang Heng bellowed, lunging like a tiger descending a mountain, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, straight for Su Yu's throat. This strike carried killing intent. He showed no regard for the fact that his opponent was just a student. The surrounding teachers shut their eyes in terror. Yet at that moment, Su Yu's senses had entered a mysterious state. Wang Heng's lightning-fast movements now appeared riddled with flaws in his eyes. HMPH Su Yu let out a low growl. Instead of blocking, he twisted his body in an uncanny dodge, slipping almost flush against the ground, evading the lethal strike entirely. In an instant, he cut into Wang Heng's lower stance. What Wang Heng's pupils shrank. He sensed a deadly threat. Su Yu's entire force erupted from his soles, traveling up his spine to his right palm. That palm glowed with a faint, alternating luster of gold and green, the mark of pure, burning blood energy. Bang! The palm slammed solidly into Wang Heng's abdomen. A dull impact echoed through the entire martial arts hall. The sound wasn't like flesh hitting flesh. It was more like two 10,000-pound iron ingots colliding against each other. Wang Heng's once ferocious expression froze completely. He felt a tyrannical, unreasonable force, like a venomous dragon, burrow into his dantian, instantly shattering his blood energy defense. This mid-stage blood Kai expert flew backward like a broken sack, knocking over an entire row of testing equipment. Finally, he landed on one knee, vomiting a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. The entire hall fell dead silent. The dean's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a fist. How is this possible? Wang Heng clutched his abdomen, fear finally surfacing in his eyes. He's just a kid who just broke through. How could he hurt me? Su Yu panted heavily, sweat on his skin turning to steam in the heat. Though he had repelled his opponent, this cross-tier challenge had pushed his body nearly to its limit. I'll kill you. Wang Heng, enraged and humiliated, pulled out a miniature high-pressure vibrating dagger from his chest. Just as the situation hung by a thread, the ceiling shattered with a rumble. Massive alloy beams snapped like dry branches. Steel bars twisted with teeth-grinding screeches. Thick dust mixed with rubble formed a colossal pillar of light, under the sunlight, shining straight down into the center of the martial arts hall. And at the very heart of that pillar, a figure stood in midair, treading on emptiness. His faded gray work clothes, worn white from washing, at that moment seemed more majestic than a dragon robe. Purple gold blood energy, like solid silk, flowed slowly around him. Wang Jing walked through the void, his physical body treading on emptiness, a sign of transcending mortal limits, and truly entering a higher realm of life evolution. An indescribable, terrifying pressure, like 10,000 mountains crashing down at once, instantly filled the entire martial arts hall. Thud, thud, except for Su Yu, who was wrapped in a gentle aura. Everyone present, the dean, the homeroom teacher, and the students who had just been watching, all had their knees buckle, falling in unison to the ground in prostration. They knelt down in perfect unison. It wasn't that they wanted to kneel. It was a deep-seated instinct from their genes, the submission to a higher life form. It forced them to their knees. And at the center of this oppressive pressure was none other than Wang Heng, who had just tried to kill Su Yu. Now, Wang Heng had none of the bearing of a blood Kai realm expert. He was like a dead toad pinned to a chopping board. He spread his body into a big shape, flattened against the cracked ground. His bones creaked and cracked. His face was twisted and deformed from the pressure. His eyes bulged out. He stared fixedly at the figure in the sky. Like a god or demons. walking through the air. From Wang Heng's throat came broken, raspy breaths. The venom in his eyes instantly turned into sheer terror. A martial king. When did Kanglan Bay City get a martial king? In a place where even a grandmaster was considered a big shot. A martial king, that was heaven itself. It was a legend. I slowly lowered my head. In those violet gold eyes, there was only the cold indifference of looking down at an ant. In that dead silence, Su Yu looked up at that familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Her eyes instantly reddened. Her voice trembled as she called out that word. That exclamation. It was like a thunderclap, striking everyone present right on the crown of their heads. Clubla knelt on the ground, struggling to lift his head. Yanjing, Su Yu's father, that wall-guarding father. The discipline director was shaking like a leaf. His mind replayed the time he had called Suwa waste. He felt darkness closing in before his eyes, wishing he could just faint on the spot. Heaven's exclamation. He had just mocked the son of a martial king for not being able to afford the registration fee. You dare touch my son? My figure slowly descended, hovering 3 inches off the ground. I looked at Wang Heng on the ground, my tone so calm it sent chills down to the marrow. You really have guts. No, senior. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding exclamation. Wang Heng felt the tangible killing intent. His guts trembling with fear, he desperately tried to beg for mercy. I didn't know he was your son. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared even with 10,000 guts. I am from the Wang family. My brother-in-law is the deputy commander of the city defense. Please. For his sake, I didn't even bother to hear his rambling. I lightly lifted my right foot. Then, like stamping out a cigarette butt, seemingly gently, I brought it down. Bang. No flashy moves, no earth-shattering explosion, just the sound of a watermelon crushed by a heavy hammer. Wang Heng's head, along with his pleas for mercy, exploded into a mist of blood under my foot. In an instant, the headless corpse twitched twice, then lay still. Blood splattered onto the face of the middle-aged woman beside him. Wang Heng's mother, the warm, sticky sensation jolted her out of her stupor. On exclamation, the middle-aged woman stared at her husband's headless corpse and instantly broke down. She collapsed to the ground, crawling backward on hands and feet. Her expensive dress was stained with blood. You killed him. You actually killed him! Exclamation. Expressionless, I turned around. My blood-stained leather boots made crisp clicks on the broken tiles as I walked step by step toward that woman. Don't come near me! Exclamation. The middle-aged woman was disheveled, her makeup smeared across her face. In her extreme terror, she tried to grasp at her last lifeline. My elder brother is Wang Mang. He asked the deputy commander of the city defense army, killing someone from the Wang family. My brother 1T let you go. The city lord 1T let you go either! Exclamation. She screamed hoarsely, trying to use these connections to dispel the shadow of death that clung to her. Yet my steps didn't pause for even half a second. Is the deputy commander of the city defense force so impressive? This rhetorical question was filled with ultimate contempt. You rely on your brother's influence, indulging your son in bullying classmates at school, committing all kinds of evil. Today, your retribution has come. As his words fell, I slowly raised my right hand. In the center of my palm, purple golden blood energy began to condense wildly. The surrounding air twisted from the intense heat. No. Don't. The middle-aged woman felt the suffocation of death. She closed her eyes in despair and screamed. The ceiling shattered with a rumble. Suddenly, a furious roar came from afar, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking air boom. The already crumbling door of the martial arts hall was blasted away by a violent force. A figure clad in silver commander armor, with an imposing aura, charged in like a cannonball. The newcomer had a dignified face, his blood energy blazing like a furnace. He was none other than the deputy commander of the city defense force, Wang Meng, who had rushed over upon receiving the news. The moment he entered, he saw his brother-in-law's headless corpse and his sister trapped under my palm. You bastard! Wang Meng's eyes nearly split with rage. He couldn't see through my cultivation level, but he instinctively believed that in Kanglan Bay City, no one would dare kill someone right in front of him. Whoever you are, daring to commit murder in a school and kill a noble, you're challenging the laws of all Kanglan City. Wang Meng drew the alloy battle saber at his waist, the blade pointing straight at me. The pressure of his aura burst forth, trying to intimidate me into kneeling and surrendering immediately. Otherwise, I slowly turned my head, looking at this big shot who had rushed over to die. A flicker of impatience passed through my eyes. Laws, I sneered. When you bullied my son, where were the laws? When you stole his spot, where were the laws? Now you talk to me about laws. My figure suddenly vanished from where I stood. Wang Meng only saw a blur before his eyes. The man who had been 10 meters away was now right in front of his nose. That terrifying aura, enough to freeze his soul, exploded without restraint at that moment. Your Wang Meng's pupils shrank to pinpricks. His battle saber couldn't even be swung in time. The stiffness throughout his body told him a desperate truth. The gap between them. In your next life, remember to control your family. My large hand, like an iron clamp, casually seized Wang Meng's head. No unnecessary words, no hesitation. Bang! like crushing a rotten tomato. This deputy commander, who wielded immense power in Kanglan Bay City and controlled countless lives, didn't even have time to scream. His head exploded instantly, his body swayed, and the saber in his hand clattered to the ground. I casually flicked the blood off my hand, as if shaking off something dirty. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Zula covered her mouth, and the dean rolled his eyes and fainted. I stood in the pool of blood, the pent-up anger of 20 years, half released from my chest. Today, I was furious. With my experience of living 2 lifetimes, I could endure many things. Back down and laugh them off, but the one thing they absolutely should not have done was touch my son. I slowly turned around, looking at Wang's mother, who had already fainted from fear, the killing intent in my eyes undiminished. Then my gaze swept to the corner, where the trembling dean stood. Senior, please show mercy. From the original spot, a deep, prolonged wave of sound, like a tide, poured into the shattered No. 2 Martial Arts Hall. The hand that was about to strike paused slightly in midair. I slowly turned my head, my purple golden eyes gazing indifferently at the doorway. The light there twisted and warped. An old man in a tang suit, with pure white hair, slowly walked out from the dust. He appeared to stagger with each step, but every time his foot landed, the gravel beneath silently turned to powder. Early Grandmaster Realm. This was the highest authority of Kanglan Bay City. The city lord, Pan Hong. Normally, Pan Hong was a figure who looked down on the world from the clouds, the guardian deity of this steel jungle. But at this moment, a fine layer of cold sweat seeped out on the old man's forehead, his originally straight spine. Under my tangible martial king pressure, couldn't he help but bend slightly, assuming a humble posture. I am Pan Hong's City Lord of Kanglan Bay City. As Pan Hong stepped closer, he stopped about 10 meters away from me. The death line his instincts sensed. He glanced at the 2 headless corpses on the ground, his eyes twitching wildly. Then, taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply to me, his tone carrying a hint of respect. Senior, I know a little about today's matter. It is truly a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. A playful smirk curled at the corner of my mouth. Those 2 words rolled on my tongue, dripping with sarcasm. Pan Hong forced himself to continue. The Wang family, relying on their military merits and influence, have indeed been arrogant and overbearing. As city lord, busy with city defense affairs, I failed to supervise the subordinate families properly. I bear responsibility, but now, the culprits Wang Heng and Wang Meng have been executed. They've received their due punishment. The remaining survivors are merely women and children, not deserving of death. I hope Senior can, for the sake of my thin face, calm your anger. Pan Hong's words were extremely polished. They gave me face, while trying to use the bigger picture to downplay the matter. Yet, ha exclamation, I suddenly burst into laughter. Looking up at the sky, what a fine misunderstanding, what a fine failed supervision, what a fine not deserving of death exclamation. The laughter stopped abruptly. I lowered my head sharply, my finger like a sword, pointing straight at Su Yu, who was watching from not far away. Pan Hong's, open your dog eyes and look. If I didn't have the strength of a martial king. When Wang Heng was about to kill my son, where were you? When Wang Meng raised his blade to execute me on the spot, where was your misunderstanding then? My voice rose with each word, growing colder and colder. Every syllable was like a heavy hammer, slamming hard into Pan Hong's chest. If it were my son and I who died today, would you step forward and call it a misunderstanding? You'd probably just sign the case report, calling us bandits deserving death exclamation. Pan Hong's face turned pale. He opened his mouth, but was speechless because I spoke the truth. This was the unspoken rule of this high martial world. Survival of the fittest. The strong rule. Since you set these rules, don't blame me for breaking them. The purple gold light in my eyes flared. Now, I've only killed a few would-be murderers. And you clowns, one by one, jump out to lecture me about reason, about mercy. Too late exclamation. Boom. The moment my words fell, I didn't hold back. Instead, I suddenly increased my pressure output. This time, it wasn't aimed at the whole crowd, but precisely landed on the 3 survivors. Wang Tai's mother, Wang Tai, and the already terrified Dean of Discipline. Screams instantly pierced the sky. The middle-aged woman, already limp on the ground, felt as if an ancient divine mountain had crushed down on her back. Crack, crack, crunch, crunch. That was the crisp sound of his bones shattering under immense pressure. His well-maintained face instantly turned the color of pig liver. Blood gushed wildly from his mouth and nose as if it cost nothing. His entire body collapsed onto the ground like a pile of mud. His eyes rolled back, clearly breathing out more than in. As for Wang Tai, this once arrogant campus bully, he was even more pitiful now. Under the crushing pressure, his internal organs, already injured by Su Yu, completely ruptured, he convulsed violently in a pool of blood. His features twisted into a mess from extreme agony. His throat emitted gurgling, dying sounds. The look in his eyes as he stared at me no longer held any defiance, only the despair of begging for a quick death. As for the disciplinary director, his forehead was already a bloody mess. Spare me, Senior, spare me. Senior, I have elders above and children below. Please. Just let me go like a fart. Watching this scene, City Lord Pan Hong's face turned extremely gray. As a grandmaster, when had he ever been so blatantly ignored? Staring at my unrestrained purple gold Trukai, he dared not move. He knew clearly the gap between a martial king and a grandmaster. It was a chasm. If I truly wanted to kill him, it would probably take no more than 10 moves. Pan Hong took a deep breath, forcing down the rage of humiliation. His tone turned urgent and grave. Senior. Wait, I'm not trying to stop your revenge, but this Wang family is no simple matter. Pan Hong stepped forward, lowering his voice, with a mix of warning and pleading. Though the Wang family is just a clan in Kanglan City, their main branch is in the Jiangnan Grand Base. I've heard there's an elder serving in the military high command, even connected to certain war gods and powerhouses. Now that Wang Teng and Wang Meng are dead, the Wang family will surely be enraged. If you wipe out these orphans and widows today, it will be an irreconcilable feud. It might even attract even more terrifying experts, or a federal manhunt. Saying this, Pan Hong paused, glanced at my expression, and continued. Senior, your divine skills are unmatched, so you naturally fear nothing. But what about your son? He's still young. If he has to live a life on the run, fleeing for his days, unable to attend a proper martial arts university, is that what you want to see? These words finally stirred a flicker in my eyes. I'm not afraid of death, nor of battle, but I fear my son having no future. I fought tooth and nail to grow stronger. Wasn't it also that Su Yu could live like a normal person, standing upright under the sun? I let out a cold laugh, my gaze cutting like a blade at Pan Hong. Using the Federation to pressure me, using the Wang family to pressure me. Pan Hong, do you think I'd be afraid? But I, Su Wu, am not unreasonable. With a shift in tone, the pressure that was about to crush the last breath out of the three slightly eased. You want me to spare these dogs' lives? Fine, I pointed at the ground, at the Wang mother and son lying like dead dogs. Then at Pan Hong's. Since you say you want to protect them, then pay a ransom for their lives. You're so eager to save them, only because you're afraid the Wang main branch will blame you, affecting your political record and official hat. Since it's for your position, shouldn't you bleed a little for them? Pan Hong was stunned, then inwardly overjoyed. As long as we could negotiate, it wasn't a dead end. I was strong, but clearly still rational. For a powerhouse, killing a few ants wasn't satisfying, but tangible resources, that was real profit. Rest assured. Senior, Pan Hong quickly replied, but if it can be exchanged for tangible resources, that is where the true benefit lies. Rest assured. Senior, Pan Hong quickly said, afraid I'd back out. The villagers are willing to act as guarantors, as long as you spare their lives. Senior, I represent the City Lord's mansion, and also represent the Wang family, in offering compensation that will satisfy you. 100 million Federation credits, plus a standalone estate in the core district. Then Pan Hong gritted her teeth, and said with pain, plus 3 vials of B-grade blood kai, and a high-level 5G manual. Hearing these terms, those still conscious around them, all gasped sharply. 100 million Federation credits is enough for a wealthy family to squander for several lifetimes in Kanglan Base. As for blood kai, in Kanglan Base, it's priceless and unavailable. A high-level 5G manual is a cultivation technique only core disciples of major families can practice. How is this compensation? This is practically emptying their family vault. I was silent for a moment. I didn't care about the money. With a cauldron in hand, what I lack least are techniques and realms. But Su Yu needed them. Only if Su Yu improves can I become stronger. Is that all? I asked coldly. With a sneer, cold sweat dripped from Pan Hong's forehead. This is already the limit of liquid funds. The Wang family can mobilize in Kanglan City. Plus full waiver of repair fees for this no. 2 martial Dao master, and a guaranteed admission slot for Su Yu in 5 subjects. I'll personally approve it. Hearing that last part, the killing intent in my eyes finally faded slowly. Fine. No need for the guaranteed admission. My son, on his own, can get into the best martial arts university. I waved my hand like shooing a fly. I'll spare your miserable lives this time. But my gaze shifted to the already soiled disciplinary director. I flicked my finger lightly, with a streak of purple gold finger kai. It instantly pierced through the disciplinary director's dantian. The disciplinary director let out a desperate scream. Death penalty can be avoided, but living punishment cannot be escaped. Such a petty villain is unfit to be a teacher. I'll waste your cultivation. Get out of the education world. After doing all this, I didn't even glance at Pan Hong. The terrifying martial king aura receded like a tide. I turned around. The murderous godlike demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by a face full of concern and gentleness. I quickly walked up to Su Yu. Looking at my son's wounds and bloodstains, my eyes were filled with heartache. Are you okay? Son, I reached out my hand. A gentle stream of purple gold kai infused into Su Yu's body, instantly stabilizing his surging blood and energy. Su Yu felt the warm current inside, looking at this familiar yet towering father before him. His eyes grew hot. He shook his head. His eyes sparkled with unprecedented determination. Dad, I'm fine. Just some superficial injuries. Good. That's the spirit. Truly my son. Su Wu's bloodline. I laughed heartily and patted my son's shoulder heavily. Then my gaze turned to the girl beside him. Though disheveled, still standing stubbornly, little girl Zu Leil, thank you for protecting my son today. Another day, I'll have this kid treat you to a meal. Zu Leil. Under the gaze of this martial king uncle, her face instantly reddened to the roots of her neck. She stammered, no need to thank me. Uncle? I smiled and pulled my son's shoulder. Let's go, son. Let's go home. We'll have a good drink today. Father and son, the sunlight was just right. I led Su Yu out of the campus with big strides. On the way home, the old streets were still noisy, but both their mindsets were completely different. Su Yu occasionally glanced at me from the side. That face was still the same face, even though he had switched back to that lazy expression. In Su Yu's eyes, my figure had become as towering as a mountain under the moon. Finally reaching the deserted alley entrance, Su Yu couldn't help but voice the doubt in his heart. Dad, how did you suddenly become a dance king? I remember when you were young. You were only a grandmaster, and for these 20 years, your injuries. Su Yu's mind was full of question marks. Not only are the injuries healed, but you've jumped several ranks and become a king. This is more absurd than a novel. I stopped walking, pulled a flattened cigarette from my pocket, and lit it with a wisp of spiritual flame. I took a deep breath and blew out a smoke ring, turned to look at my son, my eyes as deep as a pool of water. The matter of the system was too shocking, and explaining it would be troublesome. Son, actually, your father never gave up these past 20 years. I started spouting nonsense with a straight face, yet it carried 7 parts of true feeling. The injuries back then were severe, but they also broke my limits. These 20 years, I polished shoes under the city wall, carried bricks at construction sites, seemingly just surviving, but in truth, it was tempering my heart in the mortal world. I was always waiting for an opportunity. Perhaps it was your performance today. I reached out, straightened my son's messy collar, and said softly, it completed my state of mind. The shackles of 20 years shattered. Su Yu's blood boiled. His eyes reddened again. Su Yu choked up and said, "It's okay. What's a grown man crying for?" I smiled and ruffled my son's hair. Some things don't need to be delved into. You just need to know, from today onward, in this Kanglan-based city, or even the entire Federation, no one can bully us father and son anymore. And I looked up at the distant starry sky. A chilling glint flashed in my eyes. Since I've recovered, and even advanced further, then it's time to settle some old scores. Son, cultivate well. When you get into Kyoto Martial University, when you reach the Martial King realm, we'll go to the depths of the stars. Su Yu was stunned. Then his heart pounded wildly. Go to the stars? For what? I stubbed out the cigarette, my voice as light as the wind, yet as heavy as 1,000 pounds. To bring your mother home. Su Yu clenched his fists tightly. Yes? The young man's reply was resounding. The morning sunlight of the next day was no longer like before, carrying the sour, dusty smell of decay, but poured through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, without reservation, onto the mirror-like marble floor. Kanglan Bay City, District 1, Cloudtop Manor, here was the core area of the entire base city, where land was precious. Its residents were either wealthy or noble. And at this moment, this top-floor standalone villa, numbered 001, had welcomed its new owner. I asked for 3 days off for Su Yu from school. After what happened yesterday, the kid needed time to process, and also needed time to adapt to this earth-shattering new world. Is this really our home? Su Yu held a worn-out photo frame, standing in the center of the massive 200-square-meter living room, looking somewhat uneasy. Under his feet was a carpet woven from unknown beast hide. Above hung a crystal chandelier. The surrounding holographic smart home system was automatically adjusting the indoor temperature and humidity. Compared to the leaky, peeling 30-square-meter rundown apartment they lived in yesterday, it was a world of difference. Silly boy. Is this enough to scare you? I wore a loose training suit, fiddling with the manor key card, sent by City Lord Pan Hong. I casually tossed that symbol of authority. He tossed the highest tier access card onto the coffee table, walking over with a smile. This is just the beginning. From now on, we'll live in a place 10 times bigger than this, 100 times bigger. We might even go out into the stars. Su Yu was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded firmly. In the past, he would have thought I was bragging. But after what happened yesterday, that scene of martial arts descending like a god, even if I said I shaped the sun with my own hands, Su Yu would believe it. The father and son didn't bring much luggage. That home in the slums, aside from memories, really had nothing worth keeping. We only took some old clothes, and the most important thing, an old iron box, filled with photos of the child's mother. After a busy morning, the father and son personally placed those memory-filled photo frames in every corner of the new home, looking at the gentle smile of the mother in the photos, still warm against the luxurious backdrop. This cold, enormous mansion finally had a trace of warmth. Su Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and collapsed onto the leather sofa. He casually picked up a bottle of the specially supplied blue algae nutrient water on the table and took a gulp. This luxury item, costing 5 federal coins per bottle. He had only ever seen in ads before. Now it was just their daily drinking water. Dad? Su suddenly put down the bottle, his expression turning serious and puzzled. What's wrong? I was just calibrating the gravity training room at home, Wen Yan said as he walked out. Actually, back at the martial arts market yesterday, I kept feeling like something was off with my condition. Su stared at his own hands, his brows tightly furrowed. Even though I broke through to the Kai and Blood realm, I've read in books before that people who have just entered the Kai and Blood realm have their Kai and Blood as restless as mist. But Wang Heng was at the mid-stage of the Kai and Blood realm, so his Kai and Blood should be as condensed as water. Logically, even if my punch could hit him, it would at most make him flinch. There's no way it could directly break through his protective true Kai and send him flying that far. And at that moment, I felt like there was a vortex inside me, with the surrounding air all drilling into my body. The more Su spoke, the more baffled he became. My eyes narrowed slightly as I listened. Actually, I've been wondering about that too. Though they say a tiger father doesn't have a dog son. Su's performance yesterday wasn't just a simple challenge across levels. It was almost a crushing burst of power. Come over here and sit down. Calm your mind and steady your breath. Don't resist. I walked up to my son, my expression turning serious. Su obediently sat cross-legged on the carpet. Closing his eyes, I extended my right hand and gently placed it on my son's back. With a thought, a strand of gentle yet extremely pure martial king level Kai and blood flowed slowly into Su's meridians. Under my inner sight, the scene inside Su's body was clearly revealed in my mind. The moment I saw it clearly, I was startled. A normal martial artist at the early stage of the Kai and Blood realm would have Kai and blood flowing like a gentle stream, thin and slow, but the Kai and blood inside Su's body appeared as a dark red, viscous substance, as heavy as mercury, though the total amount was indeed just at the early stage. This density and quality were even more terrifying than the late stage of the Kai and Blood realm. His meridians were wide, and his bones faintly shimmered with a jade-like luster. This kid-ass foundation, how did it suddenly become so thick? I was puzzled, just as I was controlling that strand of Kai and blood, preparing to delve deeper into Su's danshan to investigate. A sudden change occurred. The originally quiet, coiled mass of dark red Kai and blood in Su's danshan seemed to sense the invasion of foreign energy. It instantly came to life. Su's danshan suddenly began to spin. It actually transformed into a bottomless black vortex. What my expression shifted drastically. I sensed that strand of blood energy I had channeled in was now uncontrollably being violently dragged by that vortex. Devoured, even worse. That force traveled along my palm, trying to plunder the blood energy from my own body. Not good, I reacted swiftly. My martial king cultivation erupted in an instant, forcibly severing the connection with that blood energy, and I yanked my hand back like lightning, staggering back a few steps. Even so, that eerie recoil force still pushed me, caught off guard, half a step backward. Meanwhile, Su's whole body trembled as he suddenly opened his eyes. Not only was he unharmed, but he felt that in that instant, a warm current surged through his entire body. The muscles that had been sore from moving house instantly recovered, and the blood energy within him had even grown slightly stronger. Dad? What's wrong? Su saw me step back and was startled. Is there something wrong with my body? I didn't answer immediately, because deep in my mind at that moment, the system notification that had been silent for so long was ringing out like thunder. Ding! Detected that Zai Su's blood energy has undergone a qualitative change. Congratulations, host. Zai Su has successfully awakened the hidden physique Chaos Body. Chaos Body, one of the most supreme physiques in heaven and earth. Those with this physique have no attribute restrictions on their blood energy. They can devour all forms of energy for their own use. At the same cultivation level, they are invincible. Breaking through realms is as easy as drinking water. Their blood energy density starts at 10 times that of an ordinary person. According to the parent-child inheritance rule, when a child awakens a physique, the host will receive an advanced feedback. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the supreme chaos body. In that very instant, I felt an earth-shattering explosion. Inside my own body, the purple-gold blood energy that had been flowing within me suddenly collapsed and contracted, finally transforming into an indescribable color. It was the color of chaos, a hazy gray. If I had to say, Su's chaos body was like a powerful vacuum cleaner, able to absorb surrounding energy. Then my supreme chaos body was a black hole in the making. I clenched my fist, feeling that terrifying power that could control everything, and my heart was filled with shock and awe. This system is too domineering. Dad? Are you okay? Su saw me standing there frozen. I took a deep breath, instantly concealing all my aura. Looking at my anxious son, a mysterious smile curled at the corner of my mouth. I spoke with deliberate gravity. What's the panic? Your dad's fine. I just discovered an incredible secret. Secret? Su was stunned. The reason you felt something strange in your body just now is because you have awakened an extremely rare special physique. I clasped my hands behind my back and began to explain this physique with a serious tone. It allows you to have a blood energy density far beyond ordinary people. And in battle, you can absorb your enemy's blood energy to recover yourself. That's exactly why you were able to send Wang Heng flying with one punch. Su Yu was stunned, his mouth agape, and then a wave of immense excitement surged within him. Special physique, absorbing others' power. The light in the young man's eyes was even more dazzling than the sun outside the window. Heavens! Doesn't that mean I'm a peerless genius? One in a million? You could say that I smiled and nodded, my eyes full of affection. As long as you're willing to work hard, your future achievements will be limitless. Hearing my confirmation, Su Yu jumped up excitedly on the spot, waving his fists. Suddenly, he stopped, turned around, and looked at me with burning eyes, his face brimming with youthful ambition. Since I'm a peerless genius, I've made up my mind. About what? I raised an eyebrow. Su Yu took a deep breath, pointing at the vast sky outside the window. He said, "In 5 years, no. Within 3 years, I will surpass you. I'll become a powerhouse even stronger than the Martial King. Then it'll be my turn to protect you. I'll take you to the stars and bring Mom back." Seeing my son's earnest and passionate look, I was stunned for a moment. Then I lowered my head, my shoulders trembling slightly, as if I was holding back laughter. "Surpass me? Oh, my foolish son, every step you take forward, I'll automatically take 4 steps forward, and I'll even pave the road into a highway for you. In this lifetime, if you want to surpass me, I'm afraid the only way is to wait until I'm too old to move." I coughed twice, forcing down the smile at the corners of my mouth. I walked over and patted Su Yu on the shoulder, encouraging him earnestly. "Good. You've got ambition. Your dad is looking forward to that day. But before you surpass me," I shifted the topic, pointing at the cluttered storage box nearby. "First, clean up your rooms. Whether you're a grand sect master or a prince, if you can't sweep one room, how can you sweep the world? Get to work, yes." "Sir, father." Su Yu gave a comical military salute, then cheerfully hugged the box and dashed toward his room. Watching my son's energetic back, the smile on my face gradually softened, then turned into a look of determination. Since my son has such talent, I can't let him just stay in the greenhouse of school. I need to find him some real whetstones. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the giant floor-to-ceiling windows of Cloudtop Manor, spilling onto the floor. I had just put down my chopsticks, leaning back comfortably on the leather sofa, picking my teeth. Su Yu's was diligently clearing the dishes. Ever since we moved into this big villa in the district, this kid still hadn't fully adjusted to this life of luxury, always looking for something to do, as if only that made him feel grounded. Asterisk ding dong dot asterisk the crisp, pleasant doorbell broke the afternoon calms. A hint of understanding flashed in my eyes. I raised an eyebrow. "Looks like that old fox Pan Hong is pretty efficient. I'll get the door." I stood up, walked to the 3-meter-high carved door, and pressed the open button. Outside the door stood 2 men in black tailored suits. They weren't ordinary couriers, but the elite guards of the city lord's mansion. Each exuded the aura of a Xianxian martial artist. But at this moment, these 2 experts, who could dominate outside, faced me. With bated breath, Senior Su, one of the black-clad men, said, holding a vintage purple sandalwood box with both hands, his voice trembling slightly, "This is an urgent delivery from the city lord. He said this is the first batch of compensation. If you're not satisfied, he'll search the treasury again." I glanced casually at the box, just one glance, and the 2 black-clad men felt their hair stand on end, as if stared down by a primordial beast. "All right, leave the items. Tell Pan Hong this matter is settled." I took the box casually, as if accepting a takeout order. "Yes, thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior." The 2 men, greatly relieved, bowed deeply to me, then fled Cloudtop Manor as if escaping. I closed the door and turned back to the living room. He placed the box on the marble coffee table. "Who's it from, Dad?" Su Yu wiped his hands and walked over, looking curiously at the exquisite wooden box. "Delivery guy," I casually made up. Then I flicked my finger lightly, snapping open the box's combination lock. With a click, the box opened. A rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire living room. Inside, the box was lined with thick velvet. In the center lay 3 thumb-thick test tubes, their contents shimmering with emerald liquid, like flowing jade. Occasionally, a few tiny bubbles rose, as if brimming with vibrant life. Beside the test tubes lay an ancient-looking book. Its cover bore 3 bold, powerful characters: Skyrending Blade, B-Grade Blood, Kai Potion, Jade Dragon's Breath. I glanced at them and recognized their origin. Even in my youth, I'd only seen such things in their prime. This time, he really went all out. Each of these 3 potions could fetch over 5 million federal credits on the black market, and even then, they're hard to come by. "These are for you." I pushed the box toward my son. My Su Yu was stunned, instinctively stammering, "Dad, this is too precious. Besides, You're a martial king now. Wouldn't these be better used by you? Silly boy, I chuckled, picking up a potion and swirling it under the light. At the martial king level, this B-grade potion, drinking it is like drinking sugar water. It won't boost your cultivation by a hair. But for you, this is a miraculous elixir for rebirth. With that, I shoved the box into Su Yu's arms, my gaze carrying unwavering encouragement. You're at the early Blood Kai realm now. Your foundation is solid, but you've just broken through. These 3 potions are enough to stabilize your stage, and even push you toward the mid-stage. As for this sky-rending blade, I pointed at the ancient tome. It's 100 times stronger than the land-shaking fierce bull fist I taught you before. The fierce bull fist trains brute strength, but the sky-rending blade trains killing intent. In this world, if you don't have a blade in hand, how can you protect yourself? Finally, holding the heavy box, feeling the medicinal fragrance wash over him, his eyes grew a bit hot. He wasn't foolish. He knew the value of these things. This wasn't just resources. It was a path to greatness I'd paved for him. All right, son, don't get all sentimental. I waved my hand, cutting off his emotional moment. I only got you 3 days off. Stay in the gravity chamber these 3 days, and fully digest all this. Yeah. Got it. Holding the box, Su Yu took a deep breath. He turned and walked toward the underground gravity training room. The next 3 days for Su Yu were both hell and heaven. On the first day, Su Yu sat cross-legged on the special alloy floor, downing the first jade dragon's breath in one gulp. For an ordinary martial artist, even at the late Blood Kai stage, such a potent potion would need to be diluted with water and taken in 3 doses. But Su Yu remembered his father's words about his special constitution, steeled his heart, and swallowed it all at once. Boom. The liquid hit his throat, instantly turning into rolling magma, surging through his limbs and bones. Agonizing pain. It felt like every blood vessel in his body was about to burst. But just as Su Yu gritted his teeth, on the verge of fainting, the mysterious black hole in his dantian awoke once more. That was the instinctive greed of the chaos body. Around Su Yu's body, a small vortex of blood kai formed. The violent medicinal power that had been rampaging inside him was suddenly drawn in, as if being devoured by an endless abyss. As if encountering a natural predator, it instantly became docile beyond measure, and was swept into that black hole-like golden, devouring sea-striped vortex. In just half an hour, what an ordinary person would need a week to absorb in medicinal properties was completely digested by Su Yu. Is this what a special physique is like? Su Yu felt the surging blood energy inside him, which had grown significantly. His face was full of shock. He didn't stop. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He picked up a second potion. The next day, Su Yu had fully adapted to this explosive surge of power. He was bare-chested, holding a training alloy battle blade. He swung it wildly under double gravity. The sky-rending blade emphasized speed and ruthlessness. One slash rends the sky, unstoppable against anything. At first, his movements were clumsy. He even nearly cut himself several times. But he never tired. Once, twice, 1,000 times sweat fell like rain, only to be instantly evaporated by the scorching heat radiating from his body. On the evening of the 3rd day, inside the underground training room, Su Yu's eyes were bloodshot, yet his aura had reached an extreme peak. 3 secret potions had been completely consumed by him. The blood energy inside him now roared like a mighty river in flood. The sound it made even escaped his body. Like rumbling thunder, break for me exclamation, Su Yu roared. The battle blade in his hand slashed out fiercely. This slash used no flashy techniques, just pure speed. Pure power. It was as if the air was torn apart like a thin sheet, letting out a piercing shriek. A visible milky white air blade followed the blade's arc, and directly on the alloy wall, left a half-inch deep white mark. At the same time, a certain barrier inside his body burst open with a bang. At this moment, in the first-floor living room, I was lounging with my legs crossed, watching the news broadcast on the holographic TV, holding a freshly brewed cup of top-grade Da Hongpao tea, completely at ease. Suddenly, a ding detected that Sun Su Yu trained diligently, fully absorbed 3 B-grade potions, successfully advanced to mid-stage blood energy realm. Reward cabinet unlocked. System judgment. This realm breakthrough. Host receives amplification feedback. Host realm synchronizing. Boom. The teacup in my hand trembled slightly, but not a single drop of tea spilled. Yet the power within me surged to new heights in that instant. Martial King. Mid-stage. Ding. Detected. That's Su Yu, after 1,000 practice swings, has achieved minor mastery in Skyrending Blade, triggering critical feedback. Host's Skyrending Blade automatically evolves to perfection. Congratulations, Host, on comprehending the essence of Skyrending Blade. In an instant, a sharp and overwhelming edge flashed through me and vanished. The genuine leather sofa in the living room, though untouched by any external force, its surface suddenly appeared covered in countless fine cracks, as if sliced by an invisible blade. I slowly closed my eyes. In my mind, countless insights about blade techniques surged like a tide. What was once just an ordinary manual for skyrending blade now felt as if I had mastered it for 100 years. I didn't even need to hold the blade. Just a single thought. Wherever my gaze fell, The air itself could become a blade. This feeling is really something. I set down the teacup, feeling the surging, ocean-like power within me. A smug, effortless smile curled at the corner of my mouth. My son sweats it out downstairs, while I, the father, level up drinking tea upstairs. Is this the joy of raising a son? Looks like I'll need to find more high-grade stuff for Xiao from now on. Just then, the basement door opened, covered in sweat, yet brimming with energy. Su rushed up, his face full of excitement as he shouted, "Dad!" exclamation. I've broken through to the mid-stage of Blood Kai calming, and I've also gotten the basics of the skyrending blade. I withdrew all the sharp blade aura from my body and transformed back into that kind old father figure, turning around with a smile. I said, "Not bad. Not bad." The next morning at dawn, the air was filled with a faint fragrance of flowers. At the dining table, I said casually, "Oh, by the way, I've already directly contacted the school's higher-ups. Starting from today, you only need to attend the morning theory classes and the basic practical demonstrations. As for those afternoon routine training sessions that waste time, you don't need to participate anymore." Su Yuan was slightly stunned. "Don't go to school training. Then what do I do?" I wiped my mouth with a napkin. A hint of a smile flickered in my eyes. "Come straight home after school, or I'll send you a location. Your current body is a chaos body. That kind of childish play pretend training at school can no longer satisfy you. From now on, in the afternoons, your old man will personally take charge and give you some extra lessons. Personal, specialized training." Su Yu looked at my unfathomable smile, and an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. "Okay, I understand." He knew I was already a super strong martial king. To receive personal guidance from a martial king, this was a fortune that countless people wouldn't even dare to dream of. At 6 a.m., Kanglin First High School, the moment Su Yu stepped through the school gates with his backpack, the originally noisy campus seemed to have been hit by a mute button. In the past, because of his poor family background and Wang Tai's oppression, Su Yu was like a ghost at school. Occasionally, he would even suffer cold sneers and scathing taunts from some snobs. But today, everything had changed. "Look, it's Su Yu. Keep your voice down. Do you want to die?" I heard the Wang family was almost wiped out a few days ago, all because they provoked him. Oh my god. How did I never notice before that he's this kind of top-tier rich second generation? I heard even the city lord has to bow to his father. Countless gazes, like spotlights, fell upon Su Yu. Some were envious, some were jealous, but most were filled with a bone-deep reverence. Those students who used to follow Wang Tai and throw their weight around, like foxes borrowing the tiger's might, were now all shrinking their necks, not even daring to meet Su Yu's eyes, afraid that this young master would settle the score with them later. Su Yu's expression was calm. His steps were steady, having experienced a life-and-death crisis and awakened his martial path. These childish gazes of his peers could no longer stir any ripples in his heart. Does an eagle care about the chatter of sparrows? Obviously not. Woodhead, I didn't know you still remembered to come to school. Just then, a crisp and pleasant shout came from behind, shattering the oppressive atmosphere around. Su Yu stopped and turned to look. He saw Zu Leil, carrying a pink backpack, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, jogging over. The boys around saw this scene, and their hearts shattered into pieces, but no one dared to step forward and chat her up. Now, Su Yu, in their eyes, was a terrifying existence with a danger. "Do not approach," label plastered on him. "You have no idea. The school has been in an uproar these past few days." Zu Leil ran up to Su Yu, her big eyes sparkling. "Everyone's talking about what happened that day, saying your dad is a reclusive, peerless master who crushed that bully from the Wang family with one kick. Even the city lord had to apologize. Now everyone's calling you young Master Su." Su Yu smiled helplessly and shook his head. "Young Master Su? What nonsense. Don't listen to their wild rumors. I'm still me." "Oh, keep pretending." Zu Leil leaned in a little closer, lowering her voice, her face full of curiosity. "But seriously, those resources your dad got for you, are they really that amazing? I feel like your aura now is even deeper than it was that day at the martial arts market." As one of the few people in the class who genuinely cared about Su Yu, she could keenly sense the change in him. That change wasn't just in strength. It was more of a refinement in temperament, like a sharp blade hidden within a sheath, its edge concealed. Su Yu recalled the tearing pain he had endured these past few days. Within the gravity chamber, a glimmer of confidence flashed in his eyes. "I really have improved a bit. If I were to face Wang Heng now, I am confident I could take him down within 3 moves." Zu Leil covered her small mouth, her eyes wide. Her face was full of admiration. "You bragging? Aren't you? Wang Heng is at the mid-stage of Blood Kai realm exclamation. But I believe you. So, does that mean you can easily get into top academies like Beijing Martial or Magic Martial now?" "Beijing Martial is just one of my goals." Su Yu gazed into the distance. His tone was calm yet firm. "My goal is to be the national top scorer." Tusk, tusk, tusk. 3 days apart, and your arrogance knows no bounds. Zu Leil pouted, but the corners of her eyes couldn't hide her smile. Oh, right. First period is a practical combat simulation class. The teacher said we'll be doing group sparring. Let us be in the same group. Let me see just how strong the future national top scorer really is. Sure. As long as you're not afraid of losing too badly. Who wins and who loses is still up in the air. I haven't been slacking off these past few days either. The two bickered as they walked toward the teaching building, tens of kilometers outside Kanglan Bay City. At the same time, this was a forbidden zone of human civilization, a wasteland overrun with ferocious beasts. The broken highways of the old era lay like fractured spines, stretching across the weed-choked wilderness. Collapsed skyscrapers were entwined with massive vines, becoming nests for birds and beasts. Above this sky filled with danger and slaughter, a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, stepping on empty air. Strange, I frowned slightly, muttering to myself. Normally, the area 30 to 50 kilometers outside the base city is the most densely active zone for low-level beasts. Usually, wolf packs would be roaming here, and mutated boars would be moving in herds. Sometimes you'd even see F-rank or first-rank beasts fighting over territory. Although humanity has set foot among the stars, we haven't adopted an extermination policy for Earth's native ecosystem, partly to preserve biodiversity, but more importantly, to use these beasts as natural whetstones, to sharpen generation after generation of martial arts students. But now, as I look around, the wilderness below is eerily quiet. Aside from a few scattered ironhide boars and winged wolves outside the secret realm, the pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves that used to haunt the abandoned industrial zone is gone. The group of iron-armored crocodiles that lived by the Nine River Channel has also vanished. Too quiet, my figure slowly descended, landing on the top of a broken bridge. I can feel it in the air. A faint, disturbing presence. It's not the scent left by ordinary beasts. It's a higher level, more organized pressure. Could a high-level beast have taken over, scaring off all these low-level creatures? I crouched down to examine a claw mark on the bridge surface. The mark was fresh, likely left not long ago, but strangely, the claw marks were all aligned in the same direction. Every beast was migrating in one direction. That direction, north, away from Kanglan Bay City, toward the depths of the wilderness forbidden zone, toward the Death Canyon, a large-scale beast migration, or some kind of gathering. A glint of sharpness flashed in my eyes, as an old hand who had struggled in this world for decades, combined with my past life's experience, I instinctively sensed the scent of a conspiracy. Under normal circumstances, beasts only act this abnormally in two situations. One is an impending natural disaster, like an earthquake or a tsunami. The other is a beast king capable of commanding all beasts has been born. It is gathering its forces. If it is the latter, then this Kanglan region is bound to face turmoil. I stood up and patted the dust off my hands. I didn't feel fear like an ordinary person would. King Wu Jing's strength gave me absolute confidence. The purpose of my trip this time was originally to find a real combat opponent for Su Yu. Since there's none here, I'll go deeper in. I looked toward the north, at that deep mountain forest shrouded in black mist. I refused to believe I can catch a few decent sparring partners. Before the words faded, my figure instantly vanished from where I stood, leaving only a trail of shattered clouds torn by the yin burst. My goal was clear: catch a few peak first rank, or even early earth rank ferocious beasts, throw them into the back mountain of Cloudtop Manor, and give Su Yu a real wilderness survival experience. As for the hidden danger of the beasts, if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. When it truly threatens my son's life, I'll step in, no need to rush. The midday sun scorched the earth mercilessly, but inside Cloudtop Manor, the constant temperature system kept the indoors at a comfortable 22 degrees. Du Yu returned home half an hour early, just as he stepped into the front garden, before he could even change his shoes. A deep, wild roar pierced through the thick villa walls, faintly reaching his ears. The sound was laced with brutality, bloodlust, and the clattering of metal chains violently colliding. It sent chills down one's spine. Su Yu shuddered slightly, then quickly realized this must be the special training his father had mentioned. He just hadn't expected the commotion to be so loud, as if a zoo had been set up at home. Dad? What's that noise from the back mountain? Su Yu walked into the kitchen, saw me skillfully handling ingredients while wearing an apron, and casually asked, "Back already?" I said without turning around, the kitchen knife dancing in my hand. My tone calmed. "Wash your hands and eat first. You'll need the strength to take a beating." "Oh, I mean, to train." Su Yu nodded, sat down at the dining table, and though the table was filled with delicious, aromatic food, he ate absent-mindedly. Those faint, intermittent roars were like an invisible little hand, tickling his curiosity. After all, as a student raised in a greenhouse, his knowledge of ferocious beasts came entirely from holographic textbooks and videos. Face-to-face contact was a first for him. Seeing my son so distracted, I smiled and shook my head. "All right, stop counting rice grains. Since you're so eager, then forget the meal. Let us start early." With that, I casually took off my apron. Even the motion of wiping my hands seemed unhurried, and headed straight for the backyard. Su Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly dropped his chopsticks to follow. Passing through the exquisite garden, I pushed open the heavy iron door leading to the back mountain. The scene before him made Su Yu gasp sharply, his pupils suddenly dilating. What was once a lush, picturesque back mountain of the manor had now been violently cleared into a yellow earth field the size of a football field. And on that open ground stood over a dozen thick alloy stakes. On each stake, secured with wrist-thick special chains, were ferocious beasts of various forms, exuding a strong, foul stench. On the left was a spiked iron-armored porcupine, covered in black iron thorns, frantically ramming its body into the ground, each impact causing the earth to tremble. In the middle was a giant rock bear, standing upright at a full 3 meters tall. His thick, rocky skin still bore the scars from when he was captured. A pair of blood-red eyes stared dead at Su Yu. Salty drool dripped from the corners of his mouth. On the right were several sleek-bodied and venomous-eyed gale wolves. Though they were chained, they still maintained an ambush stance, low growls rumbling from their throats. This place was practically a miniature ancient Roman Colosseum. These are all the ones who caught you. Su Yu looked at these true spirit creatures, which he had only ever seen in illustrated guides, and felt his throat go dry. So these are the fierce beasts for the Blood Kai arena. That murderous aura rushing toward him, that undisguised killing intent. It was absolutely nothing like the padded classmates at school could compare to. He nodded slightly, arms crossed over his chest, leaning against a broken tree. His expression relaxed, as if watching his own pet dogs. That's right. From today on, they are your sparring partners. Sparring partners. Su Yu's mouth twitched. Any one of these fierce beasts, if let loose, could cause panic in F District, and you call them sparring partners. Dad, you mean I have to train with them now? He finally pointed at the most violent iron-armored porcupine. Otherwise, save them for New Year's. A mischievous grin curled at the corner of my mouth. Suddenly, I flickered, appearing instantly before the iron-armored porcupine's cage. This is a first stage early. Iron-armored porcupines, corresponding to a human's early Blood Kai realm. And you're at mid-Blood Kai realm now. Logically, you should be able to crush it. Go on. Let me see what you've got. As his words fell, a flash of light in my hand, and I directly severed the chains on the porcupine. The freed iron-armored porcupine let out a deafening roar. Its blood-red beast eyes instantly locked onto Su Yu in the arena. With a thunderous rumble, it dug its 4 hooves into the ground, its massive body, like an out-of-control heavy truck, kicking up clouds of dust, and with unstoppable momentum, charged straight at Su Yu. So fast Su Yu's heart pounded. The book said porcupines are slow, that's a lie. This explosive power is terrifying. I casually tossed an unsharpened alloy training longsword, which arced through the air. Su Yu hurriedly caught the blade. By then, the porcupine's heart-stabbing tusks were already upon him. 3 meters away, Su Yu reacted instinctively, his footing clumsy as he dove to the left. Whoosh! The porcupine's spike-covered body grazed past Su Yu's clothes. The gust of wind whipped against Su Yu's cheeks, stinging. Before Su Yu could steady himself, the porcupine displayed a flexibility that defied its size. It slammed its front hooves down, pivoting on its hind legs, its thick tail like a steel whip, sweeping in with a whistling wind. Damn it, Su Yu could only raise his blade to block. Clang! A piercing metallic clash rang out. Su Yu felt a tremendous force travel through the hilt, his tiger's mouth instantly splitting open. The brute force sent him stumbling backward, taking 7 or 8 steps before he barely stopped. Both arms went numb. So this is real combat. Cold sweat beaded on Su Yu's forehead. His blood kai was higher than this beast's. His strength should have been greater. Yet in that exchange, he was completely overwhelmed. The porcupine gave him no chance to catch his breath. Roaring again, its sharp tusks gleaming with cold light, as if to pierce through this human youth. Su Yu could only rely on instinct, dodging clumsily again and again. His sky-rending blade technique had become fragmented, completely lacking form. Occasionally, he landed a blow or two on the porcupine, but they only struck its hard, black iron spikes. A shower of sparks flew up. It couldn't even break through the defense. Too stiff. Not far away, I shook my head. My voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Su Yu's ears. What you learned at school are all rigid routines. Do you think a beast will wait for you to get into position before attacking? What's the point of all that posturing with your kai and blood? Su Yu, don't forget your constitution. My eyes suddenly turned sharp and low. The chaos constitution isn't meant for you to use as a meat shield. Try to devour his kai and blood the moment you make contact. Devour it. Su Yu, who was clumsily dodging, felt a sudden jolt in his heart as the boar charged again. This time, Su Yu didn't choose to retreat. In the midst of extreme tension, he forced himself to calm down. Deep in his danshan, that gray, hazy chaos vortex began to spin slowly. An indescribable hunger suddenly emanated from every pore of his body. Come on, Su Yu said, his eyes narrowing. He stared intently at the charging boar. The moment before the tusks were about to strike, his body moved like a ghost, Sidestepping, it was no longer a panic dodge, but a calculated cut-in. He reached out his left hand, seeming to do so lightly, and pressed it against the boar's spiky flank. If he had pressed down like this before, Su Yu's hand would have been jarred and numbed. But this time, the Chaos Constitution activated. The Kai and blood in Su Yu's palm instantly formed a small negative pressure vortex. The once ferocious iron-armored bull suddenly let out a terrified screech. It felt the violent power within its body. The moment it touched this human's palm, instantly gush out like a burst dam. That instant of weakness caused its originally fierce charge to suffer a fatal stiffness. Now, Su Yu clearly felt a warm, violent essence of Kai and blood flow into his body through his left hand. It instantly replenished the stamina he had just expended, and even briefly surged his strength. One side wanes, the other waxes. This is the terror of the Chaos Constitution. The panic in Su Yu's eyes completely vanished, replaced by the excitement of a hunter spotting its prey. Taking advantage of the boar's stiff moment, the alloy long blade in his hand no longer trembled. Instead, he gripped it steadily. The Kai and blood he had just plundered, mixed with his own, frantically poured into the blade. First form of the sky-rending blade. Sever the flow. Break open, Su Yu roared. The long blade turned into a harsh white light, carrying a piercing shriek as it tore through and slashed fiercely at the boar's most vulnerable spot, the neck. Joint. Thud. This time, there were no sparks, no rebound. It was the smooth sensation of a blade cutting through butter. The hard armor was like thin paper before this strike. The long blade sank deep into the boar's neck, severing its spine and artery directly. With the iron-armored boar let out a mournful crack. Its massive body, driven by inertia, slid forward a few meters, carving a deep trench in the ground. Then it crashed to the ground. Its limbs twitched a few times and then stopped moving. A torrent of blood gushed out, staining the ground beneath Su Yu's feet. Su Yu kept his sword-swinging stance, panting heavily. Though his body was exhausted, his spirit was more exhilarated than ever. He looked at the massive beast lying at his feet, then at his own left hand. The thrill of that plunder just now still left him somewhat intoxicated. This is real combat, Su Yu murmured to himself. From the initial, clumsy escape to the clean kill after mastering the rhythm. The gap between them was only because he had learned to use the Chaos Constitution's counter. Kleb, kleb, kleb. From behind me came the sound of applause. I walked over, I glanced at the dead porcupine, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Your comprehension is decent. That last strike, using his force against him, had some style to it. This chaos body is just too monstrous. Su Yu turned around. A gleam flashed in his eyes. Just now, I felt like he wasn't charging at me. He was delivering power to me. The harder he hit, the stronger I became. That's only natural. I handed my son a towel and said with a meaningful tone, but don't get too cocky. That was just a stupid pig at early first rank. If you run into a speed type or ranged attacker, you won't have a chance to absorb their blood and energy cleanly. As I spoke, my gaze shifted to the few nearby wind wolves, eager to pounce. Rest for 10 minutes and get your blood and energy in order. A devilish grin spread across my face. Next round, 2 wind wolves at once. Su Yu's heart, which had just settled, instantly jumped back into his throat. He howled, "Isn't this a bit too much? Forcing growth like that, too? Let's talk. If you want to survive in this world that devours people, if you want to protect those you care about." I pointed at myself, then pointed at the distant stars. "You have to keep getting stronger." Su Yu was stunned for a moment. Seeing my serious gaze, he tightened his grip on the long blade. His earlier fatigue vanished completely. "Bring it on." They read just 2 wolves. I haven't had enough to fight anyway. The young man wiped the blood off his face. His eyes turned as sharp as a blade's edge. Time slipped by quietly. The following week was hell for Su Yu, but also a crucible that reshaped him. Behind the Cloud Summit Manor, once a scenic garden, now reeked of blood and slaughter. From dawn to dusk every day, the roars of beasts and the clang of metal never ceased. Su Yu's rate of progress was simply appalling. From the start, fumbling against an early first-rank iron armor porcupine, to later slaying a mid-first-rank wind wolf with a single blade. And now, as the setting sun bled red, dyeing the back mountain clearing crimson, Su Yu panted, bare-chested. His originally fair skin now showed a healthy bronze hue. His muscle lines, though not as exaggerated as a gym trainer's, each muscle seemed to hold explosive power. His body was covered in scars of all sizes, medals of his growth, and across from him, a beast with blazing red fur, crouched low on the ground. A low, threatening growl rumbled from its throat. Scarlet Flame Fox, a terrifying beast nearing the earth rank. It possessed incredible speed, and in its cunning eyes, there was even a hint of human-like intelligence. Su Yu gripped his alloy blade. Now full of nicks, his battle gaze was cold as ice. After a week of hellish training, the bookish air about him had vanished, replaced by a chilling aura of slaughter. The Scarlet Flame Fox moved. It didn't charge straight. Instead, it kicked off hard with its hind legs. Its body turned into a red lightning bolt, leaving afterimages in the air. It used the terrain bouncing off tree trunks and rocks. Its movements were erratic, as if three foxes were attacking from different angles. Fast exclamation Suyu's pupils contracted. This fox's speed was twice as fast as the wind wolf's. A gust of wind rushed at him. A claw sharp as a dagger appeared silently at Suyu's left throat. If this were a week ago, Suyu's throat would have been slit. But now, he didn't even turn his head. The chaos vortex in his danshan spun violently. The flow of the surrounding air, the changes in temperature, even the faint fluctuation of blood energy from the red fox, all were crystal clear in his mind. Prime Minister, his upper body twisted at an extremely bizarre angle. Leaning backward, the blade grazed past the tip of his nose, severing a few strands of hair. In that instant between life and death, Suyu did not retreat. Instead, he grabbed the red fox, seizing the momentary stiffness from its exhausted mind and body. Got you. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Suyu's mouth. His body, which had been leaning back, suddenly snapped upright like a spring-loaded mechanism. His left hand formed a claw, not striking directly, but clawing at the void toward the red fox's abdomen. A hum filled the air, as if an invisible black hole had appeared. The red fox, which had been about to change direction and flee, suddenly felt its blood and Kai shift. Its movements inevitably slowed by half a beat. It let out a terrified scream too late. Suyu roared. The long blade in his right hand had long been poised. The vast, ocean-like blood and Kai within him instantly flooded into the blade. On the edge of the blade, a faint golden light faintly shimmered. Sky-splitting blade. Second form. Army breaker. This strike no longer pursued ultimate speed, but ultimate force. 1,000 troops. 10,000 horses. I break them all with one slash. Boom. The blade light fell like a plummeting meteor, carrying a roar that tore through the air. It slashed down fiercely. The red fox swung its claws in despair, trying to block, but against Suyu's terrifying, monstrous strength, amplified by the chaos body, its resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Crack. Thud. The sickening sound of bones breaking rang out. The red fox's claws were severed clean off. Then, the blade's momentum did not diminish. It slashed diagonally from its shoulder, pinning it directly to the ground. Blood gushed out, drenching half of Suyu's body in red. The red fox twitched twice. The light in its eyes quickly faded, until it became a cold corpse. Suyu held his downward slashing stance. His chest heaved violently. He slowly pulled out the long blade. Looking at the corpse on the ground, the thrill of conquering a powerful foe made him want to let out a long roar. Even a fierce beast from the forbidden ground, I can kill it too. Clab, clab, clab. From the recliner not far away, I set down my teacup and gently applauded. Not bad. You knew to use the chaos body. That last strike, the momentum of Army Breaker was also at 70%. This week wasn't wasted. My voice was still lazy, but my eyes couldn't hide my pride. In just 7 days, from a student who only knew how to bury himself in books, to a warrior who could leap across ranks to slay a cunning, fierce beast, such talent is truly terrifying. No wonder he inherited his mother's gift. But just as I was about to get up, to hand my son a towel, deep in my mind, that familiar system notification sound rang out again like a heavenly melody. Ding. Detected. Offspring. Suyu has undergone dozens of life and death battles in 1 week. Combat skills greatly improved. Now at mastery level. As the sun rises, so does the father. System judgment. This memory enhancement grants the host a critical feedback. Congratulations, host. Your combat skill realm has broken through. Entering the mortal danger realms, I only felt as if a lightning bolt had split the chaos in my mind. An indescribable warmth rose from my danshan, instantly surging through my limbs and bones. But this warmth did not strengthen the body. Rather, it enhanced perception and control. The world changed before my eyes. What I once saw as mere air and space, now decomposed into countless subtle currents. The trajectory of a leaf falling in the distance slowed down in my vision like a slideshow. I could even predict exactly when that leaf would land in a few seconds. The exact point where I landed on the ground. Every inch of muscle in my body, every tendon, and even the energy flow within every single cell is now completely under my control. Microperception. This is a realm that countless martial artists spend their entire lives struggling to touch. What is called microperception is the mastery of power reaching a level where a single fraction of strength can be used as 10. The enemy moves, and I know first, passing through a sea of flowers, without a single leaf clinging to me. I instinctively reached out my hand. 2 fingers gently caught a speck of dust drifting down from the air. So this is microperception. A flash of surprise flickered in my eyes. If before, I had the strength of a martial king, but was like a child wielding a giant hammer, only able to smash with brute force. Then now, I am a surgeon holding a scalpel, able to precisely dissect any opponent. What's wrong with you? Suyu wiped the blood off his face, noticing me standing there in a daze, my fingers still frozen in a strange pose. He couldn't help but ask curiously. I snapped back to reality, gently flicked the dust off my fingertips. Nothing, I said, clasping my hands behind my back, looking at my son, covered in killing intent. I just think you've improved so fast that I, as your father, Feel deeply gratified. It seems I need to step it up too. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep up with you. You little monster. How's it, Dad? Don't be modest. The stronger I get, the more I realize how big the gap is between us. So Yu scratched his head. Even though he could now kill the red tiger in front of me, he still felt like he was facing a mountain with no visible peak. All right. Stop flattering me. I tossed him a bottle of healing liquid. Drink it. At the same time, at the City Lord's mansion in the center of Kanglan Base, the usually dignified and solemn City Lord's office was now filled with a suffocating, oppressive atmosphere. Pan Hong's, the highest authority in Kanglan City, a grandmaster, was now standing nervously beside the desk like a scolded schoolboy, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and in his leather chair, that symbolized power, sat a middle-aged man in a white, retro, long robe. The man had a heroic face, with slender fingers, leisurely playing with Pan Hong's most treasured jade, Liu Yun, special envoy from the Jiangnan Grand Base, a martial king at peak level, special envoy. Sir? It was like this. Pan Hong swallowed his saliva, his voice dry as he recounted what happened at the first middle school that day, in full detail, including how Su Wu descended from the sky, how he crushed Wang Heng with one stomp, how he snapped Deputy Commander Wang's neck, and how he himself endured humiliation to send him off. He dared not hide a single word, nor add any embellishment, because he knew the special envoy from the main city of Jiangnan before him could crush him even more easily than Su Wu could. After hearing Pan Hong's report, Liu Yun stopped his movements. That priceless jade turned to dust in his hand without warning, slipping through his fingers. Pan Hong's heart clenched. Liu Yun, the martial king, looked up, his narrow eyes glinting with interest, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. I never thought this godforsaken little Kanglan base would be hiding a hidden dragon like Su Wu, that genius grandmaster who was crippled 20 years ago. Looks like he got some incredible fortune, not only recovering from his injuries, but also breaking through to martial king. Liu Yun's voice was soft, yet carried a bone-chilling murderous intent. Special envoy. Sir? Pan Hong cautiously probed. That Su Wu is indeed quite sinister, and he's extremely protective of his own. The royal family's branch really stepped on a landmine this time. Don't you think this matter should just be dropped? Liu Yun shot Pan Hong a cold glare. That look made Pan Hong feel like he'd fallen into an ice pit. City Lord Pan, have you been stuck in that small town so long that your brain's gone rusty? Liu Yun stood up. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the steel city below. His tone was as cold as ice. Wang Heng and Wang Meng's, those two wastes, dead is dead, trash like them. From the Crab Meridian, the Wang family has plenty. Even 10,000 dead wouldn't cost them a tear. But then Liu Yun's tone shifted. A terrifying pressure suddenly filled the entire room, forcing Pan Hong's knees to buckle, almost making him kneel. Even when beating a dog's, you check its master. Su Wu killing people that I could overlook, but the one thing he should never, ever have done was humiliate the Wang family in public. He should never have trampled on the Wang family's dignity. If the face of the Jiangnan Wang family is ground under the heel of some country bumpkin martial king, and we do nothing, then how can the Wang family rule over hundreds of millions in Jiangnan? Liu Yun turned to face Pan Hong, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Though the Wang family's ancestor is in seclusion, he has sent word. Greed base has no need for martial kings, especially disobedient ones. Pan Hong's heart shuddered at these words. This was a fight to the death. So, Special envoy, when do you plan to make your moves? Pan Hong asked, trembling. No time like the present. At Cloudtop Manor, Su Yu stood bare-chested, sweat trickling down his crystalline muscle lines. Around his body swirled a faint, hazy gray aura. The sound of his blood and Kai pushed to their limit. With every breath, the free-floating spiritual energy in the air rushed into him like moths to a flame, nourishing his meridians. A full day of brutal training had left him battered and bruised, but it also let him touch the threshold of the late blood Kai stage. On the second-floor terrace, I stood with my hands behind my back, my gaze piercing through the tempered glass, silently watching my son below. This kid works even harder than I did at his age. A faint, proud smile curled at the corner of my mouth. With a thought, the Azure System panel, visible only to me, rippled open before my eyes like water. Host, Su Wu, bound son, Su Yu. Sun's realm, Blood Kai, late stage, Host's realm, Martial King, late stage. Technique, Hunyun Yi Kai Gong perfected. By Po Kai Ju transformed into 5th grade. Meng Niu Fist perfected. Intent achieved. Po Kong Blade perfected. Intent achieved. Ta Yi Body Art mastered. Combat skill. Entered Danger Realms. Looking at this dazzling array of stats, a flicker of light danced in my eyes. Late stage Martial King, I clenched my fist, feeling the vast, ocean-like power surging within me. In just 1 week, as Su Yu's progress skyrocketed, my own realm had shot up like a rocket, from early martial king all the way to late stage. This kind of power, if placed in a small base like Kanglan, would make me an undisputed god. But it's still not enough. My gaze turned northward, toward the vast starry sky beyond, where enemies might lurk. There are less than 3 months until the 5 subjects college entrance exam. According to past years' patterns, the exam won't just feature geniuses from the major bases. There might even be seeded contestants from above, prodigies at the Grandmaster realm, who descend as examinees. It's not impossible. My daughter has the chaos body, but she started too late. If she wants to sweep the nation and claim the top spot in 3 months, hard work alone won't cut it. Poor man's studies. Rich man's chaos body, it's a money pit. You have to drown it in resources. Thinking this, a flash of resolve crossed my eyes. The few secret realms before, the medicinal agents had been completely consumed by Su Yu. New fuel must be replenished. The next morning at dawn, sunlight pierced through the clouds, awakening this steel behemoth. Su Yu headed to school early, but before leaving, he wolfed down 3 large bowls of lean meat congee. Watching my son's energetic back, after tidying up a bit, he changed into an unremarkable gray casual outfit, then stepped out. If District F was the slums, and District O was the garden of the elite, then this place was the economic heart of the entire base. Here, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Skyscrapers stood in dense clusters, and massive holographic advertisements crisscrossed the sky, showcasing various new models of alloy combat, gene serums, and protective battle suits. Luxury cars zipped through the streets, and most pedestrians were impeccably dressed. Even the patrol teams on the roadside were equipped far better than those in District F. With hands in my pockets, I strolled leisurely through the bustling streets. My plain gray outfit stood out starkly among this crowd of fine clothes and jewels, looking somewhat out of place, but I couldn't care less. At my level of cultivation, external things were mere floating clouds. Even if I wore a burlap sack, I'd still be the king of dancers. I stopped in front of the treasure pavilion, looking up at that imposing, magnificent ancient-style building ahead. It was a vermilion pavilion, 4 stories tall, with upturned eaves and soaring corners, carved beams and painted rafters. At the entrance crouched 2 stone lions carved from black gold rock, majestic and awe-inspiring. On the massive plaque, the 3 golden characters Treasure Pavilion danced like dragons and phoenixes, exuding an aura of immense wealth and depth. The Treasure Pavilion, one of the Federation's largest chain merchant associations, was said to have its backing spread across all of humanity. The Federation even had branches in the stars. It was rumored that as long as you had money, you could even buy the egg of a star beast. This was the place. I nodded to myself. Today, I was here to stock up. Only a hall like this could satisfy the appetite of the chaos body. Lifting my foot, I stepped over the high threshold, and a faint, elegant scent of sandalwood wafted over, instantly cutting off the noise from outside. The first-floor hall was spacious and bright, with hundreds of crystal cabinets arranged inside. On the counters were displayed various basic pills and mortal-grade weapons. At that moment, the hall was bustling with people, mostly low-level martial artists haggling over prices. I swept my gaze across them and shook his head. These items might be treasures to ordinary people, but to me now, they had too many impurities and too little effect. Let's check the upper floors. I walked familiarly toward the redwood staircase leading to the 2nd floor. I recalled that high-grade medicines and rare materials were usually in the VIP area on the 3rd floor and above. The 2nd floor was much quieter. It sold mortal-grade weapons and C-grade medicines. A few shop assistants in blue robes were chatting softly behind the counter. When they saw me come up, they just gave me a faint glance. Seeing my plain clothes, no one bothered to greet me. I didn't mind either, heading straight for the staircase to the 3rd floor. Just as my foot was about to step onto the first stair, "Stop!" A sharp, somewhat harsh female voice suddenly rang out. I paused mid-step, turning my head to look. I saw a woman with delicate makeup, wearing a tight-fitting uniform. A shop assistant. Striding over quickly, she looked me up and down, her gaze lingering for 2 seconds on my slightly worn-out sneakers, her disdain undisguised. "Hell, old-timer," the shop assistant said, arms crossed, blocking the stairway, her chin slightly raised. "Did you take a wrong turn? The 3rd floor is above us." "I know it's the 3rd floor." I kept my expression calm. "I need to buy something." "Buy something?" The female clerk looked as if she'd heard a joke. She let out a mocking laugh. "Do you even know what they sell on the 3rd floor? Those are resources prepared for the noble dancer masters. Even a single pill costs tens of thousands of federal credits." As she spoke, she stretched out a hand. It nearly poked me in the nose. "And see the sign over there? The 3rd floor is the VIP area. Non-members are not allowed in. Do you have a membership card?" "Membership?" I frowned slightly. I visited the Treasure Pavilion quite often in my youth. Even though that was 20 years ago, I had never heard of such a rule. Since when did the Treasure Pavilion have this rule? The building's laws state that a merchant guild doing business cannot refuse customers without cause. When I came before, I never needed a membership. Before I said calmly, what year's old calendar is that? The female clerk rolled her eyes. Her tone grew even more caustic. You country bumpkin, our Kanglin branch, ever since we got a new manager half a year ago, has had this rule, to go to the 3rd floor. First recharge 500,000 and get a membership. Look at you. All shabby. Selling you off wouldn't even get you 500,000. Get the hell out of here. Don't block the path of other distinguished guests. If you dirty the carpet, can you even afford to pay for it? The female clerk said as she waved her hand in disgust, as if shooing away a fly. Several customers on the 2nd floor were also drawn by the commotion. They cast curious glances over. Who is this guy, dressed like that and daring to barge onto the 3rd floor? Probably some poor fool trying to see the sights. That new manager of the Treasure Pavilion is notorious for only caring about money, not people. This old guy's in for trouble. Hearing the murmurs around me, my originally calm gaze gradually turned cold. I didn't want to cause trouble, but I hate being bitten by a dog even more. The rule set by managers in. A cold smile curled at the corner of my mouth. What an impressive display of authority. Shut up, you old bastard. How dare you insult our manager? Seeing that I not only refused to leave, but also talked back, the female clerk flew into a rage, relying on the Treasure Pavilion's backing. She usually looked down even on ordinary squad leaders. How could she tolerate a poor wretch being insolent? Security? Where the hell are the security guards? Throw this troublemaker out for me. The female clerk shrieked, and even reached out to push me. But just as her hand was about to touch the corner of my clothes, a crisp, sharp slap rang out, instantly plunging the entire 2nd floor into a deathly silence. The female clerk was sent flying as if hit by a speeding truck. She spun 3 times in midair and crashed heavily into a display cabinet 5 meters away. Crash! Glass shattered all over the floor. The female clerk lay on the ground. Half her face instantly swelled up like a steamed bun. She spat out 2 teeth mixed with blood, completely stunned by the blow. How dare you hit me? She covered her face and let out a pig-like squeal. Murder! Someone's causing trouble at the Treasure Pavilion. I stood still, slowly withdrawing my hand. I pulled a handkerchief from my pocket and wiped my palm. My expression was indifferent, as if I had just swatted a mosquito. Who dares to cause trouble in my Treasure Pavilion? In less than half a minute, a hurried and furious roar came from upstairs. Then a series of heavy footsteps sounded. 7 or 8 burly men in black rushed down. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe, with a 2-pronged mustache. This man was none other than the manager of the Treasure Pavilion's Kanglin branch, Zhao Deki. Zhao Deki's face was dark. The fury in his eyes nearly burst forth. He had been running the Kanglin base for over half a year. He had connections on both sides of the law. This was the first time someone dared to lay a hand on someone in his territory. The manager was him. The female clerk who had been beaten saw her backup had arrived. She immediately began crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Pointing at me, she shrieked. This poor bastard doesn't have a membership. He insisted on forcing his way to the 3rd floor. I tried to stop him. Not only did he call our Treasure Pavilion a shady joint, but he also hit me. Manager, you have to stand up for me. Zhao Deki followed her finger and looked. He saw a middle-aged man in gray casual wear, who looked completely ordinary, standing with his hands behind his back. His face was calm. Good, very good. Zhao Deki laughed in anger. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. In the Kanglin base, no one has dared to touch my people. Zhao Deki's people, old bastard. No matter who you are, today, if you don't leave a hand behind, don't even think about walking out that door. Get him. Cripple him. Zhao Deki waved his hand grandly. The 7 or 8 security guards behind him immediately grinned and surrounded me. These security guards were all experts at the peak of the Blood Kai realm. Even the leader was a recently broken through, retired mercenary at the innate realms. Idiot. Keep your eyes open in your next life. The leading guard raised his iron rod and swung it viciously at my head, but I didn't even lift an eyelid. An invisible yet terrifyingly powerful, centered on me, suddenly erupted. No movement, no technique, just the release of my presence. Bangs, 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 bangs. The 7 or 8 ferocious security guards were as if struck by an invisible giant hand. Slapped hard, instantly flew backward faster than they had come. They crashed heavily into the walls and pillars, spitting blood. Each one collapsed limply on the ground, unable even to scream. They passed out cold. What? Zhao Deki, who had been ready to enjoy the show, the smirk on his face instantly froze. He stared at the scene in disbelief. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably, knocking back 7 or 8 experts in an instant. What kind of strength was this? A grandmaster? No, even that grandmaster, City Lord Pan Hong, couldn't have done it so effortlessly, without even a ripple of blood kai. How is this possible? Zhao Deki's voice began to shake. His earlier arrogance was instantly halved. I slowly raised my head. Those violet gold eyes, coldly locked onto Zhao Deki. The next moment, My figure vanished from where I stood. When I reappeared, I was already standing in front of Zhao Deki. Our noses almost touching, less than 3 inches apart. Zhao Deki's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He hadn't even seen how I moved. You said you wanted to cripple one of my hands. My voice was very soft, but it sounded like a demon's whisper. Then, under the horrified gaze of everyone present, my feet slowly left the ground, rising a foot into the air. I hovered there. Gravity seemed to have no effect on me. An absolute pressure from a higher life form descended upon Zhao Deki like the sky collapsing. Walking on air, Zhao Deki let out a scream, terrified out of his wits. Though he was just a businessman, he had traveled far and wide and seen much of the world. He knew exactly what this meant. Able to defy gravity, flesh body soaring through the void. This was a martial king. Thud. Zhao Deki's knees gave way. He fell heavily to the ground. His kneecaps were shattered, but he felt no pain at all. Only endless terror. Heavens! He had just dared to say he would cripple a martial king's hand. Wasn't he that no different from seeking death? Master. Spare me. Spare me. Zhao Deki frantically kowtowed, banging the floor. With a thud. Blood streamed down. This humble one failed to recognize a mountain of greatness. This humble one deserves death. This humble one was blinded by greed. As for that arrogant female clerk from earlier, she had already fainted from sheer fright. They passed out cold. I hovered in midair, looking down from above at this trembling ant. Was this membership system your idea? And no. It was Zhao Deki who no. Stammering, he said. It was this humble one's private decision. I thought Kanglin base was remote, the heavens high and the emperor far away, so I wanted to make some extra profit. Master. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I'll abolish it right now. Immediately abolish it. I reached out a hand, as if grabbing a chick, and seized Zhao Deki's throat from a distance, lifting him up. Zhao Deki's feet kicked wildly, his face turning the color of a pig's liver. The suffocation made him feel death's call. You dared to pull a stunt on me. I stared at him coldly. If this were back in my younger, hot-tempered days, you'd already be a corpse. But today, I am here to buy something for my son, so I don't want to see blood. Bad luck. With a casual flick, I tossed Zhao Deki into the corner like trash. Death penalty can be avoided, but living punishment cannot be escaped. I landed back on the ground, dusted off my hands, and said calmly, "Today, I am spending at the treasure pavilion. You figure it out, Zhao Deki." Having narrowly escaped death, panting heavily, dared not hesitate at these words. He scrambled and crawled to my feet, like a lapdog, fawning. Master, your visit to this humble shop is like smoke rising from the treasure pavilion's ancestral graves. What spending or not spending, whatever you fancy, just take it. All free of charge. All free of charge. Free. I raised an eyebrow. You said that yourself. I didn't force you. Absolutely not forced. Absolutely not. This is this humble one's tribute to you. Zhao Deki shook his head like a rattle drum, fearing that this martial king might get displeased and crush him into meat paste. Fine. Since you were so sincere, I curled my lips into a kind smile. Lead the way to the 3rd floor. Bring out your best blood kai potions, body forging pills, and any heavenly treasures you have. 10 minutes later, the 3rd floor of the treasure pavilion, once filled with dazzling shelves, was now bare, cleaner than a dog's lick. Zhao Deki stared at the empty storeroom, his heart bleeding, yet he had to force a smile on his face. Master, this is all the shop's stock. Single item. Dragon blood grass extract, 10 bottles of purple gold body forging pills. The total value of these items exceeds 200 million Federation credits. That's 3 years profit for this branch. But compared to his own life, what was this paltry sum? I looked at the pile of resources before me, like a small mountain, and nodded with satisfaction. These things will be enough to sustain that kid Su's chaos. Physique for a while, not bad stuff. I was about to find a bag to pack them up, when suddenly my gaze fell on Zhao Deki's left index finger, where a plain, ancient ring sat. My eyes lit up. A spatial ring. In this world, storage equipment did exist, but because spatial crystals were extremely rare, they were expensive and hard to come by. Even a 1 cubic meter spatial ring could trade for a nice villa. Who would have thought this little elf had secretly stashed away such good stuff? Feeling my wolf-like gaze, Zhao Deki's whole body stiffened. Instinctively, he shrank his hand behind him. Hell, I think that ring of yours is pretty unique, I said with a grin. Zhao Deki was on the verge of tears. This was his life's savings. Spent over half a lifetime, and bought through connections from the black market his life-saving asset. But did he dare refuse? Seeing my half-smiling expression, Zhao Deki gritted his teeth, and, trembling, took off the ring, presenting it with both hands. If you like it, sir. This trinket is yours as a token of respect. I took the ring without hesitation and swept it with my divine sense, finding the space inside wasn't too large, only about 1 cubic meter, but enough to hold these potions and pills. Smart move, I said, sweeping all the supplies on the ground into the ring. Then I slipped the ring onto my finger, in high spirits. All right. About today's events, I don't want a third person knowing my identity. I patted Zhao Deki's greasy cheek and left a warning. Got it? Acting like I was just an ordinary customer passing by. Zhao Deki nodded frantically. I turned and strode out of the treasure pavilion. Sunlight bathed me. As I touched the spatial ring on my hand, I thought of the sun at home, waiting eagerly, like a money-devouring beast. And I felt that as a father, I was doing a damn good job. Behind me, the treasure pavilion lay in shambles. Zhao Deki slumped to the floor, staring at his looted shop. On the verge of tears, he could only viciously kick the unconscious female clerk. "You useless woman. You nearly got me killed!" exclamation. The noon sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Cloudtop Manor, bathing the living room in warm light. Su Yu had just pushed open the door when he froze, stunned by the sight before him. The table was piled high with exquisite gift boxes, made of gold thread nanmu, jade, and even low-temperature refined materials, stacked like a small mountain. Behind that treasure pile, I was lounging in a leather sofa, legs crossed, idly playing with the silver ring. ID swiped from the treasure pavilion manager's hand, a look of smug satisfaction on my face. Seeing my son return, I casually waved my hand, tossing a purple sandalwood box sealed with a top-grade talisman in a perfect arc, landing precisely at the door. "Dad?" This Su Yu fumbled to catch the box, looking utterly confused. "Open it and see," I said, pointing at the box, my tone flat. "Weren't you complaining the other day during your special training at the back mountain that your blood energy was recovering too slowly? Today, your old man took a stroll and grabbed you some stuff on the way, enough to last you a while." Su Yu swallowed hard and opened the wooden box with trembling fingers. A thick, almost tangible medicinal scent rushed out. Just one breath, and Su Yu felt the weary blood energy in his body suddenly surge to life. Inside the box lay 3 test tubes, glowing with a blood gold luster, clearly stamped with the treasure pavilion's anti-counterfeit mark. B-grade dragon blood grass extract. Su Yu gasped sharply, his hand jerking, nearly dropping the box. "This B-grade potion, 1 vial costs 10 million federal credits. And here are 3. This isn't a little something. How much did this cost?" Su Yu's voice trembled. "We've got some money. Sure, but we can just burn it like this!" exclamation. I glanced at my son, a playful smile curling at my lips. "Money? Talking about money hurts feelings. Your old man didn't spend a single credit today. Didn't spend?" Su Yu's eyes went wide. "You've got to be kidding me. Who would be that generous, giving us something worth hundreds of millions?" We ran into a helpful treasure pavilion manager. I was just spouting nonsense with a straight face. He said I had an extraordinary bone structure, insisted on giving me all this stuff to make friends. It was too kind to refuse, so I reluctantly accepted. Su Yu was speechless. He knew his old man was talking nonsense, but looking at those genuine resources of gold and silver, the gratitude in his heart was beyond words. He knew his father was using every means possible to pave the way for his martial arts path. "All right. Stop spacing out." I stood up and patted my son on the shoulder. My expression turned serious. "There are less than 3 months until the 5-subject college entrance exam. Since we have plenty of resources, don't hold back for me, just make sure you complete the mission." Su Yu hugged the box tightly. Flames blazed in his eyes. Over the next few days, the underground training room of Cloudtop Manor became Su Yu's secluded cultivation ground, with the chaos body as a cheat-like existence. "Su, you didn't need to worry like ordinary martial artists. No need to worry about absorption, refining blood, swallowing herbs, purple gold body tempering pills, high-energy compressed lean meat." A massive amount of resources was poured in, combined with the essence of the skyrending blade I personally guided, and the fierce drive of the fierce bullfist. Su Yu's cultivation shot up like a rocket. On the 5th day, late peak of the Blood Kai realms. On the 7th day, boom, a dull explosion echoed from the underground chamber. Su Yu's Blood Kai surged like a dragon, forming a layer outside his body, a stony red armor. Blood Kai realms. Great perfection. This wasn't just a breakthrough in realm. It was a true leap. Now, Su Yu, purely in terms of total Blood Kai, had even surpassed ordinary early stage innate realm martial artists. Another new morning dawned. Su Yu went to school in high spirits. As for me, I did as usual, sitting on the 2nd floor balcony drinking tea. But today, the teacup in my hand never made it to my lips. Something's wrong. I frowned deeply. As a martial king realm expert, my perception of danger was extremely sharp. Since this morning, my eyelids had been twitching nonstop. A lingering gloom weighed on my heart. Just then, wuxia's slightly disheveled figure stumbled and rushed into the grounds of Cloudtop Manor. My eyes narrowed. Before the person even landed, I was already in front of them. Pan Hong's. It was Pan Hong's, the Grand Martial Master of Kanglan Bay City. But now, there was no trace of a city lord's dignity left. His hair was a mess, his face deathly pale, his tang suit soaked through with cold sweat. "As senior, quick, go save your son." Pan Hong didn't even catch his breath. He grabbed my arms, shouting hoarsely, "That special envoy from Jiangnan. Liu Yun, that madman, he has gone to intercept Su Yu. Boom at the words intercept Su Yu. My usually calm eyes instantly turned bloodshot red. A terrifying killing intent that could shake heaven and earth erupted from my body. In an instant, Liu Yun. I gritted my teeth and uttered the name. Without a single word of nonsense, I transformed into a streak of purple gold light, vanishing into the sky in an instant. The sonic boom from that speed even shattered every window in the manor. Watching the direction I disappeared, Pan Hong collapsed to the ground. Gasping for air, his eyes were full of fear and inner conflict. It's over. This is completely over. As the city lord, he was supposed to cooperate with the special envoy's actions, but he also had his own bottom line. Moreover, he knew well how terrifying Su Wu was, because that fool, for the sake of a grudge from 20 years ago, he actually chose to strike at a child. At this moment, outside Kanglin No.1 Middle School, on a must-pass path called Lingyun Alley, Su Yu stopped in his tracks. The usually bustling school road now felt eerily quiet. Even the chirping of birds and insects had vanished. Since you're here, come on out. Su Yu took a deep breath. His hand slowly reached for the alloy battle blade on his back. Sharp senses. No wonder you're that man's son. A cold, sinister voice rang out abruptly from the shade of a tree ahead. A middle-aged man in a white, ancient-style robe with a feminine face slowly stepped out. Liu Yan stared at Su Yu, as if looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. His eyes filled with cruelty and a twisted excitement. Who are you? Su Yu's muscles tensed, his sixth sense screaming a warning. This man before him was extremely dangerous. Who I am doesn't matter. Liu Yan flicked his fingernails, speaking nonchalantly. What matters is that your father is Su Wu, and I hate people named Su the most. 20 years ago, at the Jianan main city genius battle, your father Su Wu was at this same age, just as full of spirit and ambition. A grim recollection twisted Liu Yun's face. Su Yu's heart jolted. So this was an old enemy of his father. The son pays for the father's debts. Liu Yun stepped closer, the aura radiating from him, causing the surrounding leaves to wither and fall. Today, I'll first destroy his hope. I'll make him taste the pain of losing a loved one. With a bang, Liu Yun raised his hand, the terrifying pressure of a peak martial king realm, about to erupt, but he suddenly stopped, looking at Su Yu's face. So like a young Su Wu, his twisted mind changed his plan. Killing him outright is too easy. He wanted to prove himself, prove he was stronger than Su Wu, even against Su Wu's son. To kill you, I won't stoop to using martial king strength. Liu Yun sneered, and his aura rapidly receded. Grandmaster, innate Kai and Blood realms. Then, his cultivation level steadily stopped at Kai and Blood realm. Great perfection. Back then, Su Wu defeated me at Kai and Blood great perfection. Today, I'll use the same realm to slaughter you. You little bastard. I'll prove that I, Liu Yun, am invincible at the same level. Liu Yun's eyes blazed with mad light. He drew a soft sword from his waist, its blade like a viper's tongue. Kid, draw your blade. Let you die knowing why. Sensing the shift in his opponent's aura, Su Yu's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Then, a never-before-seen fighting spirit exploded in his eyes. Same level battle. I have a chance. Su Yu gripped his battle blade tightly, the chaotic vortex within him spinning wildly, emitting a silent roar. If he were a martial king, I'd be dead for sure. But at the same level, I still have hope. The air seemed to freeze. Even the wind stopped in this terrifying killing intent. Liu Yan moved, though he had suppressed his cultivation, to Kai and Blood great perfection. He was still a peak martial king, who had honed his martial arts for decades. Every move he made was flawless, without a trace of wasted motion. The soft sword in his hand, like a venomous snake, traced a bizarre and treacherous arc through the air, straight for Su Yu's throat. Fast, precise, ruthless. This was combat awareness at the martial king level. Su Yu's eyes stood firm, every hair on his body standing on end. His perception was fully open, everything around him slowing down in his mind. But even so, Liu Yun's sword was still terrifyingly fast. Su Yu's steps were light, his body sidestepping like a ghost, barely brushing past the icy blade. The sword Kai cut through the collar of his school uniform, leaving a shallow bloody gash. While dodging, Su Yu did not retreat. Instead, he swung his alloy war blade horizontally, channeling the full power of the great perfection of Blood Kai, slashing at Liu Yun's waist. A disdainful smirk curled at the corner of Liu Yun's mouth. His body seemed boneless, contorting at an angle that defied physics. With a slight twist, he easily evaded that heavy, powerful strike. Then, with a flick of his wrist, his soft sword transformed into a rain of blades, cascading down like a storm of pear blossoms. Each strike targeted Su Yu's vital points. Clang, 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 clang. The dense sound of metal clashing echoed through the woods, sparks flying everywhere. Su Yu's expression grew extremely grim. He could only defend passively, though his war blade was fierce. Against Liu Yun's sword technique, which flowed like quicksilver, it seemed clumsy and sluggish. Damn it. Is this the foundation of a martial king? Su Yu's arm went numb from the shock. His tiger-esque mouth already split open, blood trickling down the hilts, though their strength was equal. And due to his chaos body, Su Yu's blood kai was more enduring. He was completely outclassed in technique. Liu Yun toyed with him like a mouse, each strike non-lethal, yet leaving a wound on Su Yu, deep enough to see bone. After just 10 exchanges, Su Yu was drenched in blood. Can T take it anymore? Liu Yun sneered cruelly as he swung his sword. Seems you're not as strong as I thought. Old bastard. You're celebrating too soon. Su Yu took a deep breath. Su Yu stopped defending entirely. He was waiting for a moment of slackness. His chaos body churned wildly with it, the searing pain from his wounds sharpening his mind. Finally, as Su Yu's long blade was knocked away, arcing through the air, a glint of triumph flashed in Liu Yun's eyes. His soft sword shot out like a viper's tongue, aiming straight for Su Yu's throat. It's over, you little bastard. But in that critical moment, Su Yu's eyes, once filled with panic, suddenly blazed with golden light. Instead of retreating, he advanced, facing that fatal strike. He deliberately met it with his left shoulder. The soft sword pierced through Su Yu's left shoulder, blood spraying everywhere, yet Su Yu didn't even flinch. He clamped down on the blade with his muscles, his right hand like a steel vise, seizing Liu Yun's wrist holding the sword. Got you. A grin spread across Su Yu's face, revealing blood-stained teeth. That smile made even Liu Yun, a martial king, feel a chill in his heart. A terrifying suction erupted from Su Yu's palm. What Liu Yun's expression changed drastically. He felt his own blood kai being uncontrollably drawn into Su Yu's body, surging wildly, like a water balloon, with a hole punctured in it. Get off me! Exclamation. Su Yu absorbed the opponent's blood kai, his depleted power instantly surging. Fierce bull rams the mountain! Exclamation. He let out a low roar. His right fist didn't swing out, but instead unleashed an inch force strike directly against Liu Yun's chest. This punch carried all of Su Yu's fury, and the power stolen by his chaos body, like an ancient wild bull crashing into a sacred mountain. A dull, teeth-grinding thud rang out. Liu Yun felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. The overwhelming force sent him flying off the ground, like a broken kite, tumbling backward over 10 meters, crashing heavily into a large tree, snapping its thick trunk in two. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Su Yu pulled the soft sword from his shoulder, discarding it on the ground, panting heavily, his eyes blazing with a terrifying light. Even a martial king suppressing his realm, still getting beaten up. Amid the ruins, Liu Yun struggled to his feet. His once pristine white robe was now stained with dirt and blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Su Yu not far away. The contempt in his eyes had completely vanished. In its place, replaced by a furious madness, like a beast bitten by an ant. Good. Very good. If I were truly at the 7th blood vein, I might have really fallen to you today. Liu Yun's voice turned hoarse and venomous. I never expected that Wei Su Wu could sire a freak like you. That ability to drain blood and Kai's demonic arts. Isn't it? Su Yu's heart sank slightly. He could sense that punch just now had broken the other's ribs, but it hadn't dealt a fatal blow. A martial king's body is tempered through countless refinements. Even with his realm suppressed, its toughness far exceeds ordinary people. But the game is over. Liu Yun slowly straightened up. The red light in his eyes grew stronger. I admit you're a genius, but geniuses often die the earliest. Boom! Before his words even fade, Liu Yun's aura suddenly turned violent. Though he hadn't lifted his realm suppression, he activated a martial king level burst secret technique. This time, his speed was a full double what it was before. Su Yu didn't even see his movement. He only felt a blur before his eyes. A gust of wind, sharp to the extreme, already rushing toward his face. Die. A dagger had appeared in Liu Yun's hand at some point. Too fast, Su Yu's heart raced. There was no time to dodge. Was he really going to die here? The shadow of death loomed over him. A fierce unwillingness surged in Su Yu's heart. No. I can't die. Dad is still waiting for me to come home for dinner. I still have to go to the stars to bring Mom back. My martial path has only just begun. Open under this life or death pressure. Su Yu let out a heart-wrenching roar. Biting his tongue tip sharply, a mouthful of essence blood sprayed out. The chaotic vortex inside his body seemed to sense its master's will and began spinning wildly, even emitting a roaring sound like a finger snap. The wandering blood energy in the surrounding and the residual kai from Liu Yun he had absorbed were forcibly compressed and ignited in that moment. Crack! It felt like a shackle inside Su Yu had been broken. A surge of blood energy burst from the depths of his dantian. Blood energy released innate force. Around Su Yu, a faint red aura erupted, forcing Liu Yun's dagger to pause for a moment. Ding detected Su Yu's breakthrough in the Lin Town, ascending to the early stage of the Xianxian realm host's realm sinking. Congratulations to the host for breaking the human limit, ascending to the early stage of the martial emperor realm. Though Su Yu had broken through to the Xianxian realm and blocked the fatal strike, Liu Yun was still a peak martial king at his core. The dagger though hindered by the auras, still slowly pierced into Su Yu's chest. Xianxia, damn little bastard. I can let you live. Liu Yun's killing intent surged. His blood energy raged to die. But just as the dagger's tip broke Su Yu's skin, it lost a voice filled with boundless majesty and fury. Exploded in Liu Yun's mind. This sound wasn't heard through the ears, but acted directly on the soul. Liu Yun's mind went blank, as if struck hard by a heavy hammer. The dagger in his hand was only a centimeter from Su Yu's heart, yet he couldn't push it in no matter what, because the space around him had frozen an invisible yet vast power, instantly enveloped 1,000 meters. In the face of that power, even as a peak martial king, he was as fragile as an ant. Spiritual pressure. Liu Yun looked up in terror, forcing his eyes to move with difficulty, only to see high above a familiar figure stepping through the air, approaching, not flying, but with effortless ease. One moment he was at the horizon, the next, he had already appeared before Su Yu. At this moment, I had no trace of blood energy fluctuation, but as I stood there, the space around me subtly warped. Don't touch my son. I reached out a hand. I gently grasped Liu Yun's wrist, the one holding the dagger. His wrist, a crisp crack of bone breaking rang out. Liu Yun's wrist was crushed to pieces. The dagger clattered to the ground. Liu Yun let out a scream, but then the scream abruptly stopped, because my other hand had already pressed down on his crown. Liu Yun, 20 years no see. You are still as disgusting as ever. I looked at this old acquaintance, his face full of terror. My tone was icy, devoid of any warmth. I was planning to let you live a few more days, so you could witness my son's brilliance. But you made the worst mistake. You dared to harbor murderous intent. Since that is the case, then go to hell and repent. At this moment, Liu Yun had only endless despair and disbelief in his eyes. He felt the power that bound him. It wasn't the aura of a martial king. It was spiritual power materialized. A martial emperor? How is that possible? How could you be a martial emperor? Liu Yun roared madly in his heart. A martial emperor? Well, that was a being truly at the peak of humanity. Spiritual power, merging with heaven and earth. One glance could kill. Just days ago, Su Wu was only a martial king. How could he have crossed that heavenly chasm? But he would never get his answer. My palm exerted a slight force. Be more careful in your next life. Asterisk smack asterisk, like crushing a piece of tofu. This special envoy from the Jiangnan Great Base. Arrogant and unruly. A peak martial king. Liu Yun, didn't he even have time to utter his final words? His entire head exploded under my palm. A generation's overlord fell just like that. Dying without any dignity. Dying cleanly and swiftly. I casually shook my hand, which wasn't even dirty. I turned around. The murderous godlike demeanor vanished instantly. I looked at Su Yu, drenched in blood and swaying. The coldness in my eyes instantly turned into endless tenderness and heartache. Are you okay, son? I reached out my hand. A stream of pure, quintessential 5 Emperor blood energy poured into Su Yu's body, instantly halting his injuries, repairing his damaged meridians. Su Yu felt the warm, soothing flow inside him, looking at the man before him, his father, who had killed for his sake all the way. His eyes grew hot. He shook his head. He showed a weak but radiant smile. Dad, I am fine, and I think I've broken through to the innate realm. Silly boy, I ruffled my son's head. My voice was a little choked. Breaking through is a good thing, but don't push yourself so hard next time. Your dad can handle that kind of shock. Half an hour later, at Cloudtop Manor, Su Yu had been sent to the medical pod to rest, though his injuries looked terrifying. Under the combined effects of the martial empress, blood energy and the chaos body, they hadn't damaged his foundation. In the living room on the first floor, I sat on a leather sofa, a cup of hot tea in my hand, my expression calm, and before me, Pan Hong, the city lord of Kanglan Base, knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling like a sieve. He knew that Liu Yun's, the man who made all of Kanglan's high-up's bow and scrape, had been crushed in my hands, like a little chick. The impact of that brought his reverence for me to its peak. Get up, I said indifferently. Though you a weather vanes, at the last moment, you still went to report. I remember that favor. Thank you, senior, for sparing my life. Exclamation. Pan Hong, as if granted a pardon, stood up shakily, but his waist was still bent, not daring to look me in the eye. This Liu Yun was sent by the Wang family. I blew on the tea and asked casually, why yes. Pan Hong didn't dare to hide anything. Liu Yun is the Wang family's king. 20 years ago, he seemed to have a grudge against you, senior. This time, with Wang Heng and Wang Meng's incident, it gave him an excuse to settle personal scores under the guise of official duty. The Wang family. I set down my teacup. A flicker of coldness passed through my eyes. It seems this feud is truly set in stone. Tell me, what exactly is this Jiangnan Wang family made of? Pan Hong quickly nodded, with a grave expression. He said, senior, you must not underestimate them. The Wang family is one of the top powers in the Jiangnan base, a renowned and prestigious clan. Their influence is vast, with deep and tangled roots. Within the family, There are no fewer than 10 martial kings. Although Liu Yun is strong, he only ranks in the top 10 within the Wang family, so you naturally fear nothing. Pan Hong's voice dropped even lower, laden with deep fear. Rumor has it that the Wang family has an ancestor who lived for 200 years, always in seclusion, never emerging. They say that ancestor, 10 years ago, had already stepped into the martial saint realm. Martial saint. I tapped my fingers lightly on the table, producing a soft sound. Martial disciple, martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial emperor. Martial saint. Martial emperor is about spiritual power, able to control objects and kill with a thought, with divine sense covering an entire city. As for the martial saint realm, that is true transcendence. Spiritual power perfectly merges with the world's primal energy. Every move can draw upon the power of heaven and earth. The body becomes immortal, living for 500 years, and even briefly leaving the atmosphere, surviving in low Earth orbit. Don't underestimate a single realm difference. The gap is like the distance between clouds and mud. A martial saint can easily suppress 10 martial kings. Interesting. Instead of fear, a hint of excitement curled at the corner of my mouth. If it were before, when I was only at the martial king level, facing a martial saint, I might have had to think twice, or even take my son and run. But now, I am a martial emperor, knowing how the system works. As long as Su Yu breaks through a few more minor realms, that so-called martial saint will be nothing but a single punch away. All right. I understand. I stood up, patting Pan Hong on the shoulder. Keep this to yourself. Liu Yun died in a beast attack. Got it. Understood. Understood. Special Envoy Liu was inspecting the wilderness and unfortunately encountered a beast emperor's attack, dying for the nation. Pan Hong reacted quickly, immediately crafting the story. Go after sending Pan Hong away. I walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing toward the direction of the Jianan base. Martial Saint. I hope your old bones are tough enough. And Don T crumble under a single punch from me. At that moment, So Yu, sound asleep in the medical pod, turned over, mumbling in his dream. Dad, I want braised pork. 2 months' time, on the long path of martial arts, is but a fleeting moment. Strangely enough, during this period, the Kanglan base was eerily calm. That Jian and Wang family seemed to have completely forgotten about Liu Yun and Wang Heng's deaths, showing no signs of retaliation. But I knew this was just the low pressure before the storm. They won't strike unless they have to, but when they do, it will be with overwhelming force. At that time, behind the Cloud Summit Manor, the open space once used as an arena was now riddled with pits and craters. The alloy fences around it were covered in shocking sword marks. Swish, swish, swish. A blurry figure darted through the forest, moving so fast that even the falling leaves had no time to stir. The young man, bare-chested, held a black iron heavy blade, his form like a ghost as he leaped and shifted among the wooden stakes. Every swing of his blade stirred not a single gust of wind, but where the blade passed, the air rippled with visible circles. Ripples, the mark of the perfected blade wing skybreaker. HMPH Su Yu let out a cold snort, his body defying physics midair, as he lightly tapped a falling leaf with his toe, using the force to rise another 3 feet leaf treading. Body art. Perfected. He slashed down at a 3-meter-tall boulder ahead, splitting it in two in an instant, the cut smooth as a mirror. He sheathed his blade and landed. Su Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, his once immature face now sharp and defined, his eyes brimming with determination. 2 months of lavish resource stacking, and my brutal training as a 5 Emperor-level private tutor had shot Su Yu's cultivation to the late heavenly realms. If this speed got out, it would shake the entire Federation's martial arts education world. After all, an ordinary genius would need at least a year to complete this step. On the second-floor terrace, I held a purple clay teapot, watching my son's performance below, a slight smile curling at the corner of my mouth. Not bad with a thought. The Azure System panel materialized before my eyes. Host, Su Wu. Bound to Sun, Su Yu. Cultivation. Late Heavenly Realms. The Host S Realm. 5 Emperor Late Stage. Technique. Primordial Unity Kai Arts. Perfected. Pressure Kai Sense. Purified. Horse Ox Full Circle. Perfected. Life Intent Awakened. Blade Wing Skybreaker. Perfected. High Intent Awakened. Leaf Treading Body Arts. Perfected. Combat Skills at Critical Level. 5 Emperor Late Stage. I clenched my fist, feeling the vast power within me. Now, even without using blood energy, relying solely on mental force, I could easily erase a fellow Stage 5 Emperor. As for that so-called Wang family ancestor, Martial Saint, I narrowed my eyes, a glint of battle flashing through them. Just then, the manor's alert system let out a soft chime. I swept my divine sense and saw standing at the main gate, a face full of anxiety. Too afraid to ring the bell, pacing in place City Lord Pan Hong. This old bastard's here again. I flickered, instantly vanishing from the terrace into the living room. Pan Hong held a cup of hot tea, barely daring to sit on half the sofa, his demeanor restrained. tinged with urgency. For the past 2 months, he had become a regular at Cloudtop Manor. As the punching bag caught between me and the Wang family, his days were now like walking on thin ice. But he was clever. Since he'd already offended the Wang family, he had no choice but to cling tightly to my leg. Senior. Enough with the formalities. I waved my hand and took the main seat. It's about the beasts outside the base, isn't it? Senior sees clearly. Pan Hong gave a bitter smile, pulling out a highly detailed electronic map from his pocket, projecting it onto the coffee table. For the past 2 months, the beasts around the base have been acting more and more abnormally. High-tier beasts that should be deep in the mountains keep appearing on the outskirts, even attacking several mercenary squads. With only half a month left until the Martial Arts College entrance exam, this exam won't just have students from our base, but also candidates from several neighboring satellite cities coming to Kanglan to gather. If something goes wrong at the exam site, or if a beast tide occurs, Pan Hong wiped cold sweat from his brow. Losing my head as city lord is a small matter, but ruining the children's futures, that's the real disaster. I glanced at the map, marked with red dots, dense and converging toward one direction. I nodded. So you is also taking the exam. I won't allow any accidents, senior. After desperate reconnaissance by our scouts, we finally pinpointed the source. Pan Hong pointed at a deep red area on the map. 300 Lai, outside Kanglan base. His tone grew heavy. Deep in the Sunset Mountains, there's a newly ascended Beast King, a mutated thundercloud tiger. Based on energy fluctuation analysis, its strength is at least comparable to a human martial king at peak, or even half a step into the Beast Emperor threshold. It's gathering all the surrounding beast hordes. It seemed to be brewing a large-scale beast nest. A mutated thundercloud tiger. I stroked my chin. A peak martial king beast. For the current Kanglan base, it truly was a catastrophic disaster. But in my eyes, it was just a slap away. All right. I understand. I stood up and took the map. With a calm expression, I said, "Thank you." Senior bowed deeply to me. Pan Hong was overjoyed. The anxious heart finally settled down. After leaving Kanglan base, I directly stepped through the air, leaving a white trail of airwaves high in the sky, heading straight toward the Wuxia mountain range. The Wuxia mountain range got its name because it was perpetually shrouded in red miasma, beautiful yet deadly. Like a setting glow, the mountains rose in layers, with ancient trees reaching the sky. Every tree stood 100 meters tall, blocking out the sun. It was practically a natural paradise for beasts. As soon as I entered the mountain, I sensed the terror of the outer perimeter. There wasn't even a single bird call. The deeper I went, the thicker the restless beastly aura in the air became. So this was the intimidation of a beast king. I hovered above the canopy, my powerful spiritual sense spreading out like a tide, instantly covering 100 miles in all directions. Soon, I locked onto the location Pan Hong had mentioned. My brow suddenly furrowed. In the feedback from my spiritual perception, that valley indeed contained an extremely violent thunderous aura. It was undoubtedly the mutated thundercloud tiger, but beside that thunderous aura, there was another surge of blood energy hidden. This blood energy was extremely subtle. If I hadn't reached the 5th Emperor realm and possessed a perception honed to critical sharpness, I probably wouldn't have noticed it. Though subtle, its total volume and quality were shockingly immense. This blood energy, I narrowed my eyes, was actually over 10 times stronger than the peak martial king thundercloud tigers, rivaling the blood energy of a late-stage martial emperor human. Could there be an adult beast emperor hidden in these mountains? I instantly became alert. If it was an adult beast emperor, today would likely be a fierce battle. At that moment, in the center of the valley, a terrifying beast, the size of a truck, was lying down. Its body was covered in blue-purple striped fur, each hair standing up like steel needles, with crackling arcs of electricity swirling around it. With every breath, 2 scorching thunder arcs shot from its nostrils, charring the rocks on the ground black. The mutated thundercloud tiger. This was the culprit that had kept Pan Hong awake with fear. And in the thundercloud tiger's lair, 4 peak C-rank ironclad giant crocodiles were prostrated, acting as guards. This lineup truly qualified as a regional overlord. However, my gaze didn't linger on the thundercloud tiger. For even a second, I stared intently behind the thundercloud tiger. At an inconspicuous corner, there, a small mountain of various spirit bones and rare ores was piled up, and at the very top of that treasure pile, a small white furball was lying. It was a tiny beast, only the size of a house cat. Its entire body was pure white, without a single stray hair, looking fluffy and extremely cute. Its ears were pointed, somewhat like a fox's, somewhat like a cat's, and on its forehead were 2 small, slightly raised bumps. At that moment, this little beast was sprawled out, sleeping soundly in the pile of spirit fruits, with a trace of glistening drool at the corner of its mouth. And that majestic thundercloud tiger was now acting like a docile big cat, occasionally and carefully, using its tail to help this little beast shoo away the surrounding mosquitoes. I hid behind an ancient tree 100 meters away, my heart churning with shock. That terrifying blood energy comparable to the fifth emperor realm. It was emanating from this sleeping little furball. Right from this sleeping little furball, the thundercloud tiger wasn't the beast king. I realized it was just a babysitter. This little beast was the real master. This was no ordinary mutated beast or mortal ancestor. It was a divine beast descendant with ancient bloodline. Just as I was observing, that thundercloud tiger seemed to sense something. It suddenly lifted its massive head. Its bell-like tiger eyes fixed on my hiding spot. It let out a low, rumbling roar. That roar instantly woke the sleeping little beast. The little beast groggily turned off, muttering something in a daze. Then, in an incredibly human-like manner, it covered its ears with its paws. Seeing its master disturbed, the thundercloud tiger's eyes grew even fiercer. It blamed the bug hiding in the shadows for disturbing its master's rest. Boom! Lightning flared around the thundercloud tiger. It opened its mouth and shot a pillar of lightning, thick as a bucket, toward the ancient tree where I was hiding. Found out? I snorted coldly, since I was exposed. No need to hide anymore, beast. You re-asking for death exclamation. I stepped forward, my figure vanishing instantly. That terrifying lightning pillar shattered the ancient tree, but didn't even touch my clothes. The next second, I appeared above the valley, facing that thundercloud tiger at the peak of Martial King. I didn't even raise a hand, just a single glance. An invisible blade of spiritual energy tore through the void. The thundercloud tiger, about to pounce, suddenly froze mid-motion. On its iron-hard head, a bloody gash appeared without warning. The massive tiger head slid off instantly. Blood gushed out like a fountain. One strike, instant kill. Even the 4 armored giant crocodiles nearby had their organs shattered by the residual spiritual storm. They died instantly. The entire valley fell silent. Only the just awakened little furball, rubbing its eyes, stood there, staring blankly at its fallen babysitter and guards. The little white beast gazed dumbly at the corpses on the ground, then looked up at me hovering in the air. Its big, round eyes shifted from confusion to extreme vigilance and fury. Roar! It suddenly stood up. Its body, originally palm-sized, swelled in an instant. Every strand of white fur stood on end, like a puffed-up hedgehog. Boom! A terrifying blood energy fluctuation at the martial emperor level erupted from its body without restraint. Such overwhelming blood energy. Golden light flashed in my eyes. This little thing could rival me with just its aura. Human! You dare kill my underlings! Exclamation. Then, a scene that made my pupils contract happened. This little beast opened its mouth and spat out, though childish, clear human speech, speaking human language. This was something only beasts at the saint level, or those with extremely noble, divine beast bloodlines, could do. I'll eat you! Exclamation. The little beast roared with a fierce, cute growl. Its hind legs kicked off the ground. The entire valley floor instantly collapsed. Its speed was extreme, turning into a white lightning bolt. It broke through the distance in an instant, tearing through the air with a sharp screech, straight for my face. Its claws left space slightly distorted, glowing with golden claw marks. So fast. Pure physical speed was over 3 times faster than the thundercloud tiger. I was startled, but I was a battle-hardened martial emperor. My eyes instantly turned calm. I activated my combat instincts. In the trajectory of the little beast's pounce, I precisely predicted its weakness. I sidestepped slightly. Whoosh! The little beast's claws grazed past the tip of my nose. The little beast attacked again, but missed. It twisted its body nimbly in midair. Its tail, like a steel whip, whistled through the air as it lashed toward the back of my head. I raised my right hand, not to block it head-on, but to use a subtle, skillful technique. I lightly tapped its tail. Bang! The little beast lost its balance from the deft force, tumbling several times in the air before landing. Roar! It was clearly enraged. It launched a storm of attacks again, clawing and biting, pouncing with lightning speed. Every strike carried a terrifying, monstrous strength that could split mountains and shatter rocks. Yet, a few minutes later, I still stood with my hands behind my back, floating in midair, without even a single misstep. As for that little beast, it was already on the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion, its tongue even hanging out. I finally understood. This little thing was a typical rich second generation. It had a terrifying blood energy rivaling a 5 emperor level, and a divine beast foundation, but its combat experience was practically non-existent. Its attacks relied purely on instinct, straightforward and utterly lacking in technique. Meeting a master of skill like me, it was nothing more than a fool being toyed. After the fight, I looked down at it from above, a sly smile curling at the corner of my mouth. Since you're out of moves, it's my turn now. I held back no longer. The 5 Emperor blood energy within me erupted instantly, condensing into a massive purple-gold handprint that blotted out the sky. And I struck fiercely at the little beast. The little beast felt the terrifying power contained within that handprint. Its once fierce eyes changed in an instant, filled with terror from the depths of its soul. It realized that its proud blood energy was completely suppressed before me. It's over. It's over. I'm going to die. Just as the handprint was about to fall, that little beast, which had been so arrogant moments ago, vowing to eat me, suddenly made a move that left me utterly stunned. It threw itself to the ground, covered its head with its front paws, stuck its rear end high up, and trembling, shouted, "Spare me. Great hero, I surrender." I froze midair. That purple gold handprint hovered just 3 inches above the little beast's head, stopping abruptly. This isn't how the script goes. What about the dignity of a divine beast? What about preferring death to surrender? I dispersed the blood energy halo and landed before the little beast, somewhat amused, watching this trembling white furball. "Little ball, weren't you pretty fierce just now? Weren't you going to eat me?" The little beast peeked with one paw lifted, revealing a pair of watery big eyes. Seeing the big hand was gone, it finally breathed a sigh of relief. It immediately put on a fawning expression, standing on its hind legs, with its front paws clasped together, and said with tearful eyes, "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Big brother. Big shot, grandpa. That was just my morning crankiness, just messing around with you." As it spoke, it even tried to squeeze out 2 tears, looking pitiful, weak, and helpless. Although I have strong blood energy, I'm really still a baby. I was born less than 3 years ago. I've barely fought a few times. I was just trying to scare you earlier. The little beast sniffled, seeing my half-smiling expression. Its heart was racing with panic. Though it was cowardly, it was clever. It's inherited. Memories told it that this human before it was a ruthless character, and it carried a scent that felt both comfortable and dangerously threatening. If it didn't back down, it would really end up as a scarf today. "Don't kill me. I'm very useful." Seeing me still sizing him up, the little beast grew anxious. He quickly pitched himself. "I can find treasures. I can sniff out any rare treasure within 100 miles. All the treasures in this valley were found by me. I can also sense danger in advance. I can detect ill intent from 8 blocks away. And I eat very little. I'm easy to raise." Listening to the little beast's self-introduction, the murderous intent in my heart had long dissipated, replaced by a strong interest, able to find treasures and sense danger. This was practically a bodyguard and cheat code tailor-made for Su Yu. That kid Su Yu would later venture into broader horizons, where danger would lurk everywhere. That was real profit, but I couldn't protect him 24/7. If I had this little thing following him, a treasure-hunting mouse, judging by its looks, it might be some ancient species. I mulled it over in my mind, but my face remained icy cold. Words are empty proof. My blood energy surged again, as if I was about to strike. "How do I know you're not lying to me? What if I take you back, and you bite me while I'm asleep?" "No. No." The little beast trembled all over, its white fur bristling as it repeatedly shook its head. "I swear. I swear a deadly oath." Swearing is useless. To examine a claw mark on the bridge surface, I extended a finger, and a drop of purple golden essence blood condensed at my fingertip, with the spiritual imprint of the 5 Emperor banner swirling around it. "If you want to live, sign this. This is a master-servant contract. Sign it, and your life will be in my hands. If you dare have second thoughts, not only will you die, but your soul will also be annihilated." My voice was like a demon's. This was a secret technique I had read about in books during these 2 months. I never thought I'd actually use it. The little beast stared at that drop of essence. Blood? A flicker of struggle in its eyes. It was a noble, divine beast. How could it become a human's pet? But it glanced at the cold corpse of the thundercloud tiger beside it, then at my icy eyes. A beast under the eaves must bow its head. The little beast pouted in grievance, but ultimately yielded to the instinct to survive. It extended its pink little tongue and licked that drop of essence blood. Buzz an ancient rune flashed across the foreheads of both man and beast before vanishing. The contract was sealed. I instantly felt a faint connection appear in my consciousness. As long as I wished, I could control the little beast's life or death through that link at any time. Satisfied, I stood up, grabbed the little beast by the scruff of its neck, and lifted it up to eye level. "From today on, you're with me, since you're so white and round like a ball." I thought for a moment, displaying my utterly casual talent for naming. "I'll call you Little White." The little beast hung limply, its limbs dangling, its eyes hollow, as if it had lost all hope. Little White. Such a tacky name, but it dared not voice its anger, only letting out a weak mew. "Oh, right." I suddenly remembered something, pointing at the pile of spirit fruits and ores nearby. "Did you find all these?" Some Little White nodded repeatedly. "They're all good stuff. A gift for my master." I waved my hand grandly, sweeping all those priceless treasures into my storage ring. "Not bad," I praised, rubbing Little White's head, then casually tossing him onto my shoulder. Little White lay on my broad shoulder, feeling that strong sense of safety. His originally anxious mood gradually calmed down. This human might be a bit fierce, but following him didn't seem so bad. At least he wouldn't have to catch a thundercloud tiger as a babysitter. Man and beast turned into streaks of light, vanishing at the edge of the Sunset Cloud mountain range. With the Beast King's control gone, the ferocious beasts in the mountains returned to normal. Kanglin Base also headed to Cloud Summit Manor. My figure silently appeared at the entrance of the manor. At that moment, the city lord, Pan Hong's who was usually buried in endless affairs, was still waiting at the gate, seeing my return, and that I wasn't tea-stained with a single trace of blood. Pan Hong's hanging heart finally settled halfway. Senior exclamation Pan Hong hurriedly greeted me. The beast king of the Wuxia mountains has been dealt with. My tone flat. Go arrange the 5th exam properly. Don't mess it up. The two men, greatly relieved. Pan Hong was overjoyed. He bowed deeply to me, then respectfully withdrew. After sending Pan Hong off, I didn't head back to the villa to rest. Instead, I walked straight toward the back mountain. By then, the beast fighting arena in the back mountain was already in shambles. Scattered haphazardly on the ground lay over a dozen corpses of earth-rank ferocious beasts. The air was thick with the heavy stench of blood, and in the center of the pile of corpses, Su Yu stood bare-chested, gripping an alloy combat blade. Panting heavily, fresh wounds had been added to his body, but his eyes burned with an almost frightening intensity. Yuri back. Su Yu casually flicked the blood off his blade when he saw me. Grinning widely, the murderous aura that came from fighting through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood vanished the moment he smiled, and he turned back into that sunny young man. Not bad. I nodded to myself. I was just about to praise him when, what's that thing on your shoulder? Su Yu's gaze suddenly locked onto the fluffy white ball of fur on my shoulder. It looked like a mix between a cat and a fox, lying there lazily, with an aloof expression that screamed, "Don't mess with me." Hearing the words things, the little white creature, which had been playing dead, instantly bristled. It shot upright, planted its front paws on its hips, and glared at Su Yu with wide, round eyes, roaring in a voice that was both childish and arrogantly fierce. How dare you? You re the thing. Your whole family are things. I am an ancient divine beast, a spiritual being born of heaven and earth. For your disrespect toward this venerable one, I hereby sentence you to become my little brother! Exclamation. Su Yu was stunned. He blinked, looked at the palm-sized furball, then at his calm father. This thing can talk. It has become a spirit. I shrugged, reached out and flicked Xiao Bai's forehead, sending him stumbling back. This is the little guy I tamed in the Wuxia mountains. His name is Xiao Bai. Don't let his size fool you. The beast-tide crisis that had Pan Hong losing sleep was actually caused by this little rascal. What Su Yu's eyes went wide, and he instantly became intrigued. He crouched down, bringing his eyes level with Xiao Bai on my shoulder, and said with a flattering grin, "So you Lord Divine Beast. My apologies. My apologies. From now on, I'll be counting on your protection. I can strut around the Kanglin base without a care. Right?" Xiao Bai raised his chin arrogantly, even though getting flicked by me earlier was embarrassing. He couldn't lose face in front of a new underling. He swished his fluffy tail and snorted. "Of course, as long as you behave, this venerable one will treat you to the finest food and drink, and all the female beasts for miles around. Heh. Ferocious beasts will take a detour when they see me!" Exclamation. Watching this little creature put on airs like a fox using the tiger's might, Su Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. But he would soon discover that this divine beast's true worth was far greater than he could imagine. Over the next half-months, life at Cloudtop Manor became incredibly eventful. Su Yu had thought that having a divine beast around would turn the house into chaos, but he never expected that this divine beast named Xiao Bai would become the biggest cheat code on his martial path. Although Xiao Bai had been tamed by me, the terrifying blood energy inside him, comparable to a grade 5 golden core, was like a nuclear reactor, constantly leaking. Because he was too young, he simply couldn't control that power. This often caused his blood and Kai to surge upward, making him restless with heat, forcing him to rely on sleep to suppress it. And Su Yu, as the owner of the chaos body, was most in need of high-purity blood and Kai energy. Thus, an extremely bizarre, yet harmonious scene appeared. Every afternoon, Su Yu stopped practicing his blade, and instead sat cross-legged in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Little White would sprawl out on top of Su Yu's head, or in his arms, looking utterly content. Su Yu activated his cultivation technique, frantically drawing from Little White the blood and Kai power that easily dispersed. This blood and Kai was so pure, it required no refinement. Upon entering the body, it instantly became his own. I stood by, watching this mutually beneficial pair, one human, one beast, and my mouth twitched uncontrollably. This wasn't cultivation. This was clearly two cheaters farming each other. Little White was a wireless power bank, and Su Yu was a super fast charger. These two together made their leveling speed utterly ridiculous. On day 3, Su Yu broke through to the great perfection of innate force. On day 7, Su Yu touched the threshold of Grandmaster. On day 12, an overwhelmingly powerful erupted from within Su Yu. Grandmaster Realm, an 18-year-old Grandmaster. Su Yu opened his eyes, golden light shooting from them. He clenched his fists, feeling the power to control everything, and nearly fell from the sky in excitement. "Dad, I've become a Grandmaster. I really am a Grandmaster!" Exclamation. Little White, however, lay on the ground, utterly drained, its tongue hanging out. "This is exhausting. Is this kid a touty in disguise? He nearly sucked me dry!" Exclamation. Just as Su Yu broke through to Grandmaster. who had been sitting on the second-floor terrace guarding him, heard in my mind that long-awaited sound of heavenly music. Ding! Detected that disciple Su Yu has broken through consecutively in a short time, advancing to Grandmaster. Host S evaluation. A grade. System judgment. This cross-realm breakthrough grants the host feedback. Host S realm synchronizing. Congratulations, host, on advancing to the early stage of martial saint exclamation. Rumble. At that moment, not just cloud top manor, but the entire sky over Kanglan Bay City changed color. The once clear sky suddenly gathered auspicious clouds, and purple Kai streamed in from the east for 3,000 miles. An overwhelming, majestic, indescribable aura, centered on me, instantly covered the entire city. All the martial artists in the city, whether cultivating or sleeping, horrifyingly discovered that the blood and Kai within their bodies was uncontrollably bowing toward the northern district. On the terrace, I slowly opened my eyes. The martial saint realm, this was no longer mere physical power, but the unity of spirit with heaven and earth. Now, I could slightly manipulate the primordial energy of heaven and earth. This primordial energy, the spiritual energy born with the universe, often connects with various forces, powerful and mysterious. Human cultivation begins with refining blood and Kai to reach the martial emperor realm, gaining formidable spiritual power, and finally uniting spirit with heaven and earth, all to control the primordial energy. This feeling, I took a deep breath, even having lived 2 lives, still stirred my heart with excitement. A martial saint, this was truly standing at the peak of this planet, with a lifespan of 500 years. Living for 500 years. One could even cross outer space with the physical body. I looked down at that foolish son, who was ecstatic from breaking through to Grandmaster, and a doting smile curled at the corner of my mouth. An 18-year-old Grandmaster was indeed a prodigy. But your dad here is a martial saint. I withdrew the heavenly anomalies, and returned to being that ordinary middle-aged man. I leaped down from the second floor, landing lightly in front of Su Yu. Tomorrow is the martial arts college entrance exam. I looked up at the stars in the night sky. My tone grew deep and distant. Yours expression turned serious. This exam is nothing. Just do your best. Your safety comes first. I spoke earnestly. Never mind the beasts. This martial arts college entrance exam. The real danger is still humans. Got it? Dad, I'll be careful tomorrow. Su Yu replied casually. Got it? Like hell you do. I flicked Su Yu's forehead in annoyance. The crisp sound of the flick made Bai, who was gnawing on a chicken leg nearby, jump in surprise. Ouch. Dad, what are you doing? Su Yu covered his head, looking wronged. I'm a grandmaster now, and you still hit my head. Where's my dignity supposed to go? Hitting you is to make you remember. I crossed my legs, my expression turning serious. Don't think that becoming a grandmaster makes you invincible. This world is vast, vaster than you can imagine. I pulled up a holographic projection and brought out an encrypted file. I found out through some special channels. The reason so many out-of-town examinees are gathering at Kanglan Base this year is because several new space jump points have been built near Kanglan. None of them are stable yet. I pointed at the red markers on the map. Chen Sheng said, most of these examinees are from Mars. Su Yu frowned slightly. In this era, Mars was no longer that red wasteland. Hundreds of years ago, Earth's resources dried up, and a group of elites with top-tier tech and wealth moved en masse to Mars, establishing a more advanced civilization. You could say that Martian humans are now the Federation's aristocracy. Exactly, I sneered. Those self-proclaimed superior humans, despite their advanced tech and gene optimization like drinking water, because they have no wild beasts. Their native-born descendants, though high in cultivation, often lack real combat experience. So, to pass the strict Federation elite selection, many Martian families send their children to Earth for the exams, calling it rural gold plating. But really it's to steal spots from Earth examinees and boost scores. A flicker of anger passed through my eyes, and these young masters and misses fight dirty. In their eyes, to them, Earth natives are no different from wild beasts in the wilderness. In past years, Earth examinees have been crippled, or even maimed. I looked at Su Yu, my tone turning serious. I'm not worried about you losing to them. I'm worried you'll hold back and get hurt. Remember, once you're on the exam field, whether they are from Mars or Mercury, if they dare to provoke you, fight back with everything you've got. Su Yu's eyes also turned cold after hearing this, stealing spots and treating Earth people as stepping stones. He clenched his fists. His fists cracked audibly. A confident smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, Dad, no matter where they are from, if they dare mess with me, I'll make them regret it. The next morning at dawn, just as dawn broke, the entrance of Kanglan First High School was already packed with people. The cordon stretched 3 kilometers out, and fully armed city guards maintained order. Countless parents waited anxiously outside the line, their eyes full of hope. For ordinary families, the martial arts college entrance exam was the only chance to change their fate. I drove the limited edition luxury hovercar gifted by the city lord, with Su Yu and Bai, who was curled around my neck like a scarf. and parked discreetly at the VIP entrance. "Go on," I patted Su Yu's shoulder. "No extra words. I'll be waiting outside." He was clad in a form-fitting black outfit, looking lean and stern. The moment he stepped out of the car, many students around recognized him. "Look, quick, it's Su Yu, the legendary young Master Su. I heard his dad is a big shot in the film industry." As I chat, "Keep your voice down." Su Yu ignored the murmurs around him and walked straight toward the school gate. But just as he was about to step through the entrance, rumble, exclamation asterisk, the clear sky suddenly darkened. A massive gust of air descended from above. Fierce winds howled, kicking up clouds of dust, sending countless examinees and parents stumbling. Even the electronic banner at the school gate was torn apart. "What's going on? Look up there!" Everyone raised their heads in terror. The clouds were violently torn apart. A dozen sci-fi-shaped, jet-black mini-spaceships hovered over the school like steel beasts. Blue tail flames spewed scorching heat, warping the air around them. "Those are private shuttles from Mars. Move aside, all non-essential personnel." The loudspeaker on the ship blared a cold, arrogant voice, showing no regard for the dense crowd of examinees below. The ship slowly descended onto a large open space temporarily requisitioned beside the school. The massive landing gear pressed deep grooves into the ground. The hatch opened, and white cold air burst out. A group of young people in silver-white nano-combat suits, exuding an air of nobility and aloofness, stepped out leisurely. The men were tall and handsome, the women beautiful and delicate, their skin as smooth as porcelain. They didn't head straight to the registration line. Instead, they stood at the hatch, looking at the dusty earthlings around them, like animals in a zoo. Tusk, tusk. "So this is Earth. So much dust in the air. It's making my throat sore." A blond boy covered his nose in disgust. "Can't help it. Just bear with it." Who told the old man at home to insist I come here for the provincial top score? Another red-haired girl toyed with a laser pen in her hand, her eyes full of contempt. "But look at these misfits. Even those so-called geniuses are only at the early innate stage." How boring. I stood outside the crowd, squinting slightly. My divine sense swept over them in an instant. "Quite the big talk," I sneered inwardly. There were about 50 of them, and nearly a third had aura fluctuations at the Grandmaster stage, though most were Grandmasters propped up by drugs, with unstable foundations. Compared to these Earth students still struggling in the Kai and Blood stage or innate stage, it was indeed a crushing advantage. Since the ecological restoration, Mars really has far more resources than Earth. Just then, another deeper roar came from the sky. A luxurious spaceship with a streamlined hull inlaid with stardust gold slowly descended. Around this ship, there were even 4 unmanned fighter jets escorting it. The sheer scale of the display was astonishing. The hatch opened, a red carpet automatically rolled out. 2 figures, one old and one young, slowly emerged. The youth in front was about 18 or 19, with an eerily handsome face. He wore a seemingly simple but priceless Liayan silk robe. In his hand, he held a folding fan, a casual smile on his face, as if he were on a field trip. "I really don't get my father." The youth shook his fan as he walked, his tone full of impatience, forcing me to come to this godforsaken Kanglan base. With my talent, I could easily get into a good university even on Mars. Why bother competing with these country bumpkins? His name was Lizing, the young master of the Lai family on Mars, and the Lai family was a well-known noble house throughout the Federation. Following behind him was an old man in a gray robe. The old man with a hunched back. The old man appeared frail and near deaths, but the violent air currents around this spaceship, when they blew within 3 feet of him, unexpectedly became completely gentle and smooth. "Young master." The Master-S arrangements have their own reasoning. The old man was named Lai Bo. His voice was hoarse, yet it clearly reached Lizinga's ears. Although Earth has declined, it is still a barrier for humanity, hiding many great opportunities. And this time, the high-ranking officials of the first new district federation seem to intend to select seeds on Earth. The attention here is no less than on Mars. All right, I understand." Lai Zinha waved his hand. "Let us finish the exam quickly and leave quickly." Lai Bo smiled. His murky old eyes were full of doting. But just as he was about to withdraw his gaze and escort the young master into the exam hall, Lai Bo's originally half-closed eyes snapped open. An invisible spiritual storm centered on him, instantly swept across the entire venue. His gaze swept past the city lord maintaining order, then swept past those so-called Martian geniuses, finally locked firmly onto the edge of the crowd. That man leaning by the cars, with shoulders on which a white cat lay. A middle-aged man. The moment Lai Bo looked over, I also raised my head. Our eyes met, across a sea of people hundreds of meters away. Across the noisy mortal world, there was no earth-shattering explosion, no thunderous or lightning-like strange sounds. But in the spiritual world of the two, it was as if 2 towering mountains collided fiercely together. Boom. Lai Bo's steps suddenly halted. His originally hunched back instantly straightened. In those murky old eyes, a piercing light burst forth, staring fixedly at me. "Sage, Lai Bo's heart stirred up a storm. This tiny Kanglan base, this place so remote that even on a map you have to zoom in several times to find it. How could it possibly hide a martial sage? And the other's aura was deep as the sea, though seemingly restrained. That faint, elusive fluctuation actually made him, an old established martial sage, feel a hint of palpitation. What's wrong? Lai Bo, Lizin, walking ahead, noticed the old man's anomaly, paused in confusion and turned back to ask. Lai Bo took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the boiling blood in his body, with a complex look in his eyes, withdrew his gaze. Nothing. Young master, Lai Bo's voice gained an unprecedented note of solemnity. I just didn't expect that in this shallow water, a true dragon really lurks. Young master, remember to rein in some of your arrogance during this exam. This place is not simple. Lizinga was stunned. It was the first time he saw Lai Bo show such an expression. He followed Lai Bo's previous gaze, but only saw an ordinary middle-aged uncle, feeding a white cat a ham sausage. Muttering nonsense, Lizin turned around dismissively and strode into the exam hall. On the other side, I leisurely peeled the ham sausage wrapper, fed it to the sharp-headed little white cat. A faint smile, curving at the corner of my mouth. A martial sage. An old fellow from Mars. His strength is not bad, but his blood and Kai are declining. He asked just a 5th-level beginner. I patted the crumbs off my hands. My gaze fell on Suyu's back inside the exam hall. The morning sun was a bit dazzling. Then, with a crisp bell ringing, the school gate, closed for 2 hours, slowly opened. Examinees surged out like a tide. Voices clamoring, instantly breaking the morning's solemnity. The theory exam for most martial arts students was like an appetizer before a meal. Although important, it doesn't determine life or death. In this world where the strong rule, even if you memorize the theoretical foundations of martial arts, backwards and forwards, once you're in the wild and a beast bites your head off, it's all for nothing. Hell, that question about the weakness of the mutated beast, I think I got it wrong. I chose the abdomen. It's fine. Theory only counts for so much in the exam. This afternoon's practical is the real deal. Killing one first-tier beast is worth 10 multiple-choice questions right. The examinees gathered in small groups, some beaming with excitement, others hanging their heads in defeat. And those noble examinees from Mars still kept their aloof, superior airs. They didn't even bother to interact with the earth. Examinees around them, each wearing a look of arrogance. In the crowd, Suyu walked out with steady steps. His expression was calm, betraying no ripple of emotion, as if what he'd just gone through wasn't the college entrance exam, but an ordinary pop quiz. Suyu spotted me at once, leaning against the shade of a tree, looking a bit lazy. How was it? I asked with a smile, handing over Ziobai, who was sound asleep on my shoulder. Don't worry, Suyu said, taking Ziobai and casually stroking its smooth white fur. Those questions were too easy. Basically all common sense. Good, I nodded. Let us get you a good meal. This afternoon's practical exam is the real battle. It lasts a day and a half. That's 36 hours. You'll be eating, drinking, and doing everything in the wild. You won't make it without some energy. Father and son found a quiet restaurant and ordered a few high-energy lean meat steaks. At the table, I cut into my steak and said, seemingly offhand, just now outside the exam hall, I saw those examinees from Mars. Most of them have shallow Kai in blood, but quite a few have reached the early Grandmaster stage. One of them, who seems to be a young master from a major clan, has even reached the late Grandmaster stage. Late Grandmaster? Suyu paused mid-motion, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. An 18-year-old late Grandmaster that's indeed a genius. But don't be afraid, I said with a smile, my gaze turning deep. He's a Grandmaster, and so are you. Plus, you have the chaos body and the killing techniques I taught you. If it comes to a fight, it's anyone's game. Remember this, once you're in the exam grounds, trust no one but yourself, especially those Martians. Got it? Suyu swallowed his last bite of meat, his eyes gleaming with a hunter's light. If they don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. But if they do, whether they from Mars or Mercury, I'll fight back without hesitation. At 2 p.m., at the edge of the Black Iron Forest, 10 kilometers outside Kanglan Base. This was the boundary between human civilization and the wild beast. Towering trees blocked out the sky, and from afar came spine-chilling roars. Thousands of examinees were assembled in the buffer zone, each wearing a black metal bracelet on their wrist. The Heavenly Eye Terminal. The chief instructor stood on the high platform, his voice booming like a bell. It not only records your vital signs and kill points, but also has a built-in micro camera and distress signal transmitter. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, press the red button, and an instructor will arrive immediately. But remember, Calling for help means forfeiting the exam. At the same time, thousands of fist-sized silver spheres, heavenly eye drones, rose into the air like a swarm of bees, hovering above each examinee's head. These heavenly eyes were the pinnacle of Federation technology, capable of all-terrain tracking and thermal imaging analysis, standing evaluation and other functions. They will transmit every movement of the examinees, with every breath, even the frequency of their Kai and blood fluctuations, back to the command center in real time. And at this moment, atop the towering alloy city walls of the Kanglan base, the spacious and brightly lit sci-fi command room, a massive holographic screen covered the entire wall, divided into thousands of small frames, broadcasting the examination grounds live. 5 people were already seated around the round table in the center of the room. Besides Kanglan City Lord Pan Hong, there were 3 middle-aged men in Federation uniforms, and Lai Bo, the elder from the Lai family of Mars. City Lord Pan. The quality of this batch of examinees seems decent. The speaker was a kindly-faced, slightly plump middle-aged man. He was one of the Federation-appointed supervisors, Xianxia. Early-stage martial emperor. Supervisor Zhang flatters me. Pan Hong put on a smile, but inwardly, he was uneasy. In previous years at such occasions, he, as a grandmaster, was the highest authority. But this year, there were many Mars examinees. This room was full of martial emperors. He felt immense pressure. Just then, the automatic door of the command room slid open. A staff member respectfully led in a middle-aged man dressed in gray. Casual wear, Senior Su. Pan Hong's eyes lit up. He quickly stood up to greet him. This move made the 3 Federation supervisors in the room pause slightly. So you must be Brother Su. Zhang Yi was a natural socializer and a clever man. He had already received inside information that the Kanglan base might have produced a hidden martial emperor. Seeing my extraordinary demeanor now, he immediately greeted me politely. I am Zhang Yi, supervisor of the Federation Eastern War Zone. I nodded slightly. My gaze swept over the people in the room. My eyes paused for a second on the other 2 supervisors. One had a stern face and was taciturn. The other had sharp eyes, as if scrutinizing me. Finally, my gaze fell on Lai Bo, who was sitting beside the main seat, with his eyes closed in meditation. Sensing my attention, Lai Bo slowly opened his eyes. A glint of gold flashed in his murky old eyes. He slightly cupped his hands toward me. As a greeting, the unspoken understanding between 2 martial saints was clear. Su greets everyone. My expression was calm, neither humble nor arrogant. I found an empty seat and sat down. Brother Su, let me introduce you. Zhang Yi enthusiastically acted as the intermediary. This is Supervisor Du. This is Supervisor Lai. And this... Zhang Yi pointed at Lai Bo. His tone became especially respectful. This is Senior Lai, an elder from the Lai family of Mars. He has come to the Kanglan base this time to assess the promising talents of this batch. The Lai family of Mars. I raised an eyebrow slightly, pretending not to know. Oh yes, I've long heard of you. I didn't expect the Lai family to be so invested in Earth's examinations. Lai Bo smiled. His voice was hoarse, but it carried an undeniable authority. Not at all. I am just entrusted by the family head to observe the performance of these young ones. Speaking of which, Mr. Su, I heard your son is also among this year's examinees. Like father, like son, I look forward to seeing him. These words seemed polite, but hit a hidden edge. I smiled faintly, picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Just children playing games, not worthy of the Lai family's prodigy. I only hope your esteemed son goes easy, and doesn't beat my useless son to tears. Mr. Su jokes. A flicker of surprise passed through Lai Bo's eyes. This Su Wu, facing a martial saint like himself, was so composed, even subtly projecting an air of equality. All right. Time is up. The stern-faced supervisor Du, who had been silent all along, checked the time. When the exam began, everyone, please look at the big screen. Hearing this, all eyes turned forward to the massive holographic screen at the edge of the black iron forest. As the chief instructor gave the order, tens of thousands of candidates, like beasts unleashed, rushed into the dense jungle. The rules are clear to all. Hunt beasts for points F rank. 1 point, B rank. 5 points, D rank. 20 points, C rank. 100 points. Snatching another's wristband grants half their points, but malicious maiming or killing is forbidden. Violators will be disqualified and face legal consequences. Third, survive 36 hours until the evacuation signal sounds. Su Yu mingled with the crowd, not rushing madly like the others. He glanced down at the black wristband on his arm, then looked up at the floating heavenly eye overhead. A drone, a playful smile curled at the corner of Su Yu's mouth. With a flicker of movement, his footwork activated, his body technique unleashed, and he shot into the jungle like an arrow from a bow, so fast that even the heavenly eye had to switch to high-speed tracking to keep up. 500 meters passed in an instant. This was an open forest clearing. A massive beast, its body covered in black iron like fur, was crouched gnawing on a wild deer. Mid-stage Kai and Blood Realm. The ironback bear was known for its defense. Ordinary alloy blades striking it would only leave a white mark. For most candidates, encountering an ironback bear was a nightmare, usually requiring a team of 3 to 5 to surround and kill it. Roar! The ironback bear sensed the human's presence, suddenly rising to its feet, let out a deafening roar, its bloodshot bare eyes fixed on the scrawny two-legged creature before it, as if eyeing an extra meal. Yet Suyu didn't even draw his blade. He just stood there calmly, even letting out a yawn. Too weak, Suyu shook his head. After my hellish training, this clumsy ironback bear was nothing but a bundle of flaws in his eyes. Rumble. Enraged by the human's disdain, the ironback bear charged on all fours, like a heavy tank, each step shaking the ground, just as its paw was about to crush Su Yu's skull. Su Yu moved, no flashy dodging, just a simple, direct punch, fierce ball fist, inch force, a dull, thunderous impact. Time seemed to freeze. That ironback bear, weighing a ton, was sent flying backward by Su Yu's seemingly light punch, its feet leaving the ground, hurtling 7 or 8 meters away. A deep fist imprint caved into its chest. Its ribs shattered, didn't even have time to scream. It crashed heavily to the ground, twitched twice, and lay still. One punch. Instant kill. Killed mid-stage Kai and Blood Beast. Points +5. Current rank 1022. Su Yu didn't even glance at the corpse. He turned and walked away, his movements effortlessly cool. And this scene was captured by the big screen in the command room, which zoomed in for a close-up. In the command rooms, the several supervisors, who had been chatting and laughing, all gasped in unison. What brutal force! That kid's physical strength must already surpass an ordinary peak innate realm expert. Zhang Yi couldn't help but praise, not just strength, the silent-faced supervisor do. A glint of gold in his eyes. His striking technique is flawless. That's fist intent. At such a young age, he's comprehended fist intent. Pan Hong's, listening to the big shot's praise, was overjoyed inside, but kept a humble expression. This is our Kanglan no. One high school Su Yu, usually quite low-key. Only he and Lai Bo remained expressionless. I had long known my son as strength. Lai Bo's eyes narrowed slightly. This kid really isn't simple. Lai Bo thought to himself. At the same time, at the other end of the exam grounds, in a stretch of scattered rock forest, a scream rang out. An earth examinee was kicked flying, slamming heavily into the rocks. The point bracelet on his wrist was forcibly ripped off. Only 15 points. What a broke loser. Lizinga disdainfully tossed the stolen bracelet to the ground, then crushed it underfoot. Behind him followed 4 Mars examinees in silver combat suits, each exuding the aura of the innate realm, or even the Grandmaster realm. Young Master, we've already cleared out this area S. Dozens of Earth examinees. Our points are temporarily ranked first. A lackey-like youth spoke up. Of course. That's a given. Lizinga waved his folding fan, his gaze shifting deeper into the forest. Let us continue. The practical exam. The next day, at noon, the blazing sun hung high. The temperature inside the black iron forest had already climbed to 40 degrees Celsius. The air was thick with the smell of rotting leaves and a faint trace of blood. Su Yu raised his wrist to wipe the sweat from his forehead, glancing at the latest leaderboard. First place, Lizing, 1,850 points. Second place, Su Yu, 1,005 points, still second, and the gap S widened. Su Yu leaned against the trunk of a towering ancient tree, a slight frown on his face. From yesterday afternoon until now, he had barely closed his eyes, relying on his chaos body's keen perception of blood and Kai. His efficiency in hunting down ferocious beasts was already over 10 times that of an ordinary examinee. If it were one-on-one combat, that Lizinga couldn't he catch up to him even on horseback. These Mars guys really treat the exam grounds like their own backyard. Su Yu snorted coldly. From what he learned through some Earth examinees, he had long known what Lizinga was up to. Teaming up, though the rules didn't explicitly forbid forming teams. Lizinga had brought 4 experts, with extremely clear division of labor. With that kind of assembly line operation, how could his points not pile up fast? However, just as Su Yu was about to get up and continue hunting for prey, a highly chaotic and intense fluctuation of blood and Kai suddenly burst into his perception range. It was the aura of human fighters clashing, and among them, one aura felt strangely familiar to him, yet now filled with panic. Su Yu paused mid-step, his eyes instantly sharpening. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yu activated his shadow step technique, his entire form moving like a ghost through the jungle, silently heading toward the direction of the disturbance. He pressed forward, in a clearing in the woods. Run! Keep running! Exclamation. Keep running! Exclamation. Weren't you pretty good at running just now? Hello? Earth girls just can take a hit. A few stomps and they out of strength. Harsh! Mocking laughter rang out one after another. 5 Mars examinees in silver combat suits had formed a circle, staring at the girl in the center like she was a circus act. That girl was Zu Leil. Right now, She was a complete mess. Her originally high ponytail had come loose and tangled, her face smeared with dirt and scrapes. Her pristine white martial arts uniform had been slashed open in several places, revealing crimson bloodstains. Her left arm hung limply, clearly dislocated. Her right hand clutched a broken dagger, her eyes blazing with fury and humiliation. And at her feet, the point bracelet had been crushed to pieces. "You've gone too far!" exclamation. Zu Leil gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. "You already took the bracelet, and the points are yours. Why do you have to humiliate me like this?" Why did the crowd part? Lizinga shook his signature folding fan and strolled out slowly. He looked at Zu Leil and grinned. His eyes held no trace of pity, only a condescending, bloodthirsty glee. "Because I'm bored." Lizinga shrugged. "Killing spirit beasts is too dull. I need some entertainment. Someone said you and that second-ranked guy. What's his name?" "Su Yu are pretty close." At the mention of Su Yu, Zu Leil's face changed instantly. "Tusk? Tusk? Seems it's true." A flicker of malice flashed in Lizinga's eyes. "That Su Yu is now in second place, breathing down my neck. I really hate having someone chasing after me. Since I can't catch him, I'll take a shot at his little girlfriend first." Lizinga snapped his fingers. A lackey at the great perfection of the innate realm beside him stepped forward with a sneer, slapping the alloy staff in his hand. With a sharp crack, "Little sister, don't blame big brother." Zu Leil closed her eyes in despair. Just as that staff was about to crash down on Zu Leil, a piercing sound of breaking wind suddenly exploded. No one saw what happened. He only felt a blur before his eyes. A black shadow, like a cannonball fired from a barrel, instantly crashed into the encirclement. Bang! That Mars Academy student holding the staff didn't even have time to scream. His whole body was like it was hit by a speeding train. His chest caved in as he flew over 10 meters, slamming heavily into the bushes. "Brother? Bro." As the dust settled, a tall, straight figure stood in front of Zu Leil. The young man, bare-chested, his muscles were sharply defined, exuding a suffocating, brutal aura. His eyes were as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, staring fixedly at the Mars Academy students before him. "So you." Zu Leil opened her eyes and saw that familiar back. Tears instantly burst forth. "How did you get here? They outnumber you. Run. Hurry and runs." Su Yu turned his head, glanced at Zu Leil's dislocated arm, and the bruises on her face, and the fury in his heart instantly ignited his reason. He reached out, gently wiping the dirt from Zu Leil's face, his voice tender yet laced with boundless killing intent. "If someone bullied you, why didn't you press the distress button?" "I didn't want to be eliminated." Zu Leil sobbed. "Silly girl." Su Yu turned around, facing Lizinga and the others, slowly drawing the alloy longsword from his back. Lizinga looked at the suddenly appearing Su Yu, not panicked at all. Instead, he folded his fan, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "So you, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I thought I'd have to wait until later to meet you, but here you are, delivering yourself to me." He glanced at the subordinate Su Yu had sent flying with one punch, raising an eyebrow. "One punch kills a great perfection of the innate realm. Not bad. Seems you do have some real skill, not just relying on luck to rack up points." But then Lizinga's tone shifted, and his aura suddenly exploded. "Do you really think you can turn the tide alone?" Late-stage Grandmaster, a powerful surge of blood energy, swept out from Lizing. The fallen leaves around him were lifted by the shockwave, shattering in midair. At the same time, the other 3 Mars Academy students behind him also assumed combat stances. 3 early-stage Grandmasters. Inside the command room, saying this scene, several supervisors from the Lion Bang sat up straight. "This is trouble." Zhang Yi frowned deeply. Lizing is a late-stage Grandmaster, and he's well-equipped. Su Yu is also a Grandmaster, but only at the early stage. Plus, there are 3 more helpers. This is almost a death sentence. Lai Bo sat in his chair, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at me beside him, seemingly casually. "Mr. Zhu, it seems your son is a bit impulsive. Saving a beauty is fine, but one must act within one's limits. If you press the distress button now, it might still be in time." My face remained expressionless. I just stared quietly at the big screen, my fingers tapping lightly on the table. I was overthinking before. In this world, some fights are unavoidable, even if it means blood and broken bones. On the battlefield, ganging up on one is no skill. "Beastly scum." Su Yu spat out a few cold words, no unnecessary words. With a sudden stomp boom, the ground cracked open. He transformed into a streak of light, charging straight at the 3 early-stage Grandmaster nobodies. "Arrogant fool. Seeking death." The 3 roared in fury, swinging their weapons as they met him head-on, but they underestimated Su Yu. His combat skills, honed to perfection through life-and-death battles, were on full display. Amidst the 3's encirclement, his movements were like a butterfly weaving through flowers, each dodge perfectly timed, missing by a hair's breadth. Seizing an opening, he channeled the fierce bull fist and slammed a punch onto the blade of a Mars candidate's saber. The terrifying shockwave traveled along the blade, directly splitting the opponent's tiger's mouth. Then, with a sweeping kick, He sent the second flying. The third tried to ambush him, but Su Yu spun and drove an elbow straight into his face. His nasal bone shattered, and he fell screaming. Su Yu was forged on the edge of life and death, while these Mars young masters, though higher in cultivation, lacked true grit. Lizinga's face darkened. He cursed under his breath. He hadn't expected Su Yu to finish the fight so quickly. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Lizinga stopped watching. He shifted his feet, and his special combat boots emitted a faint burst of airflow, boosting his speed instantly. Seeking death, a layer of blue energy covered his fists. His gauntlets let out a piercing sonic boom as he aimed straight for Su Yu's face. Fear Street Bull Fist. The power of this punch was over 10 times stronger than the previous nobodies. Su Yu's pupils contracted. No way to dodge, he had to meet it head-on. His blood energy surged, and the full force of the fierce bull fist gathered in his right hand. He struck back with a head-on collision. With a thunderous boom, shockwaves rolled outward. Su Yu felt a massive force surging through his arm, his bones groaning under the strain. He was knocked back 5 or 6 steps, each step leaving a deep crater in the ground. Lizinga only retreated half a step. Late-stage Grandmaster is indeed strong. Su Yu shook his numb arm, his expression grave, suppressed by cultivation level. Plus he clearly has gauntlet weapons. In a pure power clash, I'm at a disadvantage. How does it feel? Lizinga smugly raised his fist. What can you do against me? Rely on that broken blade of yours. Come again. Lizinga pressed his advantage, moving like a ghost as he closed in, his attacks raining down like a storm. Su Yu drew his combat blade to block. Clang, 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 sparks flew. Lizinga's fists were as hard as diamond. Each punch against the blade made Su Yu's blood churn. A cruel glint flashed in Lizinga's eyes. Seizing the moment Su Yu's guard slipped, he gathered power and struck the middle of the blade. Crack! The alloy combat blades, which had served Su Yu for so long, could no longer withstand the late-stage Grandmaster's relentless assault. With a mournful cry, it snapped in two. Su Yu's heart tightened. He let out a startled cry, his face deathly pale. In the command room, the smile on Lai Bo's lips grew even more amused. The outcome was decided. On the battlefield, Su Yu looked at the broken blade in his hand. He was struck in the chest by Lizinga's fist. His entire body flew backward. He crashed heavily to the ground. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Su Yu struggled to stand up. A searing pain burned in his chest. Pathetic. Lizinga walked over step by step. His face was full of the victor's arrogance. Without a weapon, and with a lower cultivation level than mine, what else can you do? Su Yu wiped the blood from his mouth. He kept his head down, so no one could see his expression. Only he knew that he was smiling. You're right. In a direct fight, I really can't beat you. Su Yu slowly raised his head. At some point, his eyes had turned into a hazy, chaotic gray. But who told you I only have a blade? Lizinga frowned. A vague sense of unease rose in his heart. Enough of your tricks. End this. Lizinga didn't want to drag things out. He gathered all his blood energy. It was his strongest strike. He aimed a punch straight through Su Yu's chest. Whoosh, the wind howled. In the blink of an eye. In that very instant, Su Yu didn't dodge or block. Instead, he spread his arms wide. In a posture of embracing, he rushed toward Lizinga's fist. Courting death, Lizinga was overjoyed. But the moment his fist made contact with Su Yu's chest, there was no sound of bones breaking. Instead, he felt as if his fist had punched into a wad of cotton or sunk into a bottomless quagmire. Then, Su Yu's hand clamped down on his wrist. Got you. Su Yu's voice came like a demon's whisper. Chaos body. Activate. A terrifyingly powerful suction force erupted from the skin where they touched. 10. Lizinga's pupils dilated to their limit. He realized in horror that the blood energy of the late Grandmaster level, which he prided himself on, was pouring out like water through an open sluice gate, frantically surging into Su Yu's body. What are you doing? Let me go. Lizinga struggled desperately. But the more he struggled, the faster his blood energy drained. In just 2 seconds, his once ruddy face turned as pale as paper. His legs began to weaken. Meanwhile, Su Yu's previously sluggish aura now blazed like oil-fed flames. Surging instantly, his injuries healed. His blood energy swelled. He even showed signs of breaking through to the mid-Grandmaster level. So this is the blood energy of a genius from Mars. Not bad. Su Yu's eyes flashed with golden light. He felt the explosive power within him. Enjoyed hitting me earlier, didn't you? Now it's my turn. Su Yu released Lizinga's wrist. By now, Lizinga was so weak he could barely stand. Here? Take it back, Su Yu shouted. He clenched his right fist. It wasn't just his own power. It was amplified by the blood energy he had just plundered from Lizinga. This punch had no fancy technique, only pure, absolute violence. Bang! A thunderous sound, louder than any collision before. Su Yu's fist slammed heavily into Lizinga's chest. The priceless inner combat suit exploded instantly. His protective blood energy shattered like paper. Whoosh! Lizinga's eyes bulged as a 2-meter-high spurt of blood shot from his mouth. His body flew like a kicked soccer ball, sailing over 30 meters. He crashed through 3 large trees before finally stopping. He collapsed onto the ground like a pile of mud. His chest was caved in. He couldn't even breathe out. He couldn't even breathe in. The pride in his eyes had long since vanished like smoke. Only deep fear and confusion remained. He lost to a lowly earthling. The dean's mouth hung open wide enough. The few Martian examinees who had just scrambled to their feet inside the command room were so terrified their legs gave out. They knelt back down. Inside the command room, the teacup in Elder Lai's hand shattered with a crack. It was crushed to pieces. He shot to his feet, his face ashen. What kind of technique is this? I remained seated in my chair, slowly blowing on my tea. A faint, mocking smile curled at the corner of my mouth. Senior, please calm down. Kids fighting. It's normal to have a few tricks up their sleeves. On the battlefield, Su Yu gasped for air, trying to steady the surging energy in his body. He walked over to Lizing, looking down at this once arrogant prodigy. You lost. Su Yu bent down and ripped the points bracelet off Lizing's wrist. And you guys too. Su Yu turned his head, glancing at the trembling Martian examinees. Hand them over, or I'll take them myself. A few minutes later, Su Yu was holding over 20 bracelets. He transferred all the points into his own account. The leaderboard refreshed. First place, Su Yu. 3,250 points, a crushing lead. Su Yu tossed aside the discarded bracelets, turned, and walked over to Zu Leil. He pulled a C-grade healing serum from his pocket and handed it to him. Can you still walk? Zu Leil stood there, dazed, staring at the boy before him, who looked like a war god. A faint blush crept across his face. He nodded firmly. Then let us go. Su Yu picked up the broken blade from the ground, slung it over his back, and headed toward the edge of the forest. The setting sun was like blood, casting the vast black iron forest outside Kanglan Base in a layer of blazing firelight. As the last glow of dusk sank below the horizon, the practical exam, which had lasted a full 36 hours, finally came to an end. Exam over. All examinees, stop fighting immediately. Proceed to the nearest assembly point for evacuation. The instructor's voice echoed through the heavenly eye system. Hearing this, the examinees collapsed to the ground in relief. Gasping for air, some cheered, celebrating their survival. Others buried their faces in their hands, sobbing, their courage shattered by the ferocious beasts. Still others helped each other, limping back as they hobbled along. On the alloy road leading to Kanglan Base, a long convoy was moving forward. At the very front of the line, Su Yu, carrying the broken yet still deadly blade on his back, wore a calm expression. Beside him, Zu Leil, though injured, had received a simple bandage by now. He was chattering away excitedly. Su Yu, do you know? Zu Leil waved his uninjured hand, his eyes sparkling like stars. 3,250 points. That's the highest record since Kanglan Base was built. And it's a landslide first place. The second place barely broke 1,000 points. That's not even a fraction of your score! Exclamation. Su Yu smiled faintly, without much pride. For someone with the chaos body and a 5 emperor father like him, bullying these peers was hardly a fair fight. His sights were no longer set on this small exam arena, but on the vast starry sky beyond. Still, some people seemed quite unwilling to accept it. Su Yu's sharp senses caught a venomous glare. I didn't turn around, only glancing with my peripheral vision toward the rear of the convoy. There, Lizinga's nano-combat suit was already tattered and torn. That originally handsome and arrogant face was now swollen like a pig's head. His eyes were filled with the bitterness of defeat, staring fixedly ahead. Leaving the exam hall, under the strict laws of the base, Su Yu was unlucky that the other party dared to act openly. Returning to Kanglan Base, the city lights were already twinkling. As the annual grand event, the base square was already packed with people. A massive holographic screen scrolled through the final rankings of the examinees. Every name that appeared drew either cheers or sighs. Look, the first place is out. Su Yu. It's our school as Su Yu. Oh my god. 3,250 points. Is this data even right? In previous years, the top scorer of Kanglan Base would max out at 800 points. When Su Yu and Zu Leil walked into the square, the atmosphere instantly exploded. Those classmates, who usually had little to do with Su Yu, now swarmed around him enthusiastically. Brother Yu, you're amazing. A tall, burly guy slapped Su Yu hard on the shoulder, his face flushed with excitement. From now on, you my real brother. Don't forget us when you rich. Su Yu, can I get your autograph? My little sister really admires you. Facing this sudden wave of enthusiasm, Su Yu, though a bit uncomfortable, could only respond politely. Just luck. Just luck. Lizing, who had just entered the square, saw these earthlings cheering for Su Yu, already nursing his wounds. Lizing was so enraged that his blood surged, almost spitting out another mouthful of blood. Young master, are you all right? His lackey quickly steadied him. Get lost. Lizinga shoved his follower aside, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Yu, who was surrounded like a star. Who was he? He was the young master of the Lai family on Mars, a child of destiny. Yet in this backwater place, he had been publicly humiliated by a nobody, and all his points stolen. He had become the biggest joke. So you, Lizinga roared in his heart, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping. Let us go. He couldn't stand another second. Carrying his shame, under countless mocking gazes, he slunk into that luxurious hovercar in the city center of the base, at the top floor of a luxury hotel for foreign guests. Asterisk smack exclamation asterisk. An expensive crystal glass was smashed to the floor. Red wine spread like blood across the marble. I want him dead. I want him dead right now. Lizinga's face twisted, raging like a madman in the room. Lai Bo, that Suyu must die, not just him. I want his whole family wiped out. I want the entire Kanglan base to know the price of crossing my Lai family. In the shadowy corner of the room, Lai Bo stood silently, his wrinkled old face showing neither joy nor sorrow. He watched his young master's hysterical state, sighing inwardly. Is this the heir the family has raised? Falling apart at the first setback, with no composure at all, young master Lai Bo spoke slowly. His voice was hoarse. That Suyu cannot be killed, at least not now. In plain sight. Why not? Yuri, a martial saint. Yuri, the martial saint the family sent to protect me. In this dump, who could stop you? Lizinga's eyes were bloodshot, because Suyu is now the top scorer, a key figure under Federation surveillance. And besides, Lai Bo paused, the image of that middle-aged man, locking eyes with him outside the exam hall flashing in his mind. And besides, Suyu's father, Suwu, is unfathomably deep. I suspect he's also a martial saint. A martial saint. Lizinga acted as if he'd heard the funniest joke ever. Lai Bo, have you lost your mind in your old age? How could a martial saint come from this godforsaken place? Even if he is a martial saint, he's just some backwater amateur. How can he compare to you, a true martial saint forged by our family's heritage? I don't care. Lizinga suddenly charged at Lai Bo, grabbing the old man's sleeve tightly, his eyes wild. This is an order. I am the family heirs. I'm ordering you now go kill Suyu. Right now. Immediately. Otherwise, I'll tell my father that you stood by and did nothing, that you watched me get humiliated. Looking at this impulsive, frenzied young man, Lai Bo fell silent. The family hierarchy was strict. Though he was a martial saint in the Lai family, he was still a servant. This old servant understands. Lai Bo let out a deep sigh. The helplessness in his eyes gradually turned into a chilling, killing intent. Since the young master insists, this old servant will remove this demon from your heart. As for that Su Wu, if he knows his place, fine. If he doesn't, even if it means facing Federation sanctions, this old servant will make sure he falls here. With that, Lai Bo's figure blurred slightly and vanished from the room. At this moment, Suyu had no idea that a deadly trap had already been set for him. After finishing the points registration, it was already late. Suyu and Zu Leil strolled along the base's commercial street. Neon lights flickered on both sides, and street stalls wafted tempting aromas. Here's the strawberry ice cream you wanted. Suyu handed over a pink cone. Thanks. Zu Leil took the ice cream with a sweet smile, her big eyes curving into crescent moons. Suyu, you know what? Today's the most handsome you've looked in 3 years. Suyu took a bite of his plain ice cream. He shrugged. What? I wasn't handsome before. You were handsome before too, but you were too dull, like a little old man. Zu Leil made a funny face, then stole a glance at Suyu, her cheeks flushing slightly. Hell, you got first place. You'll definitely go to the best school. Jingwu or Mo's. Right? Suyu nodded. Then I'll have to work hard too. Zu Leil clenched her little fist, a flicker of sadness in her eyes. Even though I can't go to Jingwu, I'll apply to the school next door. We can still see each other often then. Right? The girl's feelings were like the summer night breeze, a little restless, a little shy. Suyu stopped walking, looking at this girl, who had always silently supported him. Though he was a straightforward martial arts fanatic, he wasn't made of wood. Of course, Suyu reached out and gently ruffled Zu Leil's hair. I'll have your back then. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll send them flying like I did today. Zu Leil froze. Then, a smile blooming on her face brighter than fireworks. It's a deal. It's a deal. They exchanged a smile, and the air seemed to bubble with pink sparks. However, Tusk, this lovey-dovey stuff is making me stuffed. A voice that completely ruined the mood suddenly rang out from behind. Low and eerie, Suyu and Zu Leil jumped, hastily stepping apart and turning around. There I was, standing under the streetlight. I had no idea when I'd gotten there. Hands in my pockets, with Xiao Bai on my shoulder, gnawing on a chicken leg. I was watching them with a knowing, amused smile. This girl's not bad. Big hips. Good for bearing children. What? PFFT I mean. Good bone structure. Before I could even speak, Xiao Bai on my shoulder piped up first, judging her with an old-timer's air. Not bad at all, but is one drop of a mother's tears enough? I see on TV those strong guys. All have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Little White licked the oil off his paws, tilted his head, and sized up Su Yu with those lively eyes. Su Yu's face was flushed red by me and Little White, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Zu Leil was even more embarrassed, covering her face, saying hello. Uncle then turned and ran off. Little White, can you two be serious? Su Yu looked at us helplessly. I was shocked. Strolling over slowly, watching Zu Leil's retreating figure with a slight smile at the corner of my mouth. Just a friend. All right. Dad believes you, but young people need to practice restraint. With a martial artist's body, before your primal essence is spent. Stop. 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 Su Yu quickly interrupted my wild talk. There's really nothing between us. I just want to get stronger now, I said with a smile. The blood energy in his eyes gradually receded, replaced by an unprecedented determination. I looked up at the dark sky at the end of the street. There, the once brilliant starlight suddenly dimmed. An invisible yet terrifying pressure, like dark clouds covering the ground, instantly enveloped the entire street. Streetlights began to flicker, and the passers-by seemed to sense something, fleeing in all directions out of instinctive terror. The once bustling street became empty within seconds. Here it comes, I uttered faintly. In midair, an aged figure slowly materialized. He didn't rely on any flying tool, just stood there with his hands behind his back. Strange, I frowned slightly. His gray robe fluttered loudly in the night wind, his body shrouded in a suffocating wave of blood energy. Lai Bo, at this moment, was no longer that stooped old butler, but a martial saint wielding the power of life and death. He looked down at us, father and son, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, his voice as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. Originally, I didn't want to bully the weak, but some people don't know their place, offending those they shouldn't. I shielded Su Yu behind me, my expression calm, as if facing not a martial saint, but an ordinary old neighbor. Is the young master of the Lai family, after losing the match, going to lose his integrity too? I spoke, my tone laced with a hint of mockery. When the young one loses, the old one shows up. Is that all the Lai family of Mars amounts to? How dare you? Lai Bo's face darkened as he roared. Boom. A terrifying pressure of the martial saint realm poured down like a tidal wave. The glass of surrounding buildings shattered, and the asphalt road instantly cracked like a spiderweb. Whether we can take a loss or not isn't for you to decide. Today, I'm just carrying out the young master's orders. Murderous intent flashed in Lai Bo's eyes. Su Yu felt it hard to breathe, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, unable to move even a finger. Is this a martial saint? Just the pressure alone makes me a grandmaster. Completely powerless, I smiled and took a step forward. Boom, a pressure equally terrifying, even more domineering, shot up from within me. Purple gold blood energy surged like a dragon, instantly tearing through Lai Bo's pressure blockade. 2 martial saint-level auras clashed in midair, emitting a dull thunderclap. On my turf, messing with my son, I looked up, my gaze like lightning, staring straight at Lai Bo in the sky. Old man, who gave you the guts? Lai Bo's pupils sharply contracted. You really are a martial saint too. Though he had suspected it, feeling my unfathomable aura still sent shockwaves through his heart. This remote base really hides a dragon, but the arrow was already on the string. He had to shoot. Since we're both martial saints, then let me test your skills. Lai Bo knew that if he didn't complete the task today, he couldn't face his family back home. Besides, he came from a prestigious clan. He cultivates a top-tier cultivation technique, yet he can even beat a wild deer. Su Wu, I advise you not to meddle. Don't waste all your cultivation over your son. No one the Lai family wants dead has ever survived. Watching the impending battle about to erupt, I didn't make a move right away. Instead, I tilted my head slightly and whispered to Xiao Bai on my shoulder. Xiao Bai, take Su Yu and leave. I am not going! Exclamation. Su Yu panicked, trying to step forward. My voice left no room for doubt. A fight at this level, even the shockwaves alone could kill you. Staying here will only distract me. Xiao Bai was usually unreliable, but when it counted, he was loyal. He knew the stakes. He immediately jumped off my shoulder, his body swelling in an instant, and clamped his mouth onto Su Yu's clothes. Kid, Don T caused trouble. Compared to your dad, you're just a fragile chicken. Let's go! Exclamation. Xiao Bai turned into a streak of white light, forcibly dragging Su Yu away into the distance. Seeing this, Uncle Lai condensed a flame from his primal energy and shot it towards Su Yu. Trying to run. Stay, your opponent is me. I snorted coldly. I flicked my finger. Asterisk bang! Exclamation. A streak of purple gold instantly shattered the flame. Old fool. Your opponent is me. Tonight, I'll show you what it means to come and never leave. I slowly rose into the air, facing Lai Bo from a distance. At that moment, On the city walls several kilometers away, three figures stood silently in the night, gazing toward the city center, their hearts fixed on the two terrifying auras soaring into the sky. The three supervisors of the Federation. A battle between martial saints. Zhang Yi stared at the distorted sky, shaking his head slightly, his eyes full of fear and helplessness. Rumor has it the Lai family of Mars is domineering back home. I see it as true. Over a petty squabble between juniors, they send a martial saint to fight in a crowded area. And on Earth, our turf, they wreathe us arrogant. Are we just going to watch? The hot-tempered Li Xing supervisor beside him, arms crossed over his chest, snarled coldly, his fists cracking as he clenched them. What else can we do? The usually silent Du Xing supervisor sighed, a deep sense of powerlessness in his eyes. That's a martial saint. We three are only martial kings. Going up there would just be suicide. And it's the Li family. Even the higher-ups have to show them some respect. Supervisor Du looked at the two figures in the distance, already colliding, and shook his head. Our duty as supervisors is to maintain order in the assessment. But against a private fight of this level, we are powerless to intervene. That Su Wu is also a martial saint, but I am afraid his chances are slim. What a pity for that Su Yu. A prodigy. Tonight, he'll likely fall here. The night wind howled, sweeping up withered leaves from the ground. Two streaks of light, one after the other, instantly tore through the night sky of Kanglan Base, landing on a barren go-by desert, 30 kilometers from the base. This was a true no-man's land. Nothing but strange rocks and the howling wind. Nothing else. Good. Very good. Lai Bo stood in the void, his gray robe flapping loudly in the wind. He looked at me, hovering opposite him, a flicker of admiration in his eyes, but far more chilling killing intent. Su Wu, I thought you used the civilians in the base as a shield, making me hesitate to act. I didn't expect you to dare follow me out. Just for that courage, you re someone worth noting. I clasped my hands behind my back, a faint purple gold aura rippling over my skin, shielding me from the biting wind. I looked at Lai Bo with a faint smile. There's no one else here. No need to play the lofty senior. Lai Bo, you lured me out just to kill me. Then kill my son, and go back to report to your useless young master. Right? Perfect. I was thinking of testing you too. The legendary orthodox martial saint of the Mars, Lai family. Just how much skill does he really have? Arrogant Lai Bo's face darkened. That old, wrinkled face of his instantly froze over with frost. Though I am merely a street-level martial saint, I cultivate the Lai family's ultimate Lai fire mystic art, which can move heaven and earth. Lai fire incinerates all things. How could my strength compare to a wild brat like you, who crawled out of some backwater ditch on earth? Today, I'll show you what true heritage is, and what orthodoxy means. Lai Bo's aura suddenly erupted. Before the words faded, the world's primal energy within 10 miles seemed to heed a sovereign's call, frantically converging toward him. The originally pitch-black night sky was eerily illuminated into a sinister crimson. Blazing flames sprang from nothing, whirling madly around Lai Bo, making him look like a flame demon god stepping out of molten lava. Lai Bo's withered hand suddenly thrust forward with a roar. Endless flames in the air instantly coalesced into a 100-meter-long crimson blade. Fire dragon, vivid and lifelike, its scales gleaming, carrying the heat to burn the sky and boil the seas. And a suffocating pressure, it lunged at me with claws bared. Where the fire dragon passed, the air was instantly burned through, emitting a teeth-grinding sizzle. The go-by desert below directly turned into flowing magma. This is a martial saint, harnessing the power of heaven and earth. A single strike can destroy cities and lands. Facing this terrifying fire dragon charging at me, my expression showed no panic at all. The blazing flames reflected in my pupils, but deep in my eyes was a dead calm. Flashy and useless, I didn't mobilize the world's primal energy. I simply spread my feet slightly in the void. My spine, like a great dragon's, gave a sudden shake. Every muscle in my body at that moment coordinated like a precision instrument. Blood energy surged. Blood energy compressed. Mengnu Quan Yi, collapsing mountain. I didn't dodge. Instead, facing that massive dragon head, I threw a plain, unadorned punch. This punch had no dazzling light effects, no earth-shattering energy fluctuations, only pure, extreme blood energy power. Bang! The moment the fist met the fire dragon, time seemed to freeze for a second. Then, rumble, a terrifying shockwave, centered on the point of impact, frantically spread in all directions. That arrogant 100-meter fire dragon, like a balloon pierced by a steel needle, began to shatter inch by inch from the head. The sky full of flames, before my overbearing, peerless fist force, was forcibly shattered into countless tiny sparks, dispersing in the night wind. The powerful impact, undiminished, directly struck the go-by desert below, blasting a giant pit dozens of meters in diameter. Dust and smoke shot into the sky. What? Lai Bo's pupils contracted sharply, his face full of disbelief. Without using the world's primal energy, relying purely on physical strength to shatter my fire dragon. How is this possible? In the common sense of the martial world, a martial saint's power comes from borrowing the power of heaven and earth. No matter how strong the body, There's a limit. How could it resist the vast heavens and earth? But he didn't know. I am not just a martial saint. I am a martial saint with the supreme chaos body. My physical strength is already more than 10 times that of my peers. So this is what you call orthodoxy. I walked out from the scattered sparks. Not even a single footprint was scorched black. I clapped my hands, my tone laced with a hint of disappointment. If this is all the heat you've got, you're not qualified, you brat. Too arrogant, Lai Bo. Enraged by my provocation, quickly formed hand seals, whoosh even more violent spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged. Behind Lai Bo, a massive flame over 100 meters in diameter took shape, a vortex spinning at high speed, emitting a sharp, piercing roar. The terrifying force it generated even sucked boulders from the ground into the sky, melting them into magma in an instant. Devour him, Lai Bo barked immediately. The giant flame vortex, like an apocalyptic storm, crashed down toward me, facing this even more ferocious strike. I finally slowly drew the ordinary alloy longsword at my waist. The blade was like water, its cold gleam sharp and biting. The next moment, a surge of spiritual power, a sharpness that seemed to cut through space, shot up from me into the sky. I made no unnecessary moves, just took a deep breath, gripped the sword with both hands, and gently slashed at the sky-covering flame vortex. Sky-splitting blade, river-cutting strike, a blade light, only 3 meters long and purple gold, flew from my hand. This blade light seemed so insignificant before the 100-meter vortex, yet it was so sharp it dared not be looked at directly. Like a red-hot knife cutting through butter, it sliced through the outer shell of the flame vortex without resistance, severing the internal energy nodes. Then, boom. The giant flame vortex split in two in midair, then exploded violently as its structure collapsed. A rain of fire fell, like a brilliant fireworks display, and I stood there, sword in hand, my expression calm. Lai Bo staggered out of the flames, his face somewhat pale, but the fury in his eyes burned even hotter. I never expected a rogue cultivator like you to have comprehended the sword intent to this level. Lai Bo gritted his teeth, but without using the world's energy to bolster yourself. You're just burning through your own reserves. Let's see how long you can hold out. With a loud roar from Lai Bo, the scattered flames around him gathered again, forming a radiant, flowing crimson, battle armor that enveloped his entire body. The armor's surface rippled with lava-like patterns, radiating heat of thousands of degrees. Then Lai Bo grabbed at the void, and a longsword, entirely red-hot, appeared out of thin air. The moment this sword appeared, the space around it twisted and warped from the heat, emitting a sizzling sound. Lai Bo moved, this time not casting from a distance, but choosing close-quarters combat. Though he was a mage-type martial saint, with a divine weapon and battle armor, his melee skills were equally terrifying. Lai Bo charged in like a meteor, his longsword carrying the force to burn the sky and boil the sea, slashing fiercely at my head. A strange smile flickered in my eyes. I flicked my wrist, and the ordinary alloy longsword in my hand met his. As the two blades clashed, a deafening metallic roar erupted. Amid the flying sparks, Lai Bo felt a bizarre force transmit through his sword. It wasn't the blunt impact of a head-on collision, but an extremely tricky rotational force that drained 70% of his strike's power. How is this possible? Lai Bo was shocked. He was wielding a first-grade divine weapon. My piece of scrap metal should have been cut in half and melted on contact, yet though my longsword glowed red-hot, it never broke because the moment the blades touched, my wrist vibrated thousands of times at a frequency invisible to the naked eye. Combat skill at its peak, using high-frequency vibration and clever force dissipation techniques, I dispersed that terrifying impact across my entire body, even channeling it into the surrounding air. Lai Bo refused to believe it. He swung wildly, clang, 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 in the night sky. Two figures turned into blurs of light, colliding fiercely. Uncle Lai's assault was like a raging storm. Every slash carried overwhelming flames, as if trying to melt me down. For the most part, I was on the defensive, occasionally striking out with a single slash. Each time, I aimed precisely at the weak points in Uncle Lai's force, forcing him to pull back and defend. After over 100 exchanges, Uncle Lai grew more and more alarmed, and also more and more impatient. He realized that I was like a bottomless black abyss. No matter how fiercely he erupted, I could effortlessly neutralize it. Moreover, the reverse iron blade in my hand, under my precise control, actually withstood the relentless bombardment of the goo. I sent him staggering back with a single slash. Uncle Lai shook his slightly sore wrist and said flatly, "Your blade technique is too crude. You rely entirely on divine weapons and cultivation to overpower others. It seems the martial path on Mars has indeed gone astray." Shut up! Exclamation. Uncle Lai's composure shattered. "I'll show you what despair really means!" Exclamation. Uncle Lai went completely berserk. He no longer held back his 5 Saint blood Kai, channeling it wildly, even beginning to burn his own vital essence. Boom! 9 massive fire dragons materialized out of thin air, sealing off all my escape routes. Uncle Lai leaped high into the air, the goo in his hand blazing with dazzling red light, its blade instantly swelling to 10 meters, carrying an aura of world-shattering destruction, and came crashing down on me. Trapped in the center, this strike gathered all of Uncle Li's lifelong cultivation, his ultimate move. Die exclamation, facing this overwhelming, lethal blow, I suddenly sheathed my long blade. I looked at Uncle Li descending from the sky, a cold smirk curling at the corner of my mouth. I've been waiting for you to go all out like this. If Uncle Li had kept guiding me cautiously, it would have taken more effort to take him down. But now, he had willingly delivered all his blood kai and primal energy right to my doorstep. Then I 1T hold back. I flickered. Instead of retreating, I charged forward, rushing straight into that terrifying blade light. You re-asking for death exclamation, Uncle Li rejoiced. However, just as the blade edge was about to touch me, my figure flickered slightly, the Ruwei step activated, and at the critical moment, I dodged the blade. Like an octopus, I instantly clung to Uncle Li's front. Our distance less than 10 centimeters. I reached out my hands and pressed them directly onto Uncle Li's chest, which was ablaze with a flaming armor. Old man, lend me your blood kai exclamation. Buzz Uncle Li, who had been laughing wildly, froze instantly. He felt the skin where I touched him suddenly become the entrance to an abyss. The vast primal energy and blood kai that he had been furiously burning to unleash his killing move burst forth like a breached dam in that instant. What? My blood kai, my primal energy exclamation. Uncle Li screamed in terror. He tried to struggle, to pull back, but found himself completely unable to move. That suction force was too terrifying. In just a single breath, the majestic flame armor on Uncle Li's body went out with a puff. The 9 terrifying fire dragons in the air, having lost their energy source, vanished into nothingness in an instant. Even the light on the guwu in his hand grew dim. As for me, with a massive influx of high-quality martial saint blood kai entering my body, the purple gold light all over me blazed brighter. Let go. I am from the Li family exclamation. By now, Uncle Li was scared out of his wits. I looked at the old man before me, released my grip, and delivered an elbow strike. Bang! That elbow landed solidly on Uncle Li's chest, now stripped of its protective true kai. Crack! Crack! The sickening sound of bones breaking rang out. Uncle Li's sternum shattered instantly, and his whole body flew back like a cannonball. Blood spurted from his mouth, mixed with fragments of internal organs. The fastest gush of blood flew hundreds of meters. He crashed heavily into a stone mountain. Half the mountain peak collapsed from the impact. Dust and smoke filled the air. I landed slowly. I cracked my neck. A crisp series of pops sounded. I walked to the ruins. I looked at him lying in the rubble like a dead dog. He had only breath going out, none coming in, and shook his head. So this was the so-called orthodox martial saint. I reached out my hand. I lifted Lai Bo like a limp chicken. At this moment, Lai Bo's face was covered in blood. His eyes were vacant. There was no trace of a martial saint's dignity left. He looked at me. His eyes held nothing but endless fear and despair. Don T, kill me. Lai Bo begged weakly. Don T, worry. I 1T kill you now. I grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. They looked especially eerie under the moonlight. Your young master is still waiting for you at the base. I lifted Lai Bo. My figure flickered. I turned into a streak of light, flying toward the Kanglan base. On the steel city wall of Kanglan base, the night wind howled, carrying the unique chill of the wilderness. 3 federal inspectors from the 5 emperors' jurisdiction stood atop the wall at this moment, their gazes fixed on the wilderness dozens of kilometers away, where the energy fluctuations had just settled. Just minutes ago, that place had been like a hellscape. Flames shot into the sky. Blade energy crisscrossed. It was a battle at the martial saint level. The fight is over. Zhang Yi swallowed hard. His voice was hoarse, as the 3 were still unsettled. A streak of purple gold light tore through the pitch-black night. Coming from afar, growing closer, it struck with a suffocating sound of breaking air. Here it comes exclamation. The 3 tensed up. Instinctively, they channeled their energy to protect themselves. The light of blood and kai landed heavily on the city wall. The hard alloy ground instantly cracked, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the light faded. A tall figure slowly emerged from the shadows. I was wearing that gray casual outfit. Not even a speck of dust clung to me. My expression was calm, as if I had just taken a stroll downstairs. And in my hand, like a dead dog, I held an old man covered in blood, his limbs limp, barely alive. When the 3 inspectors saw the old man's face, a synchronized gasp of cold air rang out. That face, though beaten out of shape and covered in blood, the iconic gray robe was unmistakable. It was Lai Bo, the orthodox martial saint from the Lai family of Mars. The lofty, untouchable Lai Bo. Now his breath was as faint as a thread. His chest was caved in. There was no trace of his former arrogance. Zhang Yi felt like his mind was about to explode. He had imagined countless outcomes. Su Wu defeated and killed, or Su Wu severely wounded and fleeing. Even a draw between the 2. But he never imagined this, that I could capture a martial saint alive and beat him to such a state. Defeating and killing are 2 different things, and killing versus capturing alive is a world apart. To capture a martial saint alive, one's strength must be at least 2 minor realms higher, enough to completely overwhelm them. Could he be a mid-stage or even high-stage martial saint? Heavens! Kanglan base, what kind of dragon is hiding in this shallow water? I casually switched hands. Holding the unconscious Lai Bo, my gaze swept coldly over the three terrified federal officials before me. What are you standing there for? My voice wasn't too loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Where is Lai Xin? The three looked at each other. Their minds went blank. Their mouths opened, but from overwhelming shock and fear. Their throats seemed stuck. They couldn't make a sound for a long time. Cat, got your tongue? I frowned slightly. I fell silent. Frowning slightly, the aura of a martial saint that had just been through slaughter inadvertently leaked out a trace. Cracked the tiles beneath the three men's feet instantly shattered. In the presidential suite on the top floor of Tianhao Hotel, Zhang Yi was the first to react, so terrified he nearly dropped to his knees. His words came out like a machine gun. That's the base's designated place for foreign guests. Lizinga has been there ever since the assessment ended. Thanks, I said with a nod, not even sparing them another glance. With a light tap of my toe, I transformed into a streak of purple gold light, shooting toward the city center of the base. Only after my presence had completely vanished did the three on the city wall feel the mountain pressing on their hearts finally lifted. Huff, they gasped for air, only to realize their backs were soaked with cold sweat. The world is changing. Truly changing, Supervisor Du muttered to himself, gazing in the direction I had gone. At that moment, inside the presidential suite atop Tianhao International Hotel. Damn it! Damn it! Exclamation. Damn these Earth natives! Exclamation. Lai Xin sat on a leather sofa, a bottle of expensive red wine in hand, drinking it with gritted teeth, though his face had received basic treatment, and the swelling had gone down. The burning humiliation clung to him like a maggot in his bones, impossible to shake off. Lai Xin took a fierce gulp of wine, his eyes flickering with vengeful malice. In his mind, with Uncle Lai making a move, it was a crushing blow. A martial saint killing a grandmaster. What difference was there from squashing an ant? So by now, he's probably a corpse, or in Uncle Lai's hands, begging for death but unable to die. What genius! What number ones, in the face of absolute power and backing. It is all trash. Lai Xin comforted himself like this, trying to use his family's glory to fill the void of his own failure. Just then, boom, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted without warning. That blast-proof door, forged from special alloy, was kicked flying like a thin piece of paper by a terrifying force. The twisted, deformed door panel whistled across half the living room and slammed heavily into the floor-ceiling window, shattering the entire pane of bulletproof glass. Lai Xin was drenched in red wine, leaping up from the sofa in shock, staring at the door in terror. Who dares to barge into my room? As the dust settled, a middle-aged man stood at the doorway. In his right hand, he held a bloodied man Lai Bo. When Lai Xin recognized the bloodied face, the anger on his face instantly froze, replaced by sheer terror. That was his protector, the martial saint of his Lai family, his greatest confidence to act arrogantly on earth. And now, he was being carried like a dead dog. This can't be. It's an illusion. Lai Xin staggered back 2 steps, falling onto the sofa with a thud, his lips trembling, as he failed to utter a single complete sentence. What? Surprised, but I am not unreasonable. I strode into the room. This is the orthodox martial saint you relied on. This is the backing you had to kill my son. Thud I casually tossed the half-dead Lai Bo at Lai Xinha's feet. Blood splattered onto Lai Xinha's skin. The warm, sticky sensation finally making him realize this was no dream. Lai Xinha let out a piercing scream, crawling backward on hands and feet, cowering in the corner of the sofa. Don T, come near me! Exclamation. I warn you, I am the direct line young master of the Mars Lai family. My father is the family head, and my grandfather is a transcendent realm expert. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, the Lai family will never let you go! Exclamation. Even at this point, he still was trying to scare me off with his family name. I stepped closer. Step by step, my overwhelming aura pressed down on Lai Xing, nearly suffocating him. I stopped in front of the sofa, looking down from above at this trembling ant. My eyes were full of contempt. If the Lai family is all made up of scum like you, then I'd like to see what they can do to me. That said, I knew very well in my heart that I really couldn't afford to provoke the entire Lai family right now. But I couldn't show weakness, and I definitely couldn't kill him. If I killed Lai Xing, it would be an irreconcilable blood feud. The Lai family would retaliate at any cost. So I had to break his spirit. I had to put on a show. Seeing that threats were useless, Lai Xingha's mental defenses completely collapsed. What exactly do you want? He spoke with a sobbing voice, his face covered in tears and snot. What do I want? A glint flashed in my eyes. I suddenly bent down, grabbed Lai Xinghe by his expensive collar, and lifted him into the air. Weren't you so arrogant before? Didn't you send this old bastard to take my son's life? Now, show me that arrogance again. What? I was wrong. I was really wrong. Lai Xinghe dangled in midair, his legs flailing wildly, like a helpless child. Please, let me go. I have money, I can give you a lot. A billion? Just let me go. I'll give you anything. I let out a cold laugh. My eyes filled with disgust. I swung my arm in a full arc and slapped Lizinga hard across the face. This slap didn't use any blood energy, just pure physical strength, but it was enough to leave a lasting mark on Lizing. Half a bloody tooth flew out. Lizinga's left cheek instantly swelled up like a steamed bun. He was seeing stars from the blow, his head buzzing loudly. This slap is for my son. I backhanded him with another slap. This one. I just felt like it. Lizinga was completely stunned by the beating. His eyes were vacant. Apart from crying and begging for mercy, he had no thought of resistance left. Stop. Stop. I am nothing but a fart. Just let me go. Watching the once arrogant noble of Mars, now groveling like a dog's, the anger in my heart finally dissipated. I threw Lizing back onto the sofa, like tossing away trash. Listen up. I straightened my slightly wrinkled collar and put on an inscrutable expression. I turned my back to Lizing, gazing out at the shattered night sky through the window. My voice became low and mysterious. Libo, I know you awake. The old man on the ground, who had been playing dead, trembled slightly and barely opened a slit of his eyes. Go back and tell those old fossils in your life family. My voice carried a domineering aura that looked down on the world, and a depth that was hard to fathom. Do you really think this little Kanglan base could just spawn a martial saint out of nowhere? If it weren't for the fact that the force behind me doesn't want to reveal itself, and doesn't want to bother with your life family's petty tricks, you too would be dead here today. After saying this, I flashed my figure, leaped straight out of the shattered French window, and disappeared into the vast night. Only the old man and the young man remained in the room, trembling in the cold wind. A force behind him, Libo gasped for breath, his eyes full of terror. Yes, how could a rogue cultivator be this strong? How could he have such cross-realm combat techniques? Unless he is a disciple of some ancient hidden sect, or a guardian secretly trained by the highest levels of the Federation. At this moment, in the cloud-top manor of district, Suyu was pacing anxiously in the living room, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his eyes glancing at the door every few seconds. The clock on the walls. It is all my fault. All my fault. Suyu muttered to himself, his nails dug deep into his flesh. If I hadn't provoked Lizing, Dad wouldn't have gone to fight a martial saint. And that is a martial saint. If anything happens to Dad, just thinking that Dad might die, he finally felt like the sky was falling. His heart felt like it was being crushed by a hand. Hell, stop pacing. You're remaking my dizzy, said the voice from the sofa. Little Bai was lying there, gnawing on a roast chicken, but his shifty eyes gave away his unease. If the boss really gets killed, we'd better make a run for it. Little Bai mumbled through a mouthful of food, wiping the grease off his mouth as he spoke. I just checked. Heading south is doable. We can hide in some deep mountain forest for a few centuries. Come out for revenge once you a martial saint. How is that for plan? Shut up. Suyu whipped around, eyes red. He glared at Little Bai. If you want to run, go ahead. I'll wait here. If Dad really doesn't come back, I'll go fight that old bastard myself. Hell, why can't you take a hint? This is just a strategic retreat. Little Bai shrank his neck, his voice trailing off. Truth was, he was panicking too. If that meal ticket of theirs kicked the bucket. Just as the two were sinking into despair, a swoosh, a familiar sound of someone breaking through the air. Then a figure fell from the sky like a meteor, landing steadily on the lawn in the courtyard. Suyu and Little Bai rushed to the floor-ceiling window. There under the moonlight, I stood with my hands in my pockets, looking completely at ease, smiling as I watched them inside. Not a scratch on me, not even a wrinkle in my clothes. Dad? Suyu cried out in joy, and dashed out to throw his arms around me. In that moment, all the poise of a grandmaster, all the dignity of a strong man gone. He was just a child afraid for his father. Dad? Are you okay? What about that old man's? Are you hurt? Suyu patted me all over, his voice choked with tears. Silly child. My heart warmed. I let my son hold me and ruffled his hair with a smile. Who do you think your dad is? Just some old geezer from Mars trying to hurt me. I sent him packing long ago. Boss? You finally back. Just then, a white blur shot over. Little Bai latched onto my leg, rubbing his face wildly against my pant leg. His coquettish act was an eyesore. Boo-hoo. Boss? You scared me to death. That kid just now tried to drag me into running away, but I refused with righteous indignation. I said, the boss's skills are unmatched. A mere martial saint is nothing. I swore I'd wait here for the boss's triumphant return. Little Bai said all this, while sneakily winking at Suyu. Suyu was speechless. He'd seen shameless people, but never this shameless. I watched the scene with amusement, and lightly kicked Little Bai. All right. Drop the act. With how cowardly you are, you were probably already planning an escape route. Weren't you? Little Bai wasn't embarrassed at being caught. He rolled on the floor smoothly, playing cute. Isn't that about preserving the revolutionary flame? I shook my head and looked gently at Suyu. This matter is settled for now. Ligia shouldn't dare cause trouble again in the short term. But my tone shifted, my tone turning serious. I can only scare them for a while. Once they come to their senses, or dig into my background, a bigger storm will come. So we can stop. We need to get stronger. Vest. I patted Su Yu on the shoulder. Mars Yuang main base. This was one of humanity's largest settlements on Mars, and the core stronghold of the infamous Lai family. In the Federation, unlike Earth's blue and vibrant skies, Mars' sky showed a suffocating dark red. A massive energy shield enveloped the entire city, and at the very center of the city, a floating palace forged entirely from black star essence metal exuded a suffocating pressure. Inside the main hall of the Lai family's ancestral star hole, the atmosphere froze to an icy point. On a throne carved from a meteorite core sat an elder in a purple gold robe. He was Lai Yuan, the Lai family patriarch. At the 6th Street of the Lord Realm, this was a terrifying existence, capable of crossing the starry sky with his physical body and destroying a small satellite with a single strike. At that moment, Lai Yuan's expression was so dark it seemed to drip water. The 2 rows of Lai family high-ranking members below the hall were all trembling in fear, not daring to breathe loudly, afraid to provoke the patriarch's wrath. In the center of the hall, the once arrogant 5 Saints Lai Bo was now kneeling on the ground, his aura at its weakest point. Patriarch. That's how it all happened. Lai Bo's voice trembled, filled with shame that Su Wu didn't use any heaven and earth spiritual energy. He relied solely on his physical strength and bizarre techniques. And he defeated this old servant. Lai Yuan slammed the armrest of his throne. The extremely hard star gold armrest instantly turned to powder. No heaven and earth spiritual energy. Lai Yuan slowly stood up. A terrifying pressure, like that of an ancient beast, instantly swept through the hall. With just his physical body, he suppressed you. A legitimate martial saint wielding a first-grade, ancient weapon, and in a small place like Kanglin. Lai Yuan's eyes flickered with dangerous cold light. Come exclamation with Lai Yuan's shout. The shadows in the corner of the hall suddenly writhed. A woman in a black tight combat suit, with a cold, beautiful face, appeared out of thin air. She knelt on one knee. Chief Phantom Shadow awaits your orders. Patriarch. Your command. Use all the family's intelligence networks on Earth to investigate. I want to know everything about this Su Wu, and which force stands behind him. The woman named Phantom Shadow turned into a wisp of black smoke and vanished instantly from the hall. Lai Yuan sat back on his throne, his gaze falling again on the trembling Lai Bo. As for you, Lai Yuan snorted coldly. A martial saint serving as a family elder. Yet you were captured alive by a nobody and carried like a dead dog to meet a junior. You've disgraced the Lai family's face. Death penalty can be avoided, but living punishment cannot be escaped. Go to the refining fire pool and serve a 3-year punishment. Whether you survive depends on your fate. Upon hearing this, Lai Bo's face turned as pale as paper. His body shook violently, but he dared not resist in the slightest. He could only kowtow heavily. Thank you, Patriarch, for sparing my life. After dealing with Lai Bo, Lai Yuan looked toward Earth, his gaze seeming to pierce through hundreds of millions of kilometers of starry sky. Earth. Kanglin base. Time flew by like a white horse passing a gap. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed since the end of the 5 Great Academies entrance exam. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Is there no end to this? Xiao Bai, lying on the leather sofa munching on a spirit fruit, rolled his eyes, his limbs sprawled out, looking utterly lifeless. This is the 12th wave today. Right? My beauty sleep is completely ruined. So you, who was cultivating the primordial unity art in the living room, also sighed helplessly. He opened his eyes and straightened his clothes. No choice. This is the price of fame, Su Yu said with a wry smile. Ever since his combat footage was released, that overwhelming score of 3,250 points, and the various clips of him instantly killing opponents at the moon rank, had exploded across the entire Federation's academies. The admissions offices of all major academies were like sharks that smelled blood, frantically crowding into Cloud Top Manor. The day before yesterday, the vice principal of Jiangnan 5 Great Academies came in person, promising Su Yu core disciple treatment and a martial emperor as his mentor. But Su Yu's own father was already a martial saint, so why would he care about a martial emperor? Thus, Jiangnan Martial Arts University tearfully withdrew. Yesterday, it was the first military academy of the Western Theater, offering the tempting condition of a major S rank. And so, within a week, Su Yu had turned down over a dozen medical university invitations. This time, it was different. My voice came from the 2nd floor. I was wearing a loose set of loungewear, a purple clay teapot in hand, and slowly descended the stairs. My gaze seemed to pierce through the front door, seeing everything 2 first-class interstellar shuttles. Those were the kind of rides only top-tier academies could afford. I walked to the sofa, taking the main seat, a faint smile curling at the corner of my mouth. Kyoto Martial University, Shanghai Martial University, the 2 pillars of China's martial arts world. Beidou finally couldn't sit still. The door swung open, and 2 figures stepped into the living room of cloud-top manner almost simultaneously. On the left was a middle-aged man in a black Xianxia suit. He was burly, with a square face, every feature as steady as a mountain, and an aura of iron-blooded killing intent faintly radiating from him. Lei Zhen, head of admissions at Kyoto Martial University, a peak 5 emperor level. On the right was a young woman in a white professional skirt suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her demeanor cold and aloof, but her eyes were sharp as knives, with a faint ripple of spiritual mental energy. Surrounding her, Lin Qingru, head of the special recruitment team at Shanghai Martial University, a peak 5 emperor level, and also a mentalist in any small base city. These two would be major figures requiring a city lord's welcome. But the moment they entered, their gazes swept past Su Yu and locked onto me, sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Lei Zhen and Lin Qingru both thought in surprise. As peak 5 emperor experts, their perception was extremely sharp. Yet in their senses, the me before them seemed like an ordinary neighborly uncle, with no trace of blood energy fluctuation. But when their eyes met mine, they felt a sense of insignificance, as if facing the vast starry sky. Unfathomable. The two exchanged a glance, and instantly cast aside the arrogance of top-tier academy officials, their expressions turning respectful. Junior Lei Zhen pays respects to the senior. Junior Lin Qingru pays respects to the senior. They both cupped their fists in salute. I nodded slightly, and casually pointed to the sofa opposite. Sid, since you're here for you, let's get straight to the point. I don't like beating around the bush. Lei Zhen and Lin Qingru sat down, their gazes finally falling on Su Yu beside them. Just one look, and a dazzling light burst from their eyes. Blood energy like a dragon's, restrained yet not lacking what a fine seedling. This is a perfect vessel. Lei Zhen's heart raced with joy. The file said he's a grandmaster, but seeing him in person, this blood energy quality is even more terrifying than an average mid-stage grandmaster. Haha. Lei Zhen spoke first, his voice booming. So Yu, I'm from Kyoto Martial University. You know our school's style. We emphasize combat and foundation. He held up 3 fingers. First, upon enrollment, you'll enjoy sequence-level treatment. All cultivation resources free and unlimited. Second, we'll provide a set of techniques and ultimate arts that can lead straight to the Star Lord realm. The 8 Desolate Dragon Palace, plus the pick of 2 5th-grade items. Third, one of our Kyoto Martial University deans, a Star-Lord Realm 3rd stage powerhouse, will personally take you as a closed-door disciple. As these words fell, the entire living room fell silent for a moment. Even Su Yu couldn't help his heart racing. A Star-Lord Realm expert as a master. This was a fortune countless people dreamed of. Director Lei, quite the generous offer. Beside him, Lin Qingru adjusted her glasses. A faint smile curled, a graceful yet aggressive smile on her face. Student Su Yu practices the blade. You roughnecks from the Jingwu inner circle who train with fists. Can you really teach him well? Lin Qingru turned to look at Su Yu, her gaze softening and brimming with allure. Student Su Yu, our Madu Martial University, is located in the Federation's most prosperous economic center. Whether in terms of vision or resource flow, we're nothing like those old fossils at Jingwu. Our conditions are as follows. Resource supply and a new host mentor at the same level. That's the standard package. I won't elaborate further. Second, and most crucial, a glint of gold flashed in Lin Qingru's eyes as she dropped her trump card. Our Madu Martial University. We control a newly developed entrance to a starry ancient relic in the solar system. As long as you join, our school promises that before your sophomore year, you'll get one chance to enter the relic and seek a legacy of martial dance. Ancient relic. Su Yu was stunned. In this era of high martial arts, beyond modern techniques, the most mysterious and powerful are those martial dance legacies, unearthed from the depths of the stars. Every discovery of an ancient relic represents countless opportunities and risks. Seeking a martial dance opportunity, I, who had been silent, suddenly set down my teacup, letting out a soft clink. I looked at Lin Qingru. Teacher Lin, with a faint, mocking smile, if I remember correctly, that so-called ancient relic is a broken ruin, isn't it? The space inside is extremely unstable. Those who enter face a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Are you trying to make my son a pathfinder for you? Or do you truly want to train him? As these words fell, Lin Qingru's face instantly changed. She hadn't expected that this martial saint from a remote base would even know such top-secret intelligence. In truth, over this past week, I hadn't stayed at Kenglin base the whole time. Relying on my martial saint strength, I traveled between various bases, and naturally, I gathered some useful information. Senior, you misunderstand. Lin Qingru tried to explain. Enough. I waved my hand, cutting her off, then turned to Lei Zhen beside me. Director Lei, since Madu Martial University wants to gamble on luck, what about you? Do you have anything concrete? My fingers tapped lightly on the table. My gaze deep, like directly offering a ready-made martial dance weapon. Lei Zhen's pupils sharply contracted. He took a deep look at me, my heart churning with shock. This man knew the game too well. One word, and he hit the core. Exploring ancient relics is a huge gamble. Not only dangerous but also luck-dependent. But a ready-made martial dance weapon, that's solid. Tangible resources. Lei Zhen was silent for a moment, as if locked in a fierce internal struggle. He glanced at the exceptionally talented Su Yu. Then, at me. Unfathomable as I was, gaining a gifted student, while also winning over a 145th rank martial saint not a loss. Finally, he gritted his teeth, pulled a palm-sized metal box from his chest, and slammed it heavily onto the table. Senior Su is indeed an expert. Since Madu Martial University plays with empty promises, then Jingwu will deliver the real deal. Lei Zhen opened the box. A bone-chilling cold instantly swept through the entire living room. Even the moisture in the air condensed into frost on the spot. Inside the box lay a flying knife, only the size of a palm, entirely transparent. Gleaming like moonlight, this is Su Yu's eyes went wide. His chaotic body even emitted a faint tremor of desire. A first-rank martial dance divine weapon. Cold moon blades. Lei Zhen's voice carried a hint of pain, but more so, resolve. This was unearthed from a ruin on Mars. Though it's only first rank, it's forged from Star River fragments, and comes with dual attributes. Armor-piercing and freezing. Unstoppable against anything. Most crucially, it's a telekinetic weapon. Once, student Su Yu reaches the martial emperor level and awakens his telekinetic power, he can use it. As long as student Su Yu signs, this blade is yours now. This blade is now yours. Lin Xinru beside him opened her mouth, but found he simply couldn't come up with a bargaining chip to match it. Though Madu Military University was wealthy, a morale-boosting divine weapon of this level was a strategic reserve. As just the head of a recruitment team, he had no authority to mobilize it. Since Jingwu has shown such sincerity, Lin Qingru sighed, stood up, and gave a slight bow to me and Su Yu, his tone filled with regret. Then this junior 1T humiliate himself further. Student Su Yu, I wish you a bright future at Jingwu. With that, he turned and left without hesitation. Only Lei Zhen remained in the living room, looking at Su Yu's father with eager anticipation. Su Yu looked at me, his eyes full of inquiry. I stared at that Han Yu blade, and nodded in satisfaction. Before leaving, Lei Zhen was in high spirits. On that stern, square face of his, a rare hint of a satisfied smile appeared. He pulled out a pitch-black metal bracelet, with a faint, flowing luster on its surface, and solemnly handed it to Su Yu. This is the exclusive smart terminal for Jingwu students. It's not just a symbol of your identity, but also the key to Jingwu's vast resource library. Lei Zhen said in a grave tone, the 8 desolations and Lu Palace encrypted data packs are already pre-installed. As for those 2 extra level 5 ones, you can log into the Sutra Pavilion through the bracelet right now, and make your selection. Once you've chosen, the full holographic guides and cultivation essentials will be transmitted directly to your bracelet. Su Yu took the bracelet and clasped it around his wrist. With a soft beep, a pale blue holographic screen suddenly unfolded before his eyes. Countless complex and profound options cascaded down like a waterfall. Su Yu, welcome to Jingwu. Leaving those words, Lei Zhen patted Su Yu on the shoulder, then turned and strode away swiftly. He boarded a spacecraft that turned into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. After dinner, Su Yu sat cross-legged on the leather sofa, his expression focused as he browsed. The virtual screen projected from his wrist. That was the Sutra Pavilion Resource Library exclusive to Jingwu. Beside him, I held the remote control, seemingly casually watching the evening news, but my peripheral vision was fixed on my son. My heart itched like a cat was scratching it. Hurry up, you little brat. If you don't pick, how am I supposed to freeload? I urged inwardly. Dad, Jingwu's foundation is truly deep. Su Yu's finger slid across the screen, the dazzling array of weapons making it hard for him to choose. Just high-tier blade techniques alone numbered in the thousands. Each one, if taken out, would have masters outside fighting tooth and nail for it. That's only natural. I took a sip of tea and calmly acted like a know-it-all. Jingwu is, after all, the Federation's top academy, without some serious tricks up its sleeve. How could it hold its ground? But don't bite off more than you can chew. Pick what suits you best. Su Yu nodded, his gaze finally settling on a level 5 technique called 3-Fire Thunder Blade. 3-Fire Thunder Blade. 2nd grade upper tier. Su Yu softly read the description. The blade style is fierce and domineering, using one's own blood essence to rub against the blade, simulating the power of thunder and fire. Below the martial saint level, one can use it to sense elemental forces early. For a weak martial saint, it can draw upon the true fire of heaven and the divine thunder of the 9 skies. The fire is blazing fire that burns the body, soul fire that scorches the spirit, and baleful fire that attacks the heart. The 3 thunders are yang thunder that breaks blood, yin thunder that shatters bones, and water thunder that explodes. When the blade is drawn, it's like a thunderfire purgatory, overwhelming and unmatched. Su Yu's eyes lit up, though he had the void-breaking blade. That was a technique focused on speed and sharpness. When facing large groups of enemies, or opponents with extremely strong defenses, he lacked an explosive method, and this 3-Fire Thunder Blade perfectly filled that gap. This one's good. I'll take this one. Su Yu decisively clicked confirm. Exchange successful. Remaining selectable 5G quantity. 5. So you didn't pause and kept browsing, since he now had an attack method, and his movement technique was the leaf-treading step passed down by his father. Though the name was rustic, it was still practical. And for defense, his chaos body could take the hits. Then Su Yu felt he still needed something that could erupt instantly, even a trump card to turn the tables in a desperate situation. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at a corner of the light screen. There was an electronic cover of a dark red manual, Blood Fiend Art Secret Method. 5 Taboos and Essentials. Reading the description carefully. Blood Fiend Arts. First-rank top-grade fragment. Ancient martial arts. It channels the world's baleful Kai into the body, burning one's own blood essence, temporarily boosting strength by 3 times. But the side effects are severe. Those with insufficient blood essence are strongly advised against it. At best, meridians shatter. At worst, the body explodes and dies. Only those with blood essence as vast as an ocean should choose it carefully. Even at the late blood Kai stage, seeing the words body explodes and dies, most would have been scared into swiping away long ago. But when Su Yu saw the phrase blood essence as vast as an ocean, the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Insufficient blood essence? Are you kidding? He was a man with the chaos body. As long as he had Zio Bai as his charging pack, or kept killing and devouring enemies on the battlefield, his blood essence would be inexhaustible. This life-or-death technique with severe side effects was practically tailor-made for him. This is the one. A flash of excitement gleamed in Su Yu's eyes. He clicked confirm again. Exchange successful. 8 Desolate Raging River Palace. 3 Thunder Flame Blades. Blood Fiend Art Data Packet Transmitting. Watching the progress bar on his wristband finish loading, Su Yu let out a long breath. He felt as if he had grasped the key to becoming a powerhouse. Having finished watching TV all along, I immediately sensed my son's movement and turned to ask, Done choosing, Su Yu said excitedly. Dad, I picked 3 Thunder Flame Blades and Blood Fiend Art. All right, you figure out the details yourself. I waved my hand, cutting off his urge to share, and said seriously, 5G is just the surface. The cultivation method is the foundation. The foundation, 8 Desolate 6 Harmonies Art is a supreme technique that leads straight to the Star Lord realm. Your current method isn't bad, but its ceiling is a bit low. Go cultivate now and switch your method first. Switching methods takes the most time. Don T. Dawdle, that was the truth. Though I was eager to sync up myself, getting Su Yu to lay a solid foundation for the Star Lord realm was also top priority. Yes. Dad. Su Yu didn't hesitate. He immediately got up and rushed to the underground training room with burning passion. Watching my son's disappearing back, the smile on my lips gradually turned unrestrained. Good son, Dad's cheat relies on you to keep it going. Transmigrating into the 50th high school year, I became a middle-aged cripple with no cultivation. The only thing I could be proud of, the one called the millennial difficulty. Don T. Read that. Son, I had planned to resign myself to fate, this life, pinning all my hopes on him becoming a dragon. But who knew I'd suddenly activate the father-son synchronization system? My strength would always be one major realm, higher than my son's. So I began to play the role of a poor father, hunchbacked while hauling bricks at the construction site by day. At night, I'd just keep buying groceries at home, just to drive my son to work like crazy. Meanwhile, I could reap the rewards without lifting a finger. Now, as the night deepened, all was silent. I wasn't asleep. Instead, I sat cross-legged on the second-floor terrace, quietly waiting as time ticked by. Finally, when the clock struck 2 a.m., a surge of baleful Kai came from the underground training room. Then, deep in my mind, that familiar and wonderful mechanical sound rang out like heavenly music. Detected that offspring Su Yu is switching to a Star Lord grade cultivation method. 8 Desolate 6 Harmonies Art. Exceptional talent. Just glimpsed the threshold. Father-son synchronization system determines the method S grade is extremely high. Triggering super comprehension feedback. Trigger super insight feedback. Master Do, the 8 Desolate 6 Harmonies Palace has automatically evolved to the perfection realm. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the core essence of the 8 Desolate 6 Harmonies Palace. Elemental Mastery, you have successfully grasped the method of using heaven and earth's primordial Kai. In that very instant, I felt as if my soul was being lifted by some mysterious force, breaking free from the shackles of the flesh and delving into a higher dimension. The world before my eyes had completely changed. What I once saw as mere empty air now appeared vibrant and colorful. Countless tiny specks of light danced and flowed in the void. Red, the violent fire. Blue, the gentle water. Cyan, the agile wind. Purple, the majestic thunder. Yellow, the heavy earth. This is heaven and earth's primordial Kai. This is the foundation that builds this world. Though I had reached the 5th victory before, I could only forcibly mobilize this Kai with my powerful spiritual energy, but I never had the correct method to use it. Now, with the perfection of the 8 Desolate 6 Harmonies Palace, this primordial Kai has become obedient soldiers in my eyes, an extension of my own body. So that's how it is. I reached out gently tapping the void with my fingertip. The once calm ocean of primordial Kai instantly boiled. The red fire element gathered joyfully at my fingertip, as docile as a child. So this is what they call a multi-attribute cultivation art. A flash of understanding gleamed in my eyes. In truth, Heaven and Earth's primordial Kai has no inherent attributes. They are chaotic dancers. Through different cultivation art circulation paths, they are transformed into specific forms. An ordinary martial saint can usually only cultivate one attribute. For example, Uncle Li's fire, to cultivate two simultaneously, requires not only exceptional talent, but also risks internal Kai conflict, leading to Kai deviation. But the 8 Desolates 6 Harmonies Palace is different. The reason it became the ultimate art of the Jingwu sect is precisely because it encompasses all things. Through an extremely profound structure, it forcibly accommodates fire, water, and thunder, 3 completely different, and even mutually restraining attributes. I clenched my fist, feeling that immense power within me. Only now am I a true martial saint. Though Cloudtop Manor is vast, it can never withstand the rampage of a martial saint. I suppressed the excitement in my heart. My figure flickered. 2 minutes later, I had already appeared out of thin air in a desolate mountain range, 50 kilometers outside the Kanglin base. Here, jagged rock stood in solitude, with no trace of human life. This was the perfect training ground. Come on, let me see the power of this new ultimate. I hovered hundreds of meters in the air, my robes billowing loudly in the wind. I took a deep breath, no longer suppressing the power within me. I pointed one hand toward the sky. The fire element within a 10-li radius instantly erupted into chaos. It crazily converged toward my palm. In the blink of an eye, a massive fireball, a full 10 meters in diameter, appeared out of thin air. This fireball was not ordinary red, but displayed an extreme golden-white hue. Its temperature was at least 10,000 degrees. I could feel the scorching heat wave rushing toward me, the very space trembling from the burn. This kind of flame is on a completely different level from Uncle Li's so-called Li fire. I dispersed the fireball with a wave, then formed hand seals again. Water, come. Though it was a dry wilderness, the sound of surging tides suddenly echoed in the roar of a rushing current. Countless blue water elements gathered beneath my feet, forming a deep blue water dragon over 100 meters long. This water dragon was no ordinary water. Every drop was as heavy as a grain of millet. A single drop of heavy water could crush a rock. A river of it could collapse a mountain range. Thunder, come. A flash of purple light flickered in my eyes. The clear night sky suddenly became shrouded in dark clouds. A bolt of purple wild thunder, as thick as a bucket, descended from the heavens, landing precisely in my palm. I was not struck down by the lightning. Instead, it was as if I had grasped a purple whip. Electric arcs danced between my fingertips, exuding an aura of destruction. Fire, water, lightning. I gazed at the 3 forces swirling around me. My eyes brimmed with excitement. What if I fused them together? It was a mad idea. In conventional martial theory, water and fire meeting always leads to an explosion. Lightning and fire meeting always leads to collapse. But the essence of the 8 Desolates Path and Harmony Palace lies in that box. Water, lightning, fire, sudden rise. This is a secret technique recorded in the 8 Desolates Path and Harmony Palace. My expression turned solemn. My hands rapidly shifted before my chest. Those with quick reflexes could only see afterimages. With my movements, the 3 types of heaven and earth primordial energy began to slowly converge toward my chest. The moment the 3 energies touched, a buzzing sound erupted, releasing an extremely unstable tremor that shook me. I let out a low grunt, relying on my peak-level control. I forcibly kneaded these 3 violent forces together. A few seconds later, all signs of disturbance vanished. In its place, what floated in my palm was a fist-sized, 3-colored orb. Its surface shimmered with red, blue, and purple light, appearing both beautiful and eerily enchanting. It emitted no heat or pressure, sitting as quietly as a glass bead. But only I knew how terrifying the energy compressed inside this tiny orb was. It was an extremely unstable miniature force field. I locked my gaze on a barren stone mountain about 500 meters high. In the distance, I flicked my finger, and the 3-colored orb streaked across the night sky, leaving a brilliant trail in its wake. Its speed was extreme, instantly vanishing into the mountain core. 1 second, 2 seconds, a deathly silence. Then, a blinding white light illuminated the night sky for 50 li in all directions, turning darkness into day. Boom, rumble, rumble. The delayed thunderous roar struck like a divine thunderclap, shaking the earth violently. The 500-meter stone mountain swelled like an overinflated balloon from within, then burst apart. No debris flew, because all the rock was instantly vaporized by the extreme heat of the explosion. A blazing firestorm surged skyward, forming a massive mushroom cloud. Then came a raging net of lightning, charring everything living in the vicinity. Finally, a heavy water pressure shockwave scoured the ground for a kilometer around, carving it down by 3 meters. Flames burned, lightning destroyed, heavy water crushed, a triple assault that endlessly regenerated. After a long while, The smoke and dust cleared. I hovered in the air, gazing at the kilometer-wide, bottomless giant crater below, and the still-flowing magma and crackling arcs of electricity at its bottom. I couldn't help but swallow. Wasn't this power a bit excessive? That mountain was gone, not even a trace left. This destructive force far exceeded the full-powered strike of an ordinary 5th stage. I even suspected that even if that so-called Lord Stage powerhouse came, they'd lose a layer of skin taking this hit. And this was just a small orb I casually conjured. If I went all out, condensing one, I shuddered at the thought. The image was too beautiful to imagine. The 8 desolate dragon palace, truly worthy of being a supreme art leading to the Lord Stage. This water, lightning, fire, sudden rise would now be my standard finishing move. I nodded in satisfaction, dispersed the aura around me. I flickered and vanished into the wilderness. Only the still steaming giant pit remained, becoming a new unsolved mystery. Outside the Kanglan base, at the same time, Jianan Grand Base, inside the resplendent council hall of the Wang family mansion. But now it was shrouded in a suffocating low pressure. The current head of the Wang family, Wang Zheng, sat upright in the main seat carved from rose. His brows were tightly knit into a shape. His eyes were bloodshot. His fingers unconsciously tapped heavily on the armrest. Clearly, he was in a state of extreme agitation. At that moment, a middle-aged beauty in luxurious brocade robes carried a tray of tea and cautiously stepped forward. She had been reading his mood for a long time, but finally couldn't help speaking. "Husband, it's been some days since supplicant Liu Yun went to the Kanglan base. By all accounts, handling that trivial matter should have brought him back long ago. There's been no news at all, and even communication is cut off. I'm worried that something unexpected might have happened to him over there." Before she could finish, Wang Zheng suddenly swung his hand, sweeping that priceless teacup violently to the ground. Scalding tea splashed everywhere. "Get out. Women's talk." Wang Zheng stood up abruptly, pointing at the beautiful woman's nose and roaring. "Liu Yun is a dignified martial king. At his peak. In a backwater place like this, what accident could possibly happen? Are you trying to make me even more annoyed than I already am? Those mad dogs from the Liang family have been pressing hard in the elixir market west of the city lately. They've already swallowed 3 of our core shops. The family business is on the verge of burning down. And you, at a time like this, still bother me with Liu Yun's trivial. Settled matter. Get out of my sight." Time flew like a white horse passing a gap. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed since the end of the 5th exam. In the underground training room of the manor, asterisk rumble exclamation asterisk, a dull thunder echoed within the sealed space. The air was thick with a suffocating scent of blood and the aura of the martial world. "So you." Bare-chested, his muscles taut as iron, his skin covered with a layer of eerie dark red light. With each breath he took, the surrounding air seemed dyed in blood. A violent, bloodthirsty aura burst forth from within him. Blood Fiend Transformation, a rare incomplete technique of the ultimate grade, which burns blood and Kai in exchange for explosive power. For ordinary people, it is a poison that quenches thirst but leads to ruin. But for Su Yu, who possesses the chaos body, it is like a fish in water. "Give it to me." Su Yu let out a low growl. The chaotic vortex within him spun wildly, forcing that violent blood fiend energy to compress and submit. At the same time, the war blade in his hand slashed out fiercely. On the blade's edge, 3 colored small flames and 3 colored electric arcs intertwined. 3 flame thunder blade. Beginner, though only at the beginner level. The destructive power had already left deep marks on the alloy walls. Su Yu sheathed his blade and stood still, the red light in his eyes gradually fading. He glanced at the time, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. 2 techniques at the 5th grade beginner level in 1 month. This speed shouldn't be considered slow, right? At the same time, on the 2nd floor terrace, I, who had been idly leveling up, was lounging comfortably in a rocking chair, a glass of iced happy water in hand. The moment Su Yu finished his training, a heavenly sound resonated in my mind. Ding! Detected that your offspring Su Yu has exceptional talent. Successfully cultivated 3-flame thunder blade to beginner level. Father's glory, son's fortune, system judgment, triggered 100-fold insight critical hit. Congratulations, host. 3-flame thunder blade automatically evolved to perfection. Congratulations, host. Successfully mastered 3-flame thunder blade, soul flame, fiend flame, and 3 thunders, yang thunder, yin thunder, and water thunder, and 10 days ago, my blood fiend transformation had already automatically evolved to perfection. Boom, an indescribably terrifying orb burst forth from within me, but I locked it within a 3-foot radius, with my terrifyingly precise control. With a thought, I called up the system panel, host bound to offspring. So you, offspring realm, grandmaster, middle stage, host, please respect the martial saint and honor the middle wife. The 8 desolates fortune and palace technique has reached perfection. 3 attributes, 5G, 3 fire, thunder blade perfected, blood fiend perfected, Mengniu authority perfected, life authority intent, skyrending blade perfected, life blade intent, Night treading body art perfected. Combat skills. Critical. Mid-stage martial saint. I clenched my fist, feeling the power within. As if I could crush the very stars. At the martial saint realm, the gap between each minor step is as vast as heaven and earth. But now, I bear the supreme chaos body, wielding perfected techniques and weapons. And with this mid-stage martial saint cultivation, even a peak martial saint may not be unbeatable. I slowly rose to my feet, my gaze growing deep and flawless. And it seems a little mouse has been watching here for quite some time. Outside the cloud-top manor, behind a dark cloud 1,000 meters high, a figure, almost blending into the night, hovered in the void. He wore a black stealth cloak, his entire being like a shadow without substance. Lijia's chief, Phantom Shadow, peak martial saint. He was the sharpest blade in the Lai Yuan family's hand, and Lai Jia's most hidden trump card. This trip to Earth, his mission was only one: to uncover Su Wu's background and confirm if he had support from any shadowy forces. If so, stay put. If not, kill without mercy. Strange. Through his high-tech tactical visor, he stared fixedly at the manor below. According to intelligence, this Su Wu had only broken through to martial saint a month ago. But why? In that instant just now, did I sense from him a fluctuation that made my heart tremble. As a peak martial saint, his instincts had never failed him. Yet in that fleeting moment, the aura Su Wu erupted with, though it vanished in an instant, carried a level of pressure that even reminded him of the family head. Lai Yuan, could he be hiding his cultivation? Or perhaps, he possesses some powerful divine artifact. Phantom Shadow's heart wavered uncertainly. He decided to move a little closer. With his prideful dark attribute energy, even a peak martial saint would find it hard to detect his presence. Yet just as he shifted his form, preparing to sneak into the manor's inner circle, I suddenly lifted my head on the terrace. Across 1,000 meters of void, through layers of thick night, those eyes gleaming with purple gold light, precisely and unerringly, locked onto the dark cloud where Phantom Shadow hid. A cold, bloodthirsty smirk curled at the corner of my mouth. Had your fill of watching, a clear voice, not transmitted through the air, but directly detonated in Phantom Shadow's mind. What? Phantom Shadow's hair stood on end. His heart clenched violently, found out exclamation, and it was direct divine sense transmission. This meant the opponent's spiritual power intensity was no weaker than his own peak martial saint level. Not good exclamation. As a top-tier assassin, Phantom Shadow reacted swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, he instantly transformed into countless black bats, scattering, frantically fleeing toward the wilderness outside Kanglin base. Since you're here, why rush to leave? My voice remained unhurried, as if whispering right by his ear. The next moment, a streak of purple gold light shot into the sky. Its speed was extreme, actually a hair faster than Phantom Shadow's escape technique. 300 kilometers outside Kanglin base. In the barren mountains, two figures, one chasing, one fleeing, crossed hundreds of miles in an instant. Damn it. How is he so fast? Phantom Shadow glanced back, his heart filled with dread. He specialized in the shadow body art, renowned for speed and elusiveness. But the me behind him was like a leech on bone. No matter how he changed direction or accelerated, he couldn't shake him off. Since I can escape. He suddenly stopped, his form hovering in midair, hands forming seals. The light within a 10-mile radius was instantly devoured. The entire space plunged into absolute darkness. In this darkness, the shadow's aura vanished completely, as if he were the master of the night itself. A paltry trick my figure halted at the edge of the domain. I showed no sign of panic. Reaching back into the void, I pulled out an ordinary alloy longsword. Though the blade was mere mundane metal, the moment I gripped it, it became anything but ordinary. I just happened to comprehend a new technique. Let me test it on you. I took a deep breath. The 8 desolation path and palace within me spun wildly, and the full power of the 3 fire thunder blades perfected realm erupted. With a crackling hum, the ordinary alloy longsword instantly ignited with 3 distinct flames. Crimson fire burned the flesh, ethereal blue flames seared the soul, and black balefire stirred inner demons. At the same time, 3 types of lightning coiled around it. Gold and yang lightnings, fierce and unyielding, purple yin lightnings, eerie and unpredictable, and white water lightnings, shattering all. 3 fires, 3 thunders, 6 ultimate energies merged perfectly on the blade's edge. The ripples they emitted caused the surrounding space to crack with dense fissures. I murmured softly, gripped the sword with both hands, and toward that endless darkness, I made a casual slash. Rip, a 6-colored blade light, 1,000 meters long, carried world-destroying might across the night sky. This single slash seemed to forcibly tear the entire heavens in two. The eternal night domain that had shrouded the world before this 6-colored blade was as fragile as a piece of black cloth. It was instantly shredded, burned, and purified. From the darkness came the shadow's terrified scream. He only felt a flash of light. Then, and an indescribable, terrifying force surged toward him. Seeing this, The shadow could no longer hold back. He unleashed his full peak martial saint cultivation without reserve. Countless streams of black energy gathered before him, forming layer upon layer of heavy black shields. He even summoned small black hole vortexes, trying to devour the terrifying blade light. Yet all was futile. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. The moment the blade light collided with the shields, a blinding radiance erupted. A deafening roar echoed for 100 miles. The powerful shockwaves directly sheared off 3 mountain peaks below, reducing countless boulders to dust. Crunch crunch. The seemingly indestructible black shields, under the onslaught of the 6-colored blade, lasted less than a second, before shattering like glass. How is this possible? The power within the 6-colored blade was too pure, too domineering. This was a technique born purely for destruction. As the blade light was about to claim the shadow, a flash of resolve crossed his eyes. He slammed his palm against his own chest, spitting out a mouthful of his origin blood essence. In that instant, his body then exploded directly, turning into thousands of black blood bats, frantically fleeing in all directions. Boom. The 6-colored blade light swept through. At least half of the blood bats were vaporized on the spot, leaving not even ashes behind. But in the end, a few core blood bats, using the explosion as cover, barely managed to slip into the void and vanish. As the dust settled, I held the longsword, silently floating in midair. By now, the blade had melted halfway, unable to withstand the power. I watched those fleeing blood bats, but did not pursue, because I knew that using such a self-destructive secret technique to escape, even if he made it back alive, he would be half-crippled. His cultivation would at least drop to early martial saint, and he might never advance again. He sure runs fast. I tossed away the half-melted longsword, dusted off my hands, my expression calm. The Wang family of martial saint peak has some influence in Jianan, but their foundation is too shallow. It must be the Lai family from Huaxing. Beat the old ones, and an older one from the Lai family shows up. You people really are persistent ghosts. Though I had just been targeted by a sovereign-level powerhouse, targeting him is a problem. But in my heart, there is no shadow of fear. After the verification of that single slash just now, I have gained a clear understanding of my current combat powers. With the blessing of perfection level 5th stage and the supreme chaos physique, my attack power has already exceeded the scope of the 5th stage, touching the threshold of what is called the Star Lord. Time slips away like sand through fingers, silent and unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 2 whole months had passed. During these 2 months, in order to lay a perfect Grandmaster-level foundation for my son, I invested without regard for cost. The resources Pan Hong sent over, and I even secretly made a trip to the black market. Using my martial saint-level strength, I forcibly to trade for several extremely rare heavenly and earthly spirit herbs. For example, the Xin Chen orchid, which can wash the marrow and refine the physique, and the soul cause fruit, which can strengthen the spirit. Under such a massive accumulation of top-tier resources, coupled with the terrifying digestion ability of the Chaos Physique, Su Yu's cultivation level soared rapidly. Late Grandmaster, from perfection level Grandmaster to half-step Grandmaster. Finally, on this day, in the underground special training room, Su Yu sat cross-legged, on a meditation cushion, slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid. This breath was as white as a rainbow, and actually carved a small pit into the hard ground. At this moment, a faint layer of golden light aura swirled around him. It was a sign that the blood energy within his body had reached an extreme density, on the verge of liquefying and undergoing a qualitative transformation. Before him lay an exquisite jade box. Inside the box rested a pill, entirely crimson red, with patterns like flowing flames on its surface, the realm-breaking pill. This was something I had paid a tremendous price for, asking a pill-refining Grandmaster from the Kenglin base to personally refine it. It could increase the chance of breaking through to Grandmaster by 50%, with no side effects. Now, Su Yu's gaze sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the realm-breaking pill. Boom! The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, instantly transforming into a violent, raging torrent of heat, like an angry dragon charging into his limbs and bones. Break from me, Su Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain of his meridians tearing apart. Channeling it wildly, the chaotic vortex within his 8 desolates and 6 directions palace body activated at full power at this moment, forcibly suppressing that violent medicinal force, absorbing and transforming it. Crack! It felt as if something had shattered inside him. That was the shackle of the human limit. O vast, ocean-like aura erupted from within Su Yu. The blood energy that had been flowing through his meridians had, at this moment, completely completed its transformation. Grandmaster, an 18-year-old Grandmaster. Su Yu's eyes snapped open, 2 beams of golden light shooting out like lightning. He felt that his current power was at least 10 times stronger than his previous Grandmaster peak. At the same time, on the second-floor balcony, I, who had been guarding my son's breakthrough, was lazily lying in a rocking chair, a copy of Records of the Starry Sky in my hand. Just at the moment Su Yu broke through, in the depths of my mind, that familiar and wonderful mechanical voice arrived as expected. Ding! Detected that your son, Su Yu, has cultivated diligently with a perfect foundation, successfully breaking the human limit and advancing to early Grandmaster. Father's glory. Son's honor system judgment. Your son has crossed a major realm from Grandmaster to Grandmaster, moreover, as an 18-year-old Grandmaster, triggering a super god-level feedback. Host S realm synchronizing. Ultimate life-level evolution initiated. Congratulations, Host, for breaking free from the planet's shackles, advancing to Star Lord. First stage, Rumble. This breakthrough was more terrifying in its commotion than any before. I only felt my consciousness being pulled out of my body in an instant, as if floating in the endless starry cosmos. Around me were brilliant galaxies. Beneath my feet was the Azure planet. A brand new powers, transcending the mortal realm, began to be born within me. Every single cell of mine was frantically splitting, reorganizing, and evolving. The original human gene chain was completely rewritten at this moment, transforming into a more perfect, more adaptable star life form suited for the cosmic environment. If a martial saint borrows the power of heaven and earth, then a star lord is a world unto himself. Oh, champions! I snorted, and all the bones in my body emitted crisp sounds like popping beans. Then, the most astonishing change occurred. Deep within my Danshan, the originally abundant sea of Kai and blood energy, it began to collapse inward toward the center. Countless energies converged into a single point. Then, it suddenly exploded. A tiny vortex, radiating chaotic lights, slowly took shape within my Danshan. It rotated gently, surrounded by specks of starlight, like a newborn miniature universe. The star vortex, this was the hallmark of a Star Lord realm expert, and also the source of power. With it, I no longer needed to borrow the world's primal energy like a martial saint, but could directly devour and store it. Even in the airless void of space, the star vortex could extract energy from cosmic rays, sustaining my life functions. This was the might of a Star Lord. I slowly opened my eyes. Deep within my pupils, it truly seemed as if two stars were spinning. I gently clenched my fist. I reached out my hand. After this cross-tier breakthrough, I could feel my physique had been immensely strengthened. Star step. I took a deep breath. The star vortex within me accelerated slightly, and the primal energy within 100 Lai instantly erupted, surging toward me like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Even the clouds in the sky above were torn apart by this force, forming a massive funnel-shaped vortex. No, I didn't want to cause such a commotion. I quickly dispersed my intent and restrained my aura. At this moment, I appeared to still be that ordinary middle-aged man, but only I knew that now, if I went all out, I could probably blow up a small city. This was the power of a Star Lord. A corner of my mouth curled into a confident smile. I succeeded. I had broken through to Grandmaster. Just then, the basement door was pushed open. So you, like an excited child, rushed up to the second-floor terrace in a flurry, his face brimming with irrepressible joy. I looked at my son and nodded approvingly. Not bad. An 18-year-old Grandmaster, even in the entire history of the Federation. That was a rarity. It seemed those resources weren't wasted. Isn't it just a Grandmaster? Look at you, all worked up, like you've never seen the world. On the sofa, Xiao Bai, who was licking his paw, rolled his eyes, his face full of disdain. He shook his snow-white, silky fur, his tail flicking proudly in an arc. A powerful aura instantly burst forth. Fifth Emperor. Mid-stage, see that? This lord hasn't been idle these 2 months either. I conveniently broke through to 5th Emperor mid-stage. Xiao Bai raised his chin smugly. If this lord transforms now, one claw could kill 10 of you. Believe it or not, Su Yu wanted to retort, but had to admit this divine beast was truly monstrous. He had fought tooth and nail just to reach Grandmaster, while this guy slept and ate spirit fruits to become a 5th Emperor. Was this the gap in racial talent? All right. Stop teasing him. I smiled and tapped Xiao Bai's head. Urea beast. P.S. human, your starting points are different, but you are, with your current strength, even if you were in the capital, where monsters like the 5 greats gather, you still have a foothold. By the way, I said, my expression turning serious, my tone softening a bit. In 3 days, we were heading to the Yanjing base. It's a world away from Kanglin. We probably won't have many chances to come back. These few days, if you have any unfinished wishes, or anyone you want to see, go see them. I gave Su Yu a meaningful look. Su Yu froze for a moment, a figure instantly flashing through his mind. He nodded firmly, a hint of determination in his eyes. I understand. Night fell, and the city lights began to glow. Kanglin Base, Sector C. This was a middle-class residential area, though not as luxurious as the first district. It was filled with a warm, homely atmosphere in front of a row of townhouses. Moving the row of townhouses forward, the streetlight stretched Su Yu's shadow long. He wore a simple casual outfit. He carried no expensive gift in his hands. He just stood there quietly. His gaze was somewhat nervous as he looked at the familiar door. This was his first time coming to see her as a grandmaster, yet he was more nervous than facing a beast king. Click, the door opened. A girl in a light blue dress walked out. She was clearly dressed up for tonight. She had obviously put great care into her appearance. Her long dress was like a lake under moonlight, its hem swaying gently in the breeze. Her hair was pinned up with a jade hairpin, with a few loose strands falling by her ears, making her look gentle and charming. She wasn't wearing her usual high ponytail, nor her practical martial arts uniform. No, she had shed the warrior-esque toughness, leaving only a girl-esque tenderness. Here Zu Leil stood on the steps, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her dress. Her voice was very soft. Yeah, I am here. Su Yu looked at her and felt his throat go dry. The two stood there quietly, neither speaking. The air around them seemed to grow thick, tinged with a faint sense of parting sorrow. Earlier, when the admission letters were sent out, Su Yu was unsurprisingly accepted by the five greats of the capital. That was the political and martial arts center of the Federation's far north. As for Zu Leil, though she worked hard, her talent was limited. In the end, she was admitted to a key martial arts school in Jiangnan, one north, one south, tens of thousands of kilometers apart. In this era of advanced spacecraft, but heavy academic burdens in the senior years, this wasn't just a long-distance relationship. It was the dividing line between two worlds. You're leaving. Zu Leil was the first to break the silence. She lowered her head, afraid to meet Su Yu's eyes. Yeah, Su Yu nodded. He stepped up to her and stood before her. I am leaving in 3 days. Dad said to go early and get used to the environment. Zu Leil's voice dropped, tinged with sadness. Then congratulations. The capital is the best school. You'll definitely become a great martial artist. Leil. Su Yu suddenly interrupted her. He reached out, gently lifting her chin, to make her look into his eyes. This is just a temporary separation. The young man's gaze was clear and firm, as if hiding stars and oceans within. I'll work hard to cultivate and become incredibly strong. When I reach that level, no matter where you are, I can appear before you in an instant. Besides, with today's communication tech, we can video call every day. Hearing his somewhat straightforward words, the tears that had been welling up in Zu Leil's eyes finally spilled over, but the corners of her mouth curved into a beautiful smile. Idiot. Who wants to video call every day? I am very busy. She sniffled, tears turning into laughter. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she pulled a small, delicate box from her pocket and handed it to Su Yu. This is for you. Su Yu took the box and opened it. Inside was a hand-woven deep blue bracelet. The knots were intricate, clearly showing the maker had put in a lot of effort. In the middle of the bracelet hung a small jade piece, engraved with the elegant character U. I made this piece bracelet myself, Zu Leil said, blushing. I heard from the elders that wearing it can ward off danger. Since you're going so far to the capital, I hope it brings you good luck. Su Yu looked at the bracelet, a warm current surging in his heart. It wasn't valuable, not even worth the spare change of a C-grade nutritional solution he used daily. But in his eyes, it was more precious than any divine weapon or heavenly treasure. Thank you. Su Yu solemnly put the bracelet on his left wrist, right where the pulse beats. I will carry him with me always, just as you have always stayed by my side. Hearing this sweet confession, Zu Leil's face instantly flushed crimson. Like a ripe apple, she suddenly stood on tiptoe. Before Su Yu could react, a kiss as light as a feather landed on his cheek. This is for you too. With that, the girl, like a startled fawn, turned and ran into the house, slamming the door shut with a bang, leaving Su Yu standing alone in the wind, touching the spot where he was kissed. He smiled foolishly. It was already late at night when we returned to Cloudtop Manor. I stood on the second-floor terrace, watching my son walk back with a silly grin, a faint red mark still on his face. I shook my head helplessly. This kid, so easily pleased. It was just a kiss. Back in my days, I started to say, then suddenly stopped. I remembered 20 years ago, on a night just as starry and brilliant, that stunning woman named Lin Wan-er had shyly kissed me like that too, and then made a vow for a lifetime. I looked up at the vast starry sky. A deep, unforgettable longing flickered in my eyes. Our son has grown up. Not only has he become a grandmaster, but he has also found a girl he likes. Can you see that? Wait for me a little longer. Soon, I'll be able to bring him to see you. I took a deep breath. I tucked away the tenderness in my eyes and put back on that resolute expression. We set off in 3 days. Destination, Yanjing base. It's time to see what kind of monsters and demons lurk in that so-called Federation Center. 3 days later, Cloudtop Manor's doors were shut tight. A starship bearing the emblem of the capital, with the 5 major school crests and S-class interstellar shuttle, slowly rose from the port of Kanglan base. Su Yu pressed his face against the window, watching the city shrink below, watching the home that held over a decade of his memories. Though reluctance flickered in his eyes, there was more anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, I sat on the first-class leather sofa, eyes closed. Resting, the S-class interstellar shuttle pierced through the clouds and began to decelerate. Su Yu leaned against the window and looked down. His pupils instantly contracted. Shock, indescribable shock. Below the rocket, upon the earth, a city like a steel beast sprawled across the plains. Its black alloy walls towered into the clouds, stretching nearly 100 kilometers. Upon the walls, countless heavy laser turrets glinted with cold, deadly light under the sun, each one capable of instantly killing a beast king. And above the city, a translucent, pale blue energy shield hung like a giant bulls, covering everything, enveloping the entire base. This was Yanjing base, he murmured to himself. Compared to this, the Kanglan base where he had lived for 18 years felt like a remote village. 10 minutes later, the shuttle landed smoothly at Yanjing Port SVIP tarmac. As the ship approached, a young staff member in the uniform of the capital S5 major schools, wearing black-rimmed glasses, walked over. A badge-reading welcome officer hung on his chest, a standard professional smile on his face. "Excuse me, are you Su Yu and Mr. Su Wu from Kanglan Base?" The staff member bowed slightly, his tone respectful and warm. "I am the receptionist sent by Jingwu Admissions Office, responsible for taking Su Yu to register at the school." I gave the staff member a quick once-over. Steady breathing, firm steps, a grandmaster at the initial stage in a place like Jingwu, full of hidden talents. Sending a grandmaster to guide new students made sense. I nodded. "Mr. Su, according to Jingwu's school rules, to foster independence in new students, parents can only accompany you this far. The next part of the journey, Su Yu will have to walk on his own," the staff member said apologetically. I didn't show any reaction. Instead, I turned to look at my son, who was ready to go. "Go on," I said, straightening Su Yu's collar for him. My tone was calm. "Send me a message once you resettled at the school. I'll be right here at the base. Call me anytime if something comes up." "Got it." Su Yu took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for his new life. I reached out a finger and flicked Xiao Bai, who was lying on Su Yu's shoulder, pretending to be dead. "Take good care of him. If even a single hair on his head is harmed, I'll stew you into soup." I know, you naggy old man." Xiao Bai flicked his tail in dissatisfaction and turned his back to me, watching my son's receding figure as he followed the staff member. The smile on my face gradually faded. Strange, I frowned slightly. A certain instinct, born from being a strong cultivator, made me sense something unusual in the air. The next moment, my figure flickered faintly and vanished from the spot. After leaving the port, Su Yu followed that staff member and boarded an internal shuttle. Then, they got off at some remote stop. "Student Su Yu, ahead is the magic district of Jingwu," the staff member said, pointing at a somewhat desolate cluster of buildings ahead, and explaining with a smile, "This is a new rule from the school this year. All new students, before officially enrolling, must walk through this old campus on foot, to never forget their original intent. So that's how it is." Su Yu nodded. Su Yu didn't think much of it. After all, Jingwu was a top-tier academy. Having some quirky rules was perfectly normal. However, after walking for about half an hour, the surrounding buildings grew more and more dilapidated, with withered vines even crawling up the walls. Not only did he not see any other new students on the road, there wasn't even a ghost in sight. The air was thick with a faint, foul odor, and the silence was unsettling enough to make one's heart race. "Kid, something's wrong." Xiao Bai, who had been sleeping on his shoulder, suddenly opened his eyes. His originally lazy gaze instantly turned alert. He scratched Su Yu's neck with his little paw and spoke through divine sense. Su Yu's heart jolted sharply. Xiao Bai had never been wrong about sensing danger. Without showing it, he slowed his pace, his hand quietly moving toward the alloy longsword at his waist. At the same time, he tested the waters. "Teacher, how much farther is it? I remember the map shows that Jingwu's main gate is to the east. It seems like we've been heading north all along." The staff member walking ahead didn't stop, but his voice turned somewhat low. "Almost there, just ahead. There's a shortcut leading straight to hell." The moment those words fell, every hair on Su Yu's body stood on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his night stride technique at full force, leaping backward dozens of meters in an instant. At the same time, the staff member, who had seemed so refined and courteous, slowly turned around. The professional smile on his face had completely vanished, replaced by a twisted, venomous expression, one that even bore some inhuman features. "Quick reflexes," the man said, tilting his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds from his bones. "Too bad. Even if you grew wings, you couldn't escape." Boom. A powerful aura, belonging to a martial emperor, erupted from his body, but this aura wasn't pure blood energy. Instead, it was mixed with a nauseating black mist. "Die! Genius!" exclamation. The man stomped the ground. The ground cracked open, turning into a black streak of lightning, charging at Su Yu in an instant. A pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. This time, Su Yu's heart raced, it was too fast. Although Su Yu was a grandmaster, against a martial emperor in this explosive state, he still seemed somewhat powerless. His dynamic vision barely kept up with the opponent's movements, but his body couldn't react in time, seeking death. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Su Yu, a white afterimage shot out from Su Yu's fingertip. A deafening roar exploded in the narrow passage. Xiao Bai's body swelled in the wind, bursting instantly into a fierce beast the size of a tiger. Its white fur stood on end like steel needles, and a sacred golden light surrounded it. It slammed a claw fiercely at that person, something that person clearly hadn't expected Su Yu to have so many monsters hidden on him. In a rush, he could only raise his dagger to block. With a clang of metal, followed by the sound of a blade cutting flesh, Xiao Bai's razor-sharp claws directly shattered the dagger. Its momentum undiminished, it viciously raked across that person's chest, leaving 5 deep, bone-deep gashes. Dead? That person's chest was ripped open, and his entire body flew backward, slamming heavily into a ruined wall. Scared me to death. Xiao Bai landed on the ground, still in a fighting stance, and glanced back at Su Yu. Kid, you owe me a big meal. Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. No. Xiao Bai suddenly bristled. Su Yu stared intently, and his scalp went numb. That disemboweled staff member wasn't dead from his horrific wound. What flowed out wasn't blood, but a thick, dark green liquids. Even more terrifying, his internal organs were writhing and deforming wildly. Grrr, the man crawled up from the rubble, emitting a bone-chilling, eerie laugh. Intelligence was wrong. There's actually another martial king-level beast here. But this is even better. Killing you both means double the merit. SSSSS. With a sickening tearing sound, the man's skin burst open. Countless tentacles covered in suckers and barbs shot out from his body. His head split open, turning into a mouthful of jagged teeth. In just a few seconds, he was no longer human, but a terrifying half-human, half-beast monster, and as the transformation completed, his aura began to surge wildly, directly breaking past the martial king limit, reaching the martial saint realm. New demon cult. Demon cultist Su Yu had studied this in high school, recognizing the origin of this monster at a glance. This was the signature technique of the infamous anti-human cult. The new demon cults, fusing human and star beast genes to create these inhuman killing machines. Run! Without a second thought, Xiao Bai bit Su Yu's clothes and turned to flee. Martial King vs. Martial Saint, that's suicide. Think you can escape? The monster let out a screech, and the dozen tentacles on its back instantly stretched hundreds of meters, descending like a heavenly net, sealing off all escape routes. It's over. Su Yu stared at the sky-covering tentacles, despair rising in his heart. Just arrived in the capital, and I'm going to die before even stepping through the school gates. Just as the slime-covered tentacles were about to crush the one human and one beast into a pulp, time seemed to freeze. An indescribably vast pressure descended without warning upon this ruined area. The surrounding space instantly solidified. Those wildly flailing tentacles stopped as if a pause button had been pressed, frozen in midair, less than 10 centimeters from Su Yu's nose, who the monster's eyes darted in terror. Realizing it couldn't even move a single finger, the demonic energy inside it was completely suppressed, as if facing its natural enemy. A figure appeared silently in front of Su Yu. And Xiao Bai, he wore simple casual clothes, with hands in my pockets, his expression indifferent. But as I stood there, as if he held up the entire sky. Dad? Boss? You finally came. Xiao Bai also shrank back to the size of a furball, and with a whoosh, burrowed into my arms, trembling all over. I gently patted my son's shoulder, then turned around, my gaze icy cold as I stared at that hideous monster. New demon cult, I said, my voice betraying no emotion, but the temperature around us instantly dropped to freezing. In broad daylight, on Jingwu's turf, you ambush a new student. You've got some nerves. Haven't you? No? Lord? How could it be? The monster let out a garbled, hoarse roar. It felt a deadly threat emanating from me. I didn't answer. I simply raised my right hand slowly and aimed it at the monster. Gathering power, the creature panicked and lashed out in fury. But I cast one yuan heavy water prison. With a rush, the water molecules in the air converged instantly, forming a massive, deep blue hand of flowing water. This hand was crystal clear yet weighed 1,000 jun. It seized that demon, who was at the martial saint realm, and clenched him tightly in its palm. Exclamation! The monster let out a blood-curdling scream. His incredibly tough tentacles snapped inch by inch under the water's crushing pressure. The moment his dark green blood flowed out, it was purified and evaporated. Talk. Who sent you, and how many accomplices do you have? My eyes were like knives. The monster's bones were crushed to the marrow, but on his face, a mad, twisted grin appeared. So what if you kill me? The sacred cult's plan has already begun. Not just him, everyone will die. With that, his body suddenly swelled violently. A black core inside him began emitting a blinding red light. Trying to self-destruct, I snorted coldly. If I were still at the old martial saint realm, facing a self-detonation from a demon of the same level, I might have had to retreat. But now, I am the new lord. Before me, you don't even have the right to die. I clench my hand fiercely. A dull, muffled thud rang out. The explosive energy, enough to level half a district, was forcibly compressed by me into the palm of my hand. Within a tiny space, the terrifying explosion occurred inside the water prison. Yet not a single drop of water splashed out. That arrogant martial saint-level demon was thus reduced to a pool of dark green sludge. With a splash, I casually dispelled the water prison. A black crystal fell to the ground, the demon's core, and his only remaining relic. Su Yu finally stepped forward, staring at the crystal on the ground. Still shaken. What in the world? Half an hour later, in the office of the 5 Great Academies admissions director in the capital. What? The new demon cult admissions director, Lei Zhen, stared at the black crystal I had thrown onto the table. In the puddle of foul, still wet fluid, as if struck by lightning, he shot to his feet. This is a high-grade demonic essence core. Only a martial saint-level demon can produce one exclamation. Lei Zhen's hands were trembling. He never imagined that in Yanjing, the safest base in the entire Federation, right under Jingwu's nose, a martial saint-level demon had infiltrated and was about to kill their students. If I hadn't been secretly protecting Su Yu, this unparalleled genius would have been lost here today. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. This matter is too serious. I need to report it immediately. Lei Zhen, forgetting all formalities, grabbed the phone directly, somewhere in the Yanjing base. A forbidden location. This was an extremely luxurious yet dimly lit room. On the walls hung eerie starry sky totems, and the air was thick with a faint incense. A man in a dark red velvet suit was lounging lazily in a wide high-backed chair. His features were strikingly demonic, with a rare, pupil-like vertical slit in his eyes. He gently swirled a glass of liquid as red as fresh blood. High priest of the new demon cult Earth Branch, Lord Nightfall, a black-robed figure knelt on one knee in the shadows, his voice reverent. The first phase of the purification plan is complete. Reported targets: 109 people. Confirmed eliminations: 73 people. Severely injured: 15 people. Mission basically complete. 73. He Zhao took a sip of the liquid in his cup. His tongue licked his lips. A look of intoxication spread across his face. The taste of these geniuses' blood is truly the most exquisite. Pity about a few my subordinates failed in their duty. The black-robed figure lowered his head. Among them, the operative codenamed Hunting Blade went to intercept target 100, but lost contact. His soul lamp went out. The last energy fluctuation, transmitted from the scene, indicates that a new Lord-level powerhouse appeared there. New Lord Yi Zhao's hand, swirling the wine glass, paused slightly. A flicker of surprise crossed his narrow eyes. Interesting. It seems some of this year's freshmen have significant backing. They even have a new Lord-level bodyguard. Yet he showed little fear. Instead, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. No matter, just a new lord. It won't change the bigger picture. Yi Zhao stood up, walked over to the massive star map totem, spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire universe. The momentum is set. The fall of these 73 geniuses is just the beginning. The seeds of fear have been sown. Soon, this planet and even the entire solar system will become the pasture of my holy sect. Pass down the order. Initiate phase 2. In the dim room, Yi Zhao's mad yet elegant laughter echoed, like the whisper of a demon, heralding an even greater storm, about to break out in Yanjing. Top floor of the 5 great administrative buildings in the capital, the new demon sex people can precisely grasp our freshman roster, and even know Su Yu's route in detail. This suggests the speaker was an elder with snow-white hair, dressed in a Xianxia suit. His face was gaunt, but his eyes were deep as an abyss. Zu Leil, vice principal of the 5 great schools of the capital. At the new Lord Martial stage, Zu Leil's fingers tapped lightly on the desk, his voice icy and piercing. There's a mole inside our ranks, and that mole holds a high position. Standing nearby, Lei Zhen, Director of Admissions, was now drenched in cold sweat on his forehead. As the direct person in charge of this recruitment, with such a major blunder, the deaths of 73 geniuses, he was inexcusable. Principal Zu, rest assured. Lei Zhen gritted his teeth and said, I'll arrange it right away. Before we get to the bottom of this, everyone who had access to the freshman files will be isolated and interrogated. Zu Leil narrowed his eyes slightly, waved his hand, and said, Don't bother with this matter. I'll have someone else take over. You go appease the surviving students and their parents. Don't let panic spread. Lei Zhen, as if granted a great pardon, hastily responded and withdrew. As Lei Zhen left, the office door slowly closed. Zu Leil turned around, his gaze crossing the desk, to the leather sofa area on the other side. 2 people sat there. Su Yu sat upright, my expression calm, while I lounged with my legs crossed, toying in my hand with the black crystal that had fallen from the hunting blade operative. My tone carried impatience and coldness. You 5 great schools of the capital claim to be the Federation's top academy, claim to be an absolute safe zone. I casually tossed the black crystal onto the coffee table table, producing a crisp asterisk smack asterisk. My tone was laced with undisguised sarcasm. And what's the result? New students haven't even entered the school gates, and most have been ambushed and killed. If I didn't have some skills, my son would probably have been killed by that monster by now. Principal Zu, your people really don't inspire any confidence. I stood up. The unique pressure of the new Lord stage began to emanate faintly, actually matching Zu Liang's presence. Originally, I thought I'd follow local customs and join the school. Your school rules say parents stop here. But from what I see now, these rules might as well be thrown out. For my son's safety, I have to stay by his side. If you don't agree, then we'll just drop out of school. This was a blatant threat, but Zu Liang didn't get angry. Instead, a glint of gold flashed in his eyes. He had been observing me all along. According to the files, Su Wu was just a down-and-out dancer from Kanglin base. But now it seemed he was anything but down-and-out. He was clearly a fierce dragon crossing the river, a newly advanced lord, and his aura was deep and solid. Even when facing him, a fifth-rank lord, he showed no trace of fear. That meant the other party definitely had a trump card that could threaten him. Mr. Su, you're too serious. A harmonious smile spread across Zu Liang's face. The tense atmosphere melted away instantly. This matter was indeed our Jingwu's oversight. It startled Su Yu. Mr. Su's love for his son is understandable. I completely get it. Zu Liang pulled out a gold-embossed document from his drawer and slid it over to me. This is the appointment letter I just signed, Zu Liang said with a smile. Given Mr. Su's strength and his contribution to handling this crisis, on behalf of the 5 greats of Jingdu, sincerely invite Mr. Su to become our school's honorary guest. Honorary guest? I raised an eyebrow. I picked up the document and glanced over it. That's right, Zu Liang explained. This position isn't part of the official staff. There are no mandatory tasks, and you don't need to teach, but it comes with extremely high authority. You can freely enter and exit all areas of the campus, except the restricted zones. You'll enjoy professor-level treatment, and you can apply to live in the on-campus expert villa area. This way, Mr. Su can keep an eye on Su Yu anytime, and also cultivate in peace at this prime spot in Jingwu. What do you think, Mr. Su? This was an incredibly clever open move. On one hand, it gave me a way out, meeting my need to protect my son. On the other, it brought me into Jingwu's system, allowing them to recruit a lord-level powerhouse and keep an eye on me. After all, a lord of unknown origin wandering around Yanjing was always a potential threat. I looked at the appointment letter, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Of course, I knew what this old fox was up to, but I didn't care. Deal? I picked up the pen and signed my name. Half an hour later, a black commercial hovercar passed through multiple checkpoints and entered the core residential area of the 5 greats of Jingdu. Unlike the towering student dormitories outside, this was a villa complex nestled by the mountains and lush trees provided shade, and the spiritual energy was abundant. The environment was so serene it felt like a paradise. Senior, so you and you have arrived. The young man guiding the way parked the car in front of a standalone villa numbered 186 and respectfully opened the door. This is the exclusive residence for experts and mentors. The school head specially approved, assigning this vacant villa 186 to you two. The young man introduced with a smile. The villa has an independent gravity training room, an alchemy preparation room, and a full set of smart home systems. Underground, it's directly connected to the school's spirit vein node. Training efficiency is twice that of the outside world. I clasped my hands behind my back and swept my divine sense, taking in the entire villa's structure. High safety factor, no troublesome neighbors around either. Finally, a place to rest. Su Yu had been stifled in the dormitory for too long. As soon as the door opened, he grabbed Zio Bai and rushed inside. He pulled Little White and rushed inside. What is this sofa made of? It's really soft, right? In the fridge here, all the nutrient fluids are B grade or above. And this cultivation room, the gravity multiplier can actually be adjusted to 50 times. Seeing my son's expression, I shook my head helplessly, turned to the young man's, and said, "Please thank the school director for me. I'm very satisfied with this place. I'm glad you're satisfied. Then I'll take my leave. If you need anything, just call the life butler anytime." The young man bowed and withdrew. As the door closed, only the father and son, along with a little white creature, remained in the villa. Alright, I sat down on the sofa, watching Little White, who was wrestling with the sweeping robot, and my expression turned serious. Your daughter got into Jingwu and moved into this cozy nest, but don't forget those 73 dead students. His hand paused mid-motion, the smile on his face faded, and his gaze sharpened. I know we'll settle the score with the new demon sect sooner or later. I nodded. Tomorrow, you'll go meet your so-called new mentor. The dean-level figures at Jingwu are no pushovers. Make a good impression. Don't worry, Dad? So Yu clenched his fist. The next morning at dawn, sunlight filtered through the thin morning mist, spilling across the campus of the 5 greats of Kyoto. After breakfast, So you, with Little White in tow, followed yesterday's guide. The young man and officially stepped into Jingwu's teaching district. Along the way, so you truly understood what it meant to be the #1 academy of the Federation. The academic atmosphere here was overwhelmingly intense, and as the rumors said, the students here were absurdly strong. A random passerby Su Yu glanced at had an aura at least at the Grandmaster level, and those who looked like core disciples each had a deep, profound presence. Many had already touched the threshold of the martial king. Student Su Yu. Ahead is the Spirit Origin Courtyard. The guide stopped in front of a dense grove of purple bamboo, his expression turning unusually reverent, even somewhat fearful. Through this bamboo groves is Dean Hong's residence. The dean has a peculiar temperament, so I won't escort you in. Take care of yourself. With that, the guide vanished like he was fleeing, disappearing in a flash. Peculiar temperament. So Yu scratched his head, looked at Little White on his shoulder, and said, I have a bad feeling about this. What's there to fear? With this lord here, any demon or monster will have to kneel. Little White curled its lip dismissively. Su Yu took a deep breath. Su Yu straightened his clothes and stepped into the bamboo grove. Following a quiet cobblestone path, the view suddenly opened up. An ancient, even somewhat dilapidated courtyard house appeared before him. Above the door hung a wobbling plaque, inscribed with 3 large characters. Spirit Origin Courtyard. But the calligraphy was wild and untamed, exuding a bold, unrestrained spirit, as if it might leap off the plaque at any moment. Su Yu pushed open the creaking wooden door. The courtyard was simply furnished. One could even say shabby. A well, an old locust tree, and a few native chickens pecking at grain. Under the old locust tree was a worn rattan chair. A little old man in baggy shorts and a white vest, with flip-flops on his feet, was sprawled ungracefully in the chair, a palm leaf fan in hand, a copy of Playboy covering his face. Snoring loudly, his snores shook the air, and drool was even trickling from the corner of his mouth. This is the new mentor and dean. Su Yu's mouth twitched. He wondered if he'd come to the wrong place. Junior Su Yu pays respects to Dean Hong. Su Yu called out tentatively. No response. The snoring continued unabated. The snoring continued loudly. Junior Su Yu reports for duty. Su Yu raised his voice. Still no response. The old man s playing dead. Little White couldn't he stand it anymore. He hated it when people showed off in front of him. He leaped down from Su Yu's shoulder, turning into a white streak. He jumped straight onto the old man s belly, ready to claw at the old man s sparse beard. Hell, old man, wake up and receive your guest exclamation. But just as Little White s claws were about to touch the beard, the old man, who seemed dead asleep, suddenly opened his eyes, had eyes with no trace of drowsiness. Instead, they sparkled with a mischievous, childlike glint. Oh ho, where did this little wildcat come from? Pretty fierce. How the old man's hand moved like lightning. Before Su Yu could even see clearly, the arrogant Little White was already caught by the scruff of his neck with one hand, held in midair like a chicken. Let me go, you stinky old man! Exclamation. Little White struggled desperately, his forepaws flailing in the air. It can talk. The old man chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Daring to pull my beard. This is your welcome gift. The old man didn't hold back. He slapped back with his hand, landing on Little White's fluffy bottom. The force was perfectly controlled. Not enough to hurt bones or muscles, but definitely painful. Oh! Exclamation. Little White let out a pitiful scream. Tears even burst out. No one had ever dared spank him in all his life. You give up. The old man slapped again. I give up. I give up! Exclamation. Grandpa, spare me! Exclamation. A wise man knows when to yield. Little White instantly surrendered, his paws covering his red, swollen bottom, looking as pitiful as a child. Su Yu watched in stunned amazement, wanting to laugh but not daring to. All right, little one, go play in the corner. The old man casually tossed Little White into a pile of straw by the wall, then slowly sat up, eyeing Su Yu up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Su Yu, right? The old man scratched his foot, speaking nonchalantly. You look pretty spirited. Junior Su Yu was about to be modest. Don't give me that refined nonsense. The old man waved his hand, pointing at the alloy longsword at Su Yu's waist. You practice the blade. Draw it. The old man stood up. He was only about 1.6 meters tall. Attack me with the blades. Let me see. Su Yu's eyes sharpened. His expression instantly turned solemn. He knew this was a test, and also a show of authority. If he didn't show real skill, he'd probably have a rough time under this unorthodox Dean. Dean Hong, forgive my offense. His Grandmaster level Kai and blood burst forth without reserve. Boom. Su Yu drew the longsword from his waist. 3 Flam Sunder Blade. The opening move. Though this technique, he hadn't yet mastered it to his father's perfect level. But under his father's personal guidance, Su Yu had grasped some of its essence. The blade hummed with a crackling sound, though no clear 3-colored thunderfire appeared. A scorching, violent auras already clung to the blade's edge. Chop! Exclamation. Su Yu shouted. His form moved like lightning, crossing 10 meters in a single step. The longsword carried the force to split mountains and shatter rocks, slashing down at the old man's head. This strike was fast, precise, and ruthless. With a feint, Elusive blade shadow. Surprise flickered in the old man's eyes. Facing this powerful blow, he didn't dodge. He didn't even move his feet. He simply extended two withered fingers. A crisp metallic ring sounded. Suyu's blade, enough to split a tank, was caught by the old man with two fingers. Effortlessly pinched, caught it with effortless ease. Stood motionless. Not bad strength. Grandmaster, to have such monstrous power at the early stage. Seems Yuri also a special constitution. The old man switched channels, then his wrist gave a slight flick. A gentle yet irresistible force transmit through his sword. Suyu felt a shock in his tiger's mouth. His whole body uncontrollably stepped back 3 paces. Again Suyu's competitive streak flared up. Blade storm wild dance. Since I can match you in strength, then I'll compete in speed. Swish. 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 Suyu's figure turned into a blur. He circled the old man, slashing wildly, 100 strikes per second. Each strike aimed at the old man's vital points. Yet the old man moved as if strolling through his own back. He kept one hand behind his back, using only the other to casually flick and tap. Every move he made precisely interrupted Suyu's attack rhythm. After 3 minutes stop, the old man suddenly let out a clear shout. His finger stopped an inch from Suyu's forehead. Suyu's whole body stiffened. Cold sweat instantly poured down. If that finger had struck true, his head would have burst open. Huff Suyu withdrew his blade and stepped back, panting heavily, his eyes full of admiration. This junior admits defeat. Din, your divine skill is unmatched. Save the flattery. The old man withdrew his hand and lay back down on the rattan chair. But the approval in his eyes was impossible to hide. Not bad. Really not bad. The old man picked up his palm leaf fan, fanning himself. Tusk. Impressive. I didn't expect your blade foundation to be so solid, even stronger than my own. At the same stage, you're a true blade genius. Suyu scratched his head and smiled. Dean, you flatter me. This junior just trains a bit more diligently than usual. From today onward, you are now my disciple. Hong Tianyong S. Yes. Master Suyu respectfully performed the disciple's bow. Enough with the formalities. Go over there and pick up that white furball playing dead. Time flew by like a white horse passing a gap. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since becoming Hong Tianyong's disciple. Suyu's life had become extremely routine and monotonous. Every morning, when the first ray of sunlight pierced through the purple bamboo grove, he was already standing on the training ground at Spirit Garden. There were no high-tech assistive devices here, no dazzling virtual projections, only rows upon rows of wooden blades polished shiny by time, and fallen leaves covering the ground. The blade is not an extension of the arm. That's an outsider's nonsense. Hong Tianyong always looked unkempt, wearing baggy shorts. In his hand, holding that purple clay teapot he'd used for who knows how many years, he sipped his tea with a slurp, while watching Suyu, drenched in sweat. The blade is your intent, your soul. In this messed up world, the only scepter that can make reason prevail. For the first few days, Suyu didn't understand. He had inherited blade techniques and thought he had already mastered the art. Until one day, Hong Tianyong used only a withered branch to easily flick away the alloy blade in his hand. In that moment of battle, Suyu understood what it meant for intent to precede the blade. During these days, Hong Tianyong often boasted to Suyu, 30 years ago, I was your age. Hong Tianyong lay on the rattan chair, his gaze drifting toward the distant east, his tone carrying a hint of nostalgia and a touch of arrogance. Back then, I was proud and ambitious, so I took my blade and crossed the great ocean alone, to that cherry blossom valley that revered the blade. Those people there were interesting. They were extremely obsessive, turning blade techniques into the ultimate killing art. All sorts of styles iaido, Nighten Ikairayu, endless variations. Suyu paused his movements, listening quietly. I stayed there for 3 years. In the first year, I challenged their dojo to 100 yen cut. I cut from Kyushu all the way to Hokkaido. I broke over 800 samurai swords. Back then, they called me the Chinese demon. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Hong Tianyong's mouth. In the second year, their sword saint couldn't sit still anymore. He was an old monster at the half-step Star Lord level. He arranged to duel me at the summit of Mount Fuji. On that day, heavy snow sealed the mountain. That battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. His sword was fast, so fast it could cut falling snowflakes. But my blade was heavier, so heavy it could crush mountain ranges. In the end, I comprehended a single slash. One slash tore apart his blood domain. From then on, whenever the swordsmen of Sakura Nation heard the name Hong Tianyong, they would bow their heads 3 feet in respect, listening to his master's tale. So you seem to see that snow-covered summit of Mount Fuji, the peerless sight of one man and one blade suppressing an entire nation. Kid, do you know why I'm telling you all this? Hong Tianyong looked at Suyu. Suyu pondered for a moment, then ventured, Master wants to teach me that true knowledge comes from real combat. Bullshit. Hong Tianyong rolled his eyes. I'm telling you that I'm incredibly awesome. In the following 2 months, under Hong Tianyong's guidance, Su Yu began to try to infuse his emotions and will into his blade. At the same time, as the top academy in the Federation, Jingwu's resource supply was terrifyingly abundant. With his status as a sequence student and the various top-grade elixirs I secretly provided, Su Yu's cultivation soared like a rocket. The Grandmaster-level Kai and blood in his body was constantly compressed and purified. Finally, when the first snow of winter fell, a vast aura surged from the training grounds, shaking off all the accumulated snow. Mid-stage Grandmaster, Su Yu stood in the snow, holding a wooden blade. Though he hadn't fully condensed his own blade seal, he had already touched that threshold. Villa No. 186. The wind and snow outside couldn't penetrate this temperature-controlled luxury mansion. I lounged lazily on the soft leather sofa, a tablet in my hand, browsing the latest intelligence on the new demon sect. For the past 2 months, the new demon sect seemed to have vanished without a trace. That high-ranking insider hidden within Jingwu had also disappeared like a stone dropped into the sea, leaving no trace. The calm before the storm. I rubbed my temples. I knew the other side wouldn't let things go so easily. If I didn't eradicate them completely, so you might be in danger again at any moment. Just then, in the depths of my mind, suddenly, a series of system prompts rang out. Ding! Detected that host Su Yu, with exceptional talent, under the guidance of a master, has successfully comprehended the essence of the blade and successfully advanced to mid-stage Grandmaster. Merit gained. System judgment. Host has made a major breakthrough in martial will. Host S realm synchronizing. Synchronizing insights. Congratulations, Host, for breaking through to the new Lord Martial realm. Congratulations, Host, for nearing perfection, integrating the three-fire thunder blade and micro-perception techniques, automatically evolving the divine ability. Blade domain. New Lord Martial Realm unleashed. An invisible yet terrifyingly immense wave, centered on me, instantly swept across 100 miles. But I controlled this wave perfectly, causing no damage to the physical world, instead acting directly on the level of rules. I snapped my eyes open. In that instant, my pupils vanished, replaced by 2 endless seas of blades. New Lord Martial Realm. I slowly raised my hand, gazing at my slender fingers. If I had to say, at the new Lord Martial Realms, one has just gained their own core, able to roughly output energy through will. Then, at the 5th rank, it's about fine control over this power, reaching the pinnacle of precision. The core within my body had expanded tenfold, like a true star, burning within my dantian. Its vast energy, enough to sustain me in continuous, high-intensity combat for months without exhaustion. But what surprised me most was the newly awakened divine ability. Blade domain. Blade domain. After comprehending the intent, it's not just for personal use. It can be externalized into a domain. Within that domain, I am the blade, and the blade is me. Everything can become a blade. Within the domain, the enemy's weapons are absolutely suppressed. One's own attack power is amplified tenfold, with a single thought. Centered on Wang's villa, the space within 1,000 meters radius instantly underwent a bizarre distortion. At that moment, if a new Lord-level expert were to intrude into this range, they would be horrified to discover that every speck of dust floating in the air had transformed into the sharpest blade. Even the sound of the wind blowing became a grating noise that tore at the skin. He lightly tapped the fruit plate on the coffee table. Whoosh. That stainless steel knife, originally used for cutting fruit, instantly turned into a streak of light, disintegrating automatically in midair, transforming into countless fine metal powders. And under the enhancement of the blade jade, each particle contained a terrifying power capable of piercing through the protective blood energy of a martial saint. This wasn't just controlling objects. This was bestowing the attribute of a blade upon lifeless matter. What a formidable divine ability. A flicker of excitement flashed in my eyes. With this blade jade, plus my perfected level water lightning seed, if I were to encounter a 6th stage new Lord expert now, I probably wouldn't need to use my trump card to go toe-to-toe with them, or even slay them. This wasn't blind confidence. The 5th stage from the system had a value far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. My foundation was perfect. My 5 elements were complete. My physical body was the supreme chaos physique. Fighting across stages was as simple as eating and drinking for me. Daughter, oh daughter, you truly are your father's lucky star. I restrained my aura, but the Blade Jade Villa returned to normal, as if the terrifying scene just now was merely an illusion. A week later, heavy snow fell out of season, blanketing the entire Jingwu campus in silver. Su Yu brought Little White, stepping on the accumulated snow into the spirit garden. As soon as he entered, he noticed the atmosphere was different today. At this time, usually, Hong Tianyong would be lying on a rattan chair drinking tea, or cursing, but today, there was an extra person in the yard. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, wearing an immaculate gray Mao suit, with a pair of vintage round glasses on his nose, and his hair neatly combed. He held a strange metal instrument in his hand, scanning the old locust tree in the yard, muttering to himself, "Xiao Yu, you're here." Hong Tianyong saw Su Yu and waved. Rarely serious, he introduced, Let me introduce you. This is the dean of our school's Cosmic Species Research Academy and the Federation's top biologist, Kai Yunshan, Dean Kai. Dean Kai. Su Yu quickly bowed respectfully. To be the dean of Jingwu Academy, one must also be at the new Lord realm. And the title Cosmic Species Research sounded quite impressive. Kai Yunshan pushed up his glasses, shifting his gaze from the old locust tree to Su Yu. His eyes were gentle but carried a probing look. I've long heard old Hong brag that he took in a peerless genius. Seeing you today, your blood energy is like a furnace, and your spirit is restrained within. Truly a fine piece of jade ready for carving old Kai. Stop with the fancy words. Hong Tianyang waved his hand impatiently. I didn't call you here today to see my disciple, but to look at this little thing. With that, Hong Tianyang pointed at the small creature, curled up on Su Yu's shoulder, trying to keep warm little white. Kai Yunshan's gaze instantly locked onto little white. At that moment, his originally gentle eyes suddenly turned fervent, like a bachelor spotting a stunning beauty. Is this the one, the beast with advanced intelligence? Little white, unnerved by that fervent stare, felt its fur stand on end, and it shrank back, hiding behind Su Yu's neck. Hell, this lord isn't tasty. This lord hasn't bathed in days. It really can talk, Kai Yunshan confirmed at a glance, becoming even more excited. And its vocal organs are completely different from a human's. It simulates vocal cords through mental vibrations. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Zairoyu. Can I check it out? Kai Yunshan rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. Su Yu hesitated a little. He looked at Zaibai. The little guy was about to refuse, but when he saw Hong Tianyang's grinning face, he remembered the fear of getting spanked, so he reluctantly stretched out his paw. Gently, Kai Yunshan said as he took Zaibai. His movements were as soft as if he were holding a rare treasure. From the cloth bag he carried, he took out a silver device, only palm-sized but extremely complex in structure. He gently pressed it against Zairabai's belly, running gene sequence alignment, detecting energy wavelengths. The device emitted a faint blue light, projecting rows of data that Su Yu couldn't understand. After a moment, the device let out a sharp beep. The data on the screen turned a glaring red. Kai Yunshan's hand jerked violently, almost dropping Zairabai. Kai Yunshan stared at the screen, his pupils shaking, his voice distorted. Gene overlap 0. Energy level immeasurable. I even detected a stellar reaction, old Kai. Speak plainly, Hong Tianyang said with a frown. Kai Yunshan took a deep breath and looked up, his eyes filled with awe and fear. Hong, old ghost, this is no ferocious beast at all, nor a mutated beast. After a long pause, as if a thought struck him, he added, perhaps it's a star beast. A star beast. Su Yu and Hong Tianyang were both stunned. Kai Yunshan's expression turned serious, and he began to explain. So-called ferocious beasts are products of local planetary life forms mutated by the resurgence of spiritual energy. No matter how strong they are, they can escape the category of planetary life. But star beasts are different. Kai Yunshan's fingertips trembled. They are children of the universe, born in the depths of nebulae, feeding on the light of stars, making meteor belts their nests. Every adult star beast has the terrifying power to cross the void with its physical body and tear apart warships. Most crucially, the bloodline of star beasts is extremely noble and rare. In our first new district, there hasn't been a recorded live specimen of a star beast in 300 years. Once this little thing grows up, it will at least reach the peak of the Star Lord realm. Hearing this, Su Yu gasped. He knew Zaibai was strong, and he knew he had brought him back from that eerie place, the Wuxia Mountains. He never expected his origin to be so grand. But then Kai Yunshan's tone shifted, his face turning extremely grim. The appearance of a star beast often brings disaster, because their very existence to those high-level civilizations in the universe, or powerful predators, a juvenile star beast is like walking tang monk meat, whether raising them or eating them. It's greatly beneficial. Su Yu's heart tightened. He instinctively wanted to take Zaibai back, but just then, a sudden change occurred. Zaibai, who had been held in Kai Yunshan's hands, was still listening to the gossip about his own origins. Suddenly, it was as if an invisible key had been inserted into some seal deep in Zairabai's mind. Ancient, desolate fragments of memory, filled with endless terror, exploded in his mind. He saw fire everywhere. A giant purple planet was burning. Countless creatures with 6 eyes were slaughtering little beasts like him. Then, a white beast as huge as a mountain, to protect him, was shattered by a beam of light that pierced the galaxy. Run, child, run. Don T look back exclamation. That desperate roar crossed time and space, echoing deep in Zaiabai's soul. Zaibai suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Exclamation. This cry was no longer the soft, babyish sound from before. This cry was no longer the soft, babyish sound from before, but instead, it was filled with wildness and madness. A terrifying wave of air burst forth from his small body. Bang! Kai Yunshan bore the brunt of it and was directly thrown back by the blast, slamming heavily into the courtyard wall. The artifact in his hand shattered into pieces. What's going on? Hong Tianyang was greatly alarmed, and with a flicker of his form, He tried to suppress it, but it was already too late. Xiaobai's eyes instantly turned blood red, and his originally snow-white fur began to grow rapidly, transforming into silver scales. Asterisk rumble exclamation asterisk. The world's spiritual energy above the jingling garden went completely berserk, with countless streams of energy madly converging towards Xiaobai, forming a massive funnel-shaped storm. Then, in an instant, a silver-white pillar of light, thousands of meters long, shot up from Xiaobai's body, piercing straight through the sky, and penetrating the protective barrier of the Yanjing base. Yanjing base, as the core of the human federation in the Xianxia region, enjoys a uniquely advantageous geographical location. Yet it is also fraught with dangers. A few hundred kilometers to the west lies the Taihang mountain range, stretching across northern China like the spine of a giant dragon. Majestic and imposing, this was a scenic wonder in the old era, but now it is a forbidden zone for humans, a land of fierce beasts. Deep within the Taihang Mountains, shrouded in mist all year round, with ancient trees reaching the sky, dwell tens of thousands of high-level ferocious beasts. Among them, no fewer than 1,000 have reached the martial saint level, and in the depths that even human satellites cannot detect. Rumors speak of several terrifying beast gods on the verge of awakening. To the east lies the endless North China Plain, along with the surging Bohai Bay. On the plains, mutated reptilian beasts swarm like a river crossing, weaving through the ruins of abandoned cities, trampling the remnants of civilization underfoot. The ocean is even more unfathomable, with giant mutated creatures that can raise 100-meter waves with a single movement of their bodies. The tentacles of deep-sea behemoths can easily shred nuclear submarines. Ordinarily, these overlords, each ruling their own territory, have a strong sense of domain, keeping to themselves and not interfering with one another. Yet today, when that silver-white pillar of light, piercing heaven and earth, rose from the jingling garden within Yanjing base and shot straight into the sky, a tremor originating from the depths of their bloodlines instantly swept through all the ferocious beasts within 1,000 miles. Roar! Deep within the Taihang Mountains, a golden-winged roc, which had slept for 100 years, suddenly opened its eyes wide. Its wings, spanning 1,000 meters, blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It let out a sky-shaking cry, piercing like metal and stone, carrying a fervor akin to pilgrimage. On the North China Plains, millions of wolves and countless snake packs stopped their slaughter. They all turned in unison, prostrating and trembling in the direction of Yanjing base. In Bohai Bay, the sea surface boiled as countless marine beasts surfaced, their dense backs forming a black forest. They charged ashore madly, seeking the source of that pillar of light. 10,000 beasts paying homage. This was not merely an attraction to energy, but an instinctive submission and longing of lower beings toward a sovereign. At this moment, the highest alarm of Yanjing base blared. Detected Super S-level beast tide reaction. From the Taihang Mountains, the North China Plain, and Bohai Bay, 3 beast tides are converging. Estimated arrival at Yanjing defense line in 2 hours. The entire base instantly fell into chaos. Countless searchlights cut through the night sky. City defense forces urgently assembled, and all laser turrets began charging. A catastrophe was imminent. In the jingling gardens, that silver-white pillar of light continued to surge, illuminating the entire courtyard as if it were daylight. At the center of the pillar, Xiaobai had completely lost consciousness. His body curled into a ball of silver scales, which kept growing and shedding, while his aura climbed at a terrifying speed. Awakening? No, this feeling doesn't seem like it. Kai Yunshin pushed up his cracked glasses on the bridge of his nose, staring at this scene that defied all common sense. Gazing in the direction I had gone, this is more like a ritual of evolution triggered by bloodline suppression. Just then, a figure appeared out of nowhere. I made no sound as I moved, but the moment I landed, the violent storm of spiritual energy around me strangely fell silent. At this moment, my expression was grave. Purple-gold blood energy coiled around me, restrained yet ready, but that aura, as deep as an abyss, made both Hong Tianyan, who was present, and Kai Yunshin feel as if their breath had been stolen. So Yu quickly rushed over. Xiaobai, I already knows. Cutting off his emotional moment, his gaze fell on Xiaobai within the pillar of light. I could clearly sense an immensely powerful force inside Xiaobai, beginning to awaken. Tell me the whole story again, I said calmly. Su Yu rapidly recounted how Kai Yunshin tested the bloodline, how Xiaobai suddenly lost control, and how the signal was sent. After hearing it, I turned and gave Kai Yunshin a long, deep look. That glance made Kai Yunshin, a Star Lord and biologist, feel a chill down his spine, as if he were being stared down by an ancient beast. This little one is in a very special state right now. It won't stop anytime soon. Kai Yunshin looked up at the sky. The commotion he's caused is too big. Hong Tianyan frowned at me from the side, my heart churning with shock. So this is Su Yu's father, the so-called first-rank Star Lord that Guy mentioned. Are you kidding? As an experienced Star Lord, Hong Tianyan's instincts were razor-sharp. From me, he sensed a vastness he only felt when facing the ocean, or the starry sky. That unfathomable depths even made him, a third-rank Star Lord, feel despair. So you, Go back first, I suddenly spoke, my tone leaving no room for argument. Dad? But Ziobai, so you said anxiously. Don't worry, I'm here. I patted my son's shoulder, and a gentle force pushed him out of the courtyard gate. Go. Don't distract me. Seeing my firm gaze, Su Yu gritted his teeth and turned away. He knew staying would only make him a burden. After sending Su Yu off, I turned and stood alone before the pillar of light. I clasped my hands behind my back, my posture straight as a pine, like an inviolable guardian deity. Kai Yunshin and Hong Tianyan exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. They didn't leave, but silently retreated to a corner. Yanjing base, new demon sect stronghold. Such a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. High Priest Zio stood before the altar, greedily inhaling the free-floating energy in the air, a look of ecstasy on his face. This isn't your doing, is it? He turned and asked. No, the black-robed man replied respectfully. Then, as if remembering something, his voice grew excited. My lord, do you recall the wanted notice issued by headquarters? The royal beast cub that fled from the depths of the starry sky to the first new district. Yumini Zio's eyes snapped open, his pupils like tree hollows. This commotion is caused by that royal cub. Most likely, your subordinate once read in an ancient text about the awakening of a royal beast. It triggers the worship of all beasts and resonance with the starry river. Exactly what we're seeing now. Heaven helps me. Izio burst into wild laughter, the sound making the altar hum. A royal beast. If I can capture it and offer it to the great demon god, that will be a great achievement. Half an hour later, above Jingling Garden, the wind and clouds suddenly shifted. Two powerful auras descended without warning and instantly locked onto the pillar of light below. The sources were a man and a woman. The man wore a specially made blue whale battle suit from the Federation, his face stern, but his eyes carried a hint of cunning. The woman had golden hair and blue eyes, wearing a tight-fitting suit, with a hot figure, surrounded by vibrant energy. Zhao Feng, Chief Inspector of the Federal North China Theater. Catherine, Chief Inspector of the Federal North China Theater. These two are the highest-ranking officers currently stationed at the Yanjing base, here representing the two new main streets of the Federation. I saw through their true nature at a glance, so that's how it is. A new beast. Zhao Feng looked down at Zio Bai in the light pillar from a height. His eyes revealed undisguised excitement, and looking at the pure bloodline, it's definitely a high-level star beast. However, when he noticed the middle-aged man, Su Wu Jiafeng, beside him, he frowned, as if recognizing this middle-aged man. The existence of this star beast will endanger the safety of the Yanjing base, even the safety of the entire solar system. The Federation must take the star beast away. Catherine explained from the side. I took a step forward. My body slowly rose into the air, until I was eye level with the two. Zio Bai is practically family to me. My purple gold aura suddenly erupted. The presence of a fifth-rank Star Lord was released without restraint, even fiercer and more domineering than the two opposite me. More overbearing. If you want to take Zio Bai today, you'll have to get through me first. Fifth-rank Star Lord. Zhao Feng and Catherine S. faces slightly paled, but this person's aura intensity far exceeds that of a fifth-rank Star Lord. Is it a special constitution? Zhao Feng sensed something off about me. This is openly defying the Federation. Have you considered the safety of the people in Yanjing base and the people of the solar system? Catherine shouted sternly, energy slowly gathering in her hands. But I, Su Wu, am not unreasonable. A long blade suddenly appeared in her hand. The blade slowly rose, its tip pointing at the two. What does that have to do with me? Su Wu, I only know that whoever touches my family, I kill. The space around me twisted violently. The domain instantly unfolded. The space within 1,000 meters radius, turning into my territory in a flash. The air within 1,000 meters turned into countless blades, locking onto Jiafeng and Catherine tightly. That overwhelming sense of crisis made them break out in cold sweat instantly. What is this feeling? How strange. Zhao Feng thought in shock. He is a fifth-rank Star Lord, and with Catherine, also a fifth-rank Star Lord by his side, but he could sense, if they fought under these conditions, there is a 70% chance they'd be severely wounded by me, or even killed. He is definitely not an ordinary fifth rank. Damn it. How is this possible? Zhao Feng's eyes flickered. The greed in his heart was greatly diluted by the fear of death. To catch a new beast, fighting a madman like this isn't worth it. Zhao, what now? Fight or not? Catherine looked at Zhao Feng. She also sensed my unusualness and dared not act rashly. But just then, Zhao Feng seemed to think of something. Su Wu. Fine. Zhao Feng suddenly retracted his aura. A meaningful, cold smile appeared on his face. Since you were stubbornly refusing to see reason, don't blame me for being rude. But right now, the beast tide is pressing in. As a guardian, I must go to the front lines to fend off the beasts. I don't have time to argue with you here. With that, he looked at Catherine. Let us go. But Catherine hesitated. Go. Zhao Feng smiled at Catherine. Trust me. Catherine nodded. The two turned into streaks of light, quickly flying away from the spirit garden, heading toward the city wall. Gone. Below, Hong Tianyan and Kai Yunshin were stunned. They hadn't expected those two usually lofty federal inspectors to actually be intimidated by my few words. Only I watched their retreating figures, my eyes growing even more wary. I knew they wouldn't let this go easily. After leaving the spirit garden, Zhao Feng did not go to the city wall frontline. He hovered in midair, opened the encrypted communicator on his wrist, and directly dialed an interstellar long-distance video call. With a crackling hum, a holographic projection expanded, and the figure of a dignified elder appeared in the light screen. It was Lai Yuan, the head of the Lai family on Mars. Supervisor Zhao, you re-on Earth with time to enjoy yourself. Why contact me? What business do you have with this old man? Lai Yuan sat in the main seat, his expression somewhat reluctant. Recently, Su Wu's affairs had been giving him a headache. Patriarch Lai, I am sending you a message. Zhao Feng's lips curled into a venomous smile. That Su Wu you've been itching to eliminate. I just saw him a moment ago. Lai Yuan raised an eyebrow. That dancer who took on a new master. Actually, Lai Jia had already found out over a month ago that Su Wu had no other forces backing him, and what Su Wu said back then was likely just bluffing them. But at that time, Su Wu had somehow become an honorary lecturer at the Kyoto Martial Arts University, which made them realize the situation had spiraled out of control. Your intelligence needs an update. Zhao Feng sneered. Just now, he burst out with the strength of a new fifth stage. I almost suffered a loss at his hands. What? Fifth stage? Lai Yuan shot to his feet, his calm demeanor vanishing instantly. Impossible. He only broke through a few months ago. How could he? In such a short time, leap 4 stages. Even a seed wouldn't have that kind of speed. The facts are what they are, Zhao Feng said leisurely. That kid has monstrous talent. He must harbor a great secret. And you know, he holds a grudge against your Lai family. Now he is at 5th stage. Do you think when he reaches 6th or 7th stage, he'll charge straight to Mars and wipe out your entire Lai family? These words struck Lai Yuan's weak spot precisely. Fear of unknown potential instantly seized Lai Yuan's heart. 4 levels in just a few months. That growth rate is downright monstrous. If we don't kill him now while we can, and if he holds a grudge, Lai Jia will be doomed. What do you want me to do? Lai Yuan's voice turned hoarse and murderous. Very simple. Zhao Feng pointed at the Yanjing base below. Right now, Yanjing is facing a beast tide, all in chaos. Su Wu, to protect an awakened star beast, is trapped in the forbidden cemetery and can escape. This is the perfect chance to kill him. As a Federation guardian, I can act against him directly. But if it's your Lai family, that has nothing to do with me. By then, you'll be contributing to the Federation. Lai Yuan fell silent. This was a blatant case of using someone else's knife, but he had no choice. Fine. A ruthless glint flashed in Lai Yuan's eyes. Since he is asking for death, this old man will grant it. The call ended. Zhao Feng watched the light screen vanish, his smile growing more sinister. Su Wu. Oh Su Wu, you're still too green to mess with me. Once you're dead, that star beast will still be mine. Catherine hovered beside Zhao Feng, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by resolve. Though she had doubts about Zhao Feng's plan, as a Federation inspector, her craving for high-level star beasts and the generous rewards the Federation might offer made her choose silence and cooperation. She knew that if this operation succeeded, her position in the Federation would be even more secure, and she might even touch that long-dreamed-of higher realm. At the same time, outside Earth's atmosphere, a pitch-black spaceship, emblazoned with a blood-red star emblem, was breaking through the clouds at near-light speed. Above Cambridge, the atmosphere was murderous. The head of the Liu family, Liu Yuan, sat upright in the seat of honor. He idly rolled 2 warm jade walnuts in his hands. Though he appeared calm, the cold, murderous glint deep in his eyes could not be hidden. That Su Wu brat not only crippled my grandson and destroyed my ancestral hall, but now, for the sake of a mere beast, he openly defies the Federation. If this child is not eliminated, where will the Lai family's face be? The family head seated on the left was a gaunt, sharp-eyed old man, holding a bronze cube that emitted a strange, fluctuating aura. Brother Lai, rest assured, ever since our ancestors migrated to Mars, our 3 families have been as solid as iron. We've weathered countless storms together. That Su Wu may be somewhat sinister, but he is only one man, and we the family head glanced around the room, his tone proud. 3 6th-rank Star Lords, 6 5th-rank Star Lords. Such a lineup would be enough to hunt even a 7th-rank Star Lord. Killing a wild brat like him is like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. The family head on the right was burly, exuding a chilling coldness. Brother Ning is right. I hear the kid carries a great secret. Able to break through 4 realms in such a short time. Once we kill him, we'll seize his soul and plunder his secrets. That secret will belong to our 3 families. Liu Yuan nodded slightly, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. In that case, let us make it quick, swift and decisive. Though the Federation has that inspector covering for us, that old dog from Jingwu isn't easy to deal with either. We only have 10 minutes. Let us finish this fast. Full speed ahead. Target, Jingling Garden. The thrusters at the warship's tail erupted in blinding blue light, like a falling meteor, hurtling toward Yanjing base with a destructive aura. At Jingling Gardens, the silver-white pillar of light still shot straight into the sky. Little White curled up at the center of the pillar, its aura growing stronger by the moment, already faintly touching the threshold of the Star Lord realm. Beside the pillar, I sat cross-legged. I appeared to be resting with my eyes closed, but I remained fully alert. My purple-gold blood energy surged through my meridians like a mighty river. My divine sense covered a radius of 100 miles. Someone's coming. I snapped my eyes open. Almost at the same moment, 5 piercing sonic booms rang out. A colossal black warship appeared without warning above Jingling Garden, blocking out the sun, casting the entire courtyard into a suffocating shadow. The hatch opened. 9 figures descended with overwhelming pressure, crashing down like thunder. The 3 at the forefront had auras as deep as the abyss. Clearly 3 6th-rank Star Lords. Behind them, 6 5th-rank Star Lords stood in a line, each with eyes as cold as if looking at the dead. Kai Yunshan, hiding in the distance, gasped. The Lu, Lai, and Ning families, the heads of Mars' 3 great families, are all here. Are they trying to turn Yanjing upside down? Hong Tianyong gripped his iron bucket tightly, the veins on his hand bulging. Principal, they've even pinned down by the new demon sect. They can make it in time. Several supervisors from the Lion Bang sat up straight. In midair, Lu Yuan looked down at me below, like a dragon gazing upon an ant. Su Wu, for obstructing Federation affairs and harboring a spirit beast, without surrendering it to the Federation. Your crimes are heinous. Lu Yuan's voice, amplified by his energy, thundered like rolling thunder. Why? The Lai family of Mars, as a glorious family of the Federation, shall act on Heaven's behalf today, cleansing this tumor of yours, and executing you on the spot. To convict without cause, what excuse is there? I slowly rose to my feet. I brushed the dust off my clothes, a cold, disdainful smirk curling at the corner of my mouth. Acting on Heaven's behalf, so it's the Lai family of Mars. These shameless bastards beat the youngs, and the old come runnings. So I lifted my head. My gaze swept across the 9 figures in the sky. One by one, there was no fear in my eyes. Instead, a wild battle frenzy burned within me. 3 at the 6th order, 6 at the 5th order. You really think highly of me? Dante you. Enough talk. Attack sect master exclamation. They clearly didn't want to give me time to stall. With a flick of his wrist, that bronze cube shot out instantly. Growing massive as it flew, it transformed into a huge, semi-transparent cube, enclosing me and the space for 1,000 meters around, completely trapping us inside. A top-grade 2nd-order ancient treasure, the trapping world cube. I felt the scenery before me shift. The familiar Jinling Garden vanished. In its place, replaced by a strange, grayish space. There was no natural energy here. No way out. Only an endless force of restraint. Once you re in my trapping world cube, even a 7th-order Star Lord would shed a layer of skin exclamation. Patriarch by S figure materialized within the space. Don T get cocky. So, this is your burial ground exclamation. Then Lai Yuan, Patriarch Lu, and the other 6 Star Lords appeared one after another, forming a 9 palaces formation, surrounding me completely. At the same time, these 8 Star Lords each summoned their weapons. Of course, every weapon was a powerful ancient treasure. Some were flying daggers, some longswords, some were spears, and Lai Yuan produced a crimson long blade. Even without striking, it exuded a chilling, blade intent that seemed to tear through space, as if it could split the void itself. Faced with this hopeless encirclement, my expression remained eerily calm. I didn't draw my blade immediately. Instead, I took a deep breath. Suddenly, I smiled, a grim smile. Good. Since this place is cut off from the outside, I don't have to worry about wrecking the scenery. Since you want to shut the door and beat the dog. The blood energy in my body erupted without reserve. Star mystic art spun wildly, facing 9 Star Lords. I dared not be careless. I knew that with one misstep, I would die here. Blood fiend transformation. Supreme chaos body. I even bit down hard, spraying a mouthful of purple golden true blood from my tongue. Blood burning secret art. In that moment, my aura surged instantly, bursting through the bottleneck of the 5th order, briefly reaching the peak of the 6th order. The alloy long blade in my hand, at that moment, was infused with unimaginable, terrifying energy. Sizzling 3-colored flames blazed. 3-colored madness exploded. The entire blade screamed in agony, as if it would shatter at any second. Lai Yuan felt that heart-stopping wave of energy. His face turned pale, but it was too late. My figure vanished from where I stood. In the next microsecond, I appeared before Lai Yuan, less than 3 meters apart. Lai Yuan could even see clearly, the madly spinning blood-red pupils in my eyes. No exclamation. Lai Yuan screamed in terror, trying to raise his blade to block. Borrow your blade to use exclamation. I roared. The alloy long blade in my hand had already reached its limit. It shattered into fragments the moment I swung it. But I didn't stop. I used my hand as a blade, wrapped in the exploding thunderfire fragments. In that unstoppable, Terrifying blade shadow. I slashed fiercely at Lai Yuan's neck. 3 fire thunder blades strike a slash faster than anything. More ruthless than anything. Lai Yuan's protective energy barrier was as fragile as paper before that blade. Blood gushed out like a fountain. It stained the gray space red. A fine head flew high into the air. Its eyes still wide open, filled with disbelief. Mars Lai family head. Star-Lord, a near 6th order powerhouse Lai Yuan had fallen. I grabbed the crimson long blade in Lai Yuan's hand. With one kick, I sent Lai Yuan's headless corpse flying toward patriarchy. First, I licked the blood from the corner of my mouth, like an asura returning from hell. I coldly stared at the remaining 8. The dean's mouth hung open wide enough. How is this possible? The other 8 new masters were all stunned. In one exchange, Lai Yuan was instantly killed. He didn't even have a chance to resist. Su Wu, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces. Patriarchy stared at the headless corpse, his guts trembling with fear. But then came endless terror and madness. Lai Yuan was dead. If he didn't keep Su Wu here, not just the Lai family, everyone would be buried with him. Everyone. Hold nothing back. Kill him with all your might. Patriarchy roared, and the trapped earth formation in his hand blazed with light. Countless golden rune chains shot out from the void, coiling like venomous snakes. Patriarch Lu also snapped out of it, shaking his spear with a flick. A frost dragon roared forth, freezing the void. The other 6 5th-rank star masters unleashed a frenzy. Blades and swords flashing, energy beams drowning me like a storm. Come on. I gripped the stolen crimson blade, my battle intent blazing in my eyes. With this blade, my strength surged by another 30%. The blade's domain unfolded, tumbling around me in a 100-meter radius. It instantly became an ocean of blades. Instead of retreating, I advanced, crossing 10 meters in a single step, charging headlong into the barrage of attacks. Bang! 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 I took 2 energy beams head-on with my body, my shoulder and back splitting open instantly. The flesh battle was dripping with blood, but I didn't even grunt. The long blade in my hand, wreathed in thunder and fire, slammed fiercely into Patriarch Lu's frost giant. Crack! The dragon shattered. I pressed on, kicking Patriarch Lu square in the chest, sending the 6th-rank new master flying hundreds of meters. Spitting blood, Patriarch Yi controlled the rune chains, finally entangling my left leg. Break for me. I swung my blade, unleashing Thunderfire Blade Kai, and forcibly severed the alloy-like rune chains. But that brief pause slowed me down, and a joint attack from 3 5th-rank new masters blasted into my back. I spat out a mouthful of blood, my body staggering. I was wounded. Hurry! Now's the chance. Patriarch Yi rejoiced, thinking he saw the dawn of victory. But I wiped the blood from my lips, my smile growing even more twisted. Inside me, the chaos born from the supreme chaos body. The vortex spun wildly, not only rapidly healing my injuries, but also devouring the surrounding free energy. Again. Like an untiring beast, I charged back into the crowd. 5 minutes later, blood flew across the gray space. Broken limbs scattered everywhere. I was drenched in blood, both my enemies and my own. My left arm was fractured, 3 ribs broken, my body covered in wounds large and small. But the crimson blade in my hand swung faster and faster, heavier and heavier. At my feet lay the corpses of 3 5th-rank new masters. The remaining Patriarch Yi, Patriarch Lu, and 3 others were still alive, but all were wounded, their eyes filled with deep terror. What kind of monster is this? Why is his blood energy endless? Why, after taking such heavy damage, can he still unleash such terrifying combat power? Panting, both sides pulled back for a moment. Patriarch Yi clutched his half-severed shoulder, despair in his eyes. We can drag this out. If we do, we'll all die. Patriarch Du's face was also pale, his spear already broken, a terrifying blade scar on his chest. Go all out, use the primordial secret art. The 2 exchanged glances, determined to burn my life force and unleash a final strike. But I didn't give them that chance. Time to end this. I stood atop the rubble, the long blade in my hand slanting toward the ground. Blood dripped along the edge. I slowly raised my left hand. During the chaos of battle, I had been secretly gathering power, using my control over the crisis to compress the scattered water, thunder, and fire elemental energies into my left palm. Now the moment had come. A cruel smile curled at the corner of my mouth. Raging river strike, water, thunder, and fire collided with a roar. 2 tricolored orbs radiating destructive waves shot from my palm without warning, swift as a startled swan. What is that? Patriarch Yi and Patriarch Lu were just about to unleash their secret arts when they saw those beautiful yet dangerous orbs already pressing against their faces. A sense of death froze their souls in an instant. No, doom, doom. The 2 orbs detonated simultaneously. Within this narrow, trapped space, the explosive force was amplified manifold, scorching, extreme flames, raging, destructive thunder, and heavy, crushing water shockwaves interwove into a storm of annihilation, engulfing Patriarch Yi and Patriarch Lu, along with the remaining 3 5th-rank Star Lords. Their screams lasted less than a second, before being drowned by the explosion. Crunch crunch, even the so-called indestructible Earth-grade artifact, the trapping world barrier, under this terrifying internal blast, could finally bear no more its surface covered in cracks. Before shattering with a thunderous crash, the space rings and spoils of these Star Lords naturally fell into my pocket. Above the outer realm's void, the massive semi-transparent cube suddenly exploded. Amid the countless fragments, a blood-soaked figure, long blade in hand, slowly walked out. Behind me, the charred, mangled corpses of 9 fell like dumplings from a pot. I stood in the void, like a war god bathed in blood. One man, one blade, had successfully slain 9 Star Lords. How is this possible? Kai Yunshin's voice was hoarse. He stared fixedly at that blood-drenched figure high in the sky, his mind completely blank. That was a full 9 Star Lords. Among them was Lai Yuan, the Fire Star Lai family patriarch, a renowned 6th-rank Star Lord of long standing, and patriarchy had even used a spatial ancient fortress such a luxurious and terrifying lineup. Yet in just over 10 minutes, it had been completely wiped out by me alone. What a monster, Kai Yunshin muttered to himself, feeling as if his lifelong martial path was being ground into the dirt by me. Hong Tianyang took a deep breath of the cold air, forcing down the storm in his heart. No matter what, that god of slaughter in the sky was his precious disciple's biological father. His disciple's father had won. The great worry in his heart had finally settled. Yet, in the air, I showed no sign of letting my guard down. I held the stolen crimson long blade, floating in midair. My chest, back, and left arm, covered in horrific wounds that reached the bone. Blood kept dripping from the hem of my clothes, but in the next second, a spine-chilling scene unfolded. Inside me, the already heavily depleted purple-gold blood energy suddenly surged like boiling magma. The supreme chaos body activated, drawing in the free-floating energy from the surroundings, and even the remnants of the 9 dead Star Lords not yet dispersed. Elemental energy were forcibly pulled into my body by a domineering force. Visibly, the edges of my gaping wounds began to sprout countless fine flesh buds. The broken bones emitted a cracking sound as they reconnected. The rolled-up flesh, in a way that defied biology, the speed of common sense, rapid healings, scabbing over in just 3 breaths. Aside from my tattered clothes, those fatal wounds that would have laid an ordinary new master up for half a year had actually healed completely. Even my pale complexion had regained its rosy glow. This was the terror of the supreme chaos body. As long as I wasn't instantly killed, I was a tireless, unkillable monster. You skulking rat, I said, lifting my head slightly, my cold, sharp eyes locked onto a spot in the void, my blade pointing. Since you're here, then like those 9 wastes just now, crawl out obediently and die. Why hide and skulk here? As these words fell below, Hong Tianyang and Kai Yunshin felt another thunderclap in their hearts. There's still someone in the shadows. Both were seasoned experts, but even with their full divine sense, they couldn't detect any other life force around them. Clap, clap, clap. A slow, low applause suddenly echoed through the void, as if coming from all directions at once. Then, at the point where my blade aimed, the empty space suddenly rippled like black water waves. A mysterious figure, shrouded in a wide black robe, appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. On his face, he wore a white, featureless mask with no facial features. Around him swirled a nauseating aura, filled with decay and corruption, as expected of one who can single-handedly leap ranks to slay 9 new masters. Your perception is sharp, and your body is as tough as a perfect work of art. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse and low, like 2 rusty metals grinding together, piercing the eardrums. Heart demon scum. Below, Hong Tianyang recognized that sickening black mist at once, and gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes blazing with rage. It's these rats from the gutter who ambushed so many geniuses at the Jingwu Gate, but he only dared to curse, not charge, because the faint pressure, unintentionally emanating from the black-robed man, had reached the 6th level of the new master realm. Going up now would be suicide. I stared coldly at the black-robed man. Saying nothing, he shook his head gently. On that featureless mask, a strange expression of pity appeared, as he sighed. What a pity. What a pity. Such stunning power, if it falls here on this tiny earth, would truly be a waste of heaven's gift. The black-robed man slowly spread his arms, his tone filled with fanatical temptation. Suwu. Embrace the holy sex embrace. With your talent, if you accept the great demon god's grace and baptism, breaking the shackles of this starry sky, and ascending to the realm of prosperity is only a matter of time. Then you will stand alongside the gods. Are you willing? The demon god's grace. I laughed as if hearing the biggest joke. My eyes turned utterly contemptuous. How dare a lowlife skulking in the shadows claim to be a god? You want me to be a dog? First, ask my blade if it agrees. Before the words faded, the chicken is already here, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, then become the holy sex nourishment. The black-robed man snorted coldly and thrust both hands forward. Boom! The eerie black mist around him erupted like a volcano, rolling and surging. In an instant, It condensed in midair into hundreds of pitch-black spears, as dark as ink. These spears weren't solid metal, but compressed from pure resentment and demonic energy. On their tips, faint wails of countless vengeful spirits could be heard. Go, the sky-filling black spears, like a dense storm, with a screech that tore through space, rained down upon me from all directions. A golden flash flickered in my eyes. My divine sense instantly locked onto those spears. Naturally, I wouldn't take a sixth-order New Lord-S attack lightly. Yet, the very moment the first black spear approached within 3 meters of me, my mind suddenly felt a heavy weight. It wasn't a physical blow, but an extremely evil and twisted will, like countless icy steel needles, along my perception, forcibly piercing deep into my soul. These spears formed from black kai actually carried a spiritual pollution that ignored physical defenses. In that instant, my thoughts seemed to hit a pause button. Before my eyes, countless illusions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared. An uncontrollable surge of rage welled up in my heart. Despair. Even a self-destructive impulse. IV hit his soul's weak point. Even a 7th-order Star Lord's soul would be instantly polluted and assimilated, turning into a killing machine. The black-robed man let out a triumphant sneer. If I were an ordinary Star Lord, I might indeed, in that second of paralysis, have been pierced by 1,000 spears. But I am Su Wu. Get out of my sea of consciousness. It was as if a world-shattering roar erupted within me. Supreme chaos body, facing the external spiritual pollution. The chaos vortex within my body didn't even need my active control. It directly unleashed its instinct as the master. That evil resentment, enough to drive an ordinary person mad. The moment it touched the chaos origin, was like falling into a black hole. Not even a splash was made. Directly crushed and devoured. After just a 1 microsecond pause, my eyes regained their clarity. I let out a cold snort, and instead of retreating, I advanced. I stepped on the void, like a bolt of purple gold lightning, and charged straight into the dense forest of black spears. The crimson long blade in my hand burst with blinding light. Tricolored fire and tricolored lightning, perfectly intertwined on the blade essay. I swung the blade like a whirlwind, with no flashy techniques, only ultimate speed and power. Clang, 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 clang. The dense blade light turned into an impenetrable net of thunder and fire. Those black spears, which would pollute upon contact, the moment they touched the thunderfire blade light, were directly split by that pure, righteous power into wisps of black smoke, completely vaporized.